The carefree life of a high elf seemed to embody the ideal. There are always plenty of juicy fruits around. Hunting is not necessary, and the bow is used solely for honing skills. Communication with the spirits of nature reveals the truths of the universe. The squirrel lay relaxed on the branch, examining a ripe apple. How boring, I want meat, he lazily chewed. 1,000 years of such existence would drive anyone mad. So Ezir decided to leave the forest for the sake of thrilling experiences. In 120 years in this world, he completely burned out, as he was reborn with the mind of an adult man. The elf threw away a bitten fruit and put some root into his mouth. The magic of the wind blew away the remnants of food, while he looked into the distance with irritation. Memories of past life on Earth with its culture, sushi, and high-speed trains would not let him rest. The other high elves had never known another world, so they were absolutely happy in the forest. They did not age and lived for millennia, and after death, their souls simply merged with nature. But Ezir had played this idol for 100 years, and now, from the tension, he was breaking a branch in his hands. Even the bird froze upon hearing his complaints about the fruit diet. I can't endure another 800 years. He sharply cut off his long hair with a sharp stone. The mountains beckon with the unknown. Ezir resolutely chopped the elven strands, eager to see the world and taste new food before becoming a disembodied spirit. With a short haircut, it has become easier to breathe. Gathering his modest belongings, he looked at the mountains, completely unaware of what awaited beyond the barrier. There was no one to say goodbye to. We'll meet if it's meant to be, he smiled sincerely in the end. His bow and arrows remained lying under the tree. Half a month has passed in travels. As soon as Ezir left the forest, he was attacked by wolves, river monsters, and even biting fish. The young man joyfully bounced, pondering where to place the acquired wolf fangs and claws. From the large ones, good daggers would come out, and from the small ones, a necklace. A confident step onto the stone. Peeking out from the bushes, he realized that he first needed to learn the craft. Before him stretched a gigantic wall of the human city. The world is so limitless. Ezir burst into a run, eagerly gazing at the horizon. At the gate, the guard casually asked about the purpose of the visit and the entrance fee. Hearing about 20 copper coins or 1 silver coin without documents, the elf froze with a blank stare. He knew the concept of money from a past life perfectly well. Heavy exhalation. The guard sympathetically suggested calling someone from the locals. Ezir turned around, hoping to sell the wolf's fangs, even though he didn't particularly like the idea. Suddenly, an armed elf approached him in the company of humans and politely asked for a moment of his attention. The guard and the young man exchanged surprised glances. A strong grip on the hand, she silently led him away from Isekai'D ears. "Are you a high elf?" the stranger whispered barely audibly. The elf blinked. It turned out that his immortal soul radiated light, visible to other elves. The girl respectfully inquired what such a majestic creature was doing in the human city. "It got boring in the forest, so I went out for a walk," he simply replied. She froze in shock upon hearing his name. For her, such a trivial reason seemed like sheer savagery. Her face twisted from the breaking of patterns, which greatly pleased Ezira. Ultimately, Irina, that was the girl's name, bowed her head, deciding that fate itself had sent her to help. He gladly thanked, asking to do without the pompous noble. Instead of shaking hands, she knelt down and reverently pressed her lips to his palm. "I actually just wanted to say hello," the young man said awkwardly. Ezir gloomily decided to get rid of this fanatic right at the gates. Irina proudly stated that her team, White Lake, vouches for him and will pay the duty. The swordsman in armor warmly confirmed her words, recalling their 6th rank. He beamed with pride, explaining that this was almost the highest rung among adventurers in the entire country. The guard called them back to the gate. The guard warned, for any mischief the guarantor will be held responsible, and waved, "Go ahead." The rules of the city are simple. Do not steal and do not brandish weapons in the streets. Non-citizens will have to pay a tax for long-term residents. Just write your name here. The guard pushed the scroll forward. Rodner introduced himself and friendly offered to reach out if there were any problems. The heavy gates creaked open, allowing them to enter Vistcourt. The young man breathed out in awe, looking at the lively streets while the swordsman asked about his future plans. The group stopped in the middle of the square. A cunning spark ignited in Ezir's eyes. I want to go to the blacksmith to make something out of wolf fangs, he exclaimed joyfully. Irina shuddered and reluctantly admitted that the best craftsman in the city was a gnome. Elf legends claimed that dwarves defiled nature by imprisoning fire in a furnace. The girl warned that the master might refuse the elves due to an ancient feud. Oh, that's cool, Azira rejoiced sincerely. He had long dreamed of seeing a gnome and suggested to his companions to simply point the way if they did not want to go with him. An awkward pause has come. Irina shockingly reminded that their kind hates metal and dwarves, but Ezir still did not understand what the elves found objectionable about ordinary cutlery. He changed the subject by asking if they would buy goods from him, as he needed to rent a room. People make a rejuvenation elixir from this, right? He handed her the apua fruit. Irina nearly fainted from fear. Yezir calmly explained that it was just a thank you for the help at the gates. I'm giving it away for free, he smiled carelessly. Lightning of anger flashed before the girl's eyes at such recklessness. She was trembling while the people behind her curiously examined the unseen fruits. She leaned sharply towards him, angrily ordering him to hide the treasure, and declared that she would personally teach him how to handle money tomorrow. The blacksmith was delayed, and Ezir fearfully realized that the next day promised to be very difficult. At dawn, Ezir stopped in front of the forge, from which the rhythmic sound of a hammer was already ringing out. He abruptly opened the door and cheerfully called out to the host. The spacious store was empty, only the hung weapons gleamed. The young man listened to the muffled knocks from the workshop. In a moment, a burly gnome emerged from the storeroom, wiping sweat from his brow as he walked. The blacksmith immediately praised the young man's sharp eye. As soon as he saw the guest, his face twisted with rage. He flatly refused to sell anything to the pointy-eared one. The lizard was not at all disheartened and greeted the stone carver with a bright smile. He calmly acknowledged the quality of the craftsman's work, but assured that he had not come to buy. With a slight bow, the young man took out a stout bottle of premium alcohol as a gift. His gaze was once again caught by the curved blade. The blacksmith fell silent in confusion, not expecting such a gesture. And then he exploded again, outraged that some elf dared to judge dwarven drink. However, he did manage to grab the bottle. The master grimly asked what the boy needed in his shop. Instead of an answer, Ezir placed a giant fang of a forest wolf on the counter, from which he wanted to forge a knife. The gnome stared at the trophy, immediately recognizing the monstrous size of the beast. The young man explained that he wanted to put his fangs and claws to use, and that is why he came to learn from the best master in the city. The blacksmith waved him off with such strength, the kid could earn a fortune as an adventurer. The eagle sharply cut off, no. He passionately declared that he was ready to spend at least 20 years on his education. The gnome's eyes crawled onto his forehead. The master hopelessly grabbed his head, calling the elf an absolute madman. Yezir simply shrugged calmly. Ultimately, the blacksmith gave in. It was better to teach a madman than to let such material go to waste. Yazir extended his hand. The master looked grimly at the satisfied student. Their hands were tightly clasped in agreement. Irina only sighed heavily, realizing the scale of the chaos. She could not understand why the noble high elf was standing behind the counter in the gnome's shop. The writer reminded that the luxurious accommodation where she had placed him requires a considerable amount of money. At the mention of hearty food, he couldn't help but salivate, but Irene was only outraged by it. The girl struck the table, assuring that the smell of iron would finally scare away the spirits of nature. Ezir calmly twisted the metal ring in his hands and denied it. He explained that trees really hate axes, but spirits don't care about the metal itself. Irina was stunned with surprise. The young man assumed that at some point the spirits were simply enraged by the pollution from the mines, and the elves blindly interpreted this as hatred towards the forges. To finally smooth out the edges, he asked the master for permission to keep a flower in the shop, and the master grumbled his consent reluctantly. Taking the opportunity, the young man smiled and suggested that the guest buy something, recommending her a good cookery. Irina examined the forged weapon, admiring its impeccable quality. Ezir warmly asked her to keep the blade safe. The girl shyly smiled and promised to cherish the gift. The gnome silently watched them, pondering the ancient enmity between their races. He understood that this small step was unlikely to change everything, but it was enough for the master to see his weapon in reliable hands. A whole year passed unnoticed in Wiscourt. Irina's team became regular clients of the workshop. The blacksmith could still only forge crooked nails, but thanks to his friendliness, the number of visitors kept increasing. The blacksmith waved his hand for the apprentice to handle the influx of customers on his own. The blacksmith was vigorously hammering, rejoicing at every coin earned. He has already skillfully calculated his expenses for expensive housing. Rodner openly laughed at his complaints, as Irina stubbornly tossed the elf money supposedly for spirit lessons. The man rightly noted that the girl simply took care of him. He even suggested looking for cheaper accommodation so that Ezir could finally move out of the expensive inn. The young man looked at the magical flower in the pot, sincerely happy for such reliable friends. Right now, Irina and the team were on a long-term assignment. Suddenly, the forge door swung open, and a breathless Martin appeared on the threshold. She was panicking and begged for help to stop the frenzied spirit. The writer caught the exhausted girl, and the buyers stared at them in confusion. The blacksmith silently nodded to Ezir, allowing him to leave the workplace. The young man placed the exhausted girl in the room, preparing for a difficult conversation. Martina could hardly hold back her tears. She said that the guild sent them to the city of Harrowlet. The local water spirit went out of control and cursed the river. Anyone who drank from there immediately fell ill with an unknown disease. But the plants on the banks remained green, while the fish were dying en masse. It seemed more like ordinary pollution than a mystical curse. Harrowlet was founded only 10 years ago on the site of rich ore deposits. The spirit of water was immediately blamed for all the damage caused by the toxic mines. He cautiously inquired about the local lord. He turned out to be a newly minted nobleman who was eager to quickly expand his mining operations. The boy grew gloomy, realizing that the lord knew the truth perfectly well and was simply deflecting the people's anger away from himself. Martina is completely downcast. She added that Irina is currently doing her best to appease the spirit, while Kreyas has stayed to guard her. Martina herself rushed back for help. Yezir sighed heavily. He was only pleased that Irina's connection with the spirits was becoming stronger. The destruction of contaminated water would only temporarily solve the problem. It's good that the girl instinctively tried to negotiate with the spirit instead of attacking head-on. Ezir firmly promised to intervene, but for this, they needed one more person. Dwarves have worked with metals since ancient times and knew best of all about their toxic properties. They headed straight to the blacksmith. The gnome silently listened to them by the glowing stove. He agreed that the results of the guild's investigation must reach the ears of the king, and unexpectedly announced that he would go to sort things out himself. Yezir and Martin jumped up. He couldn't leave the forge, but the master reasonably noted that his word carries much more weight in this matter. The dwarves held immense power in the craft guild of the kingdom, and none of them would take the testimony of any elf seriously. The youth froze in surprise, and then she laughed sincerely and with relief. The blacksmith's workers also supported the master's idea. If the city is closed, the prices of ore will skyrocket, which will hit their business. The master gathered his things and set off to the capital, instructing Ezira to be careful, while the dwarf was driving the cart to the king to confront the deceitful lord. Ezir and Martina raced to Harrowlet to do what only a high elf is capable of. Aesir walked calmly through the forest, enjoying the gentle babbling of the stream. Kreyas sat by the extinguished campfire, black from fatigue and tension. Just then, an elf emerged from the thicket and the knight weakly exhaled. He could barely stand on his feet. Aesir explained that the forest was shrouded in a deadly fog, which is why Martin spent almost a month on the journey. Kreyas grimly cut in that people have no place here. The elf simply smiled warmly and followed them. Suddenly the water stirred, and before them rose a gigantic serpent-like spirit, with weeping Irina beside her. Aesir gently stopped the girl and took over the negotiations. He jokingly reminded her that he had to work off the accommodation she paid for and sent her to the team. The rules of this world are strict. After death, higher elves themselves become spirits, so Irina had no power to command a being of her own rank. Aesir stepped forward and directly asked the spirit about the reason for her anger. The water boiled and a piercing scream of pain rang out. The spirit showed the past. Local tribes revered her as a deity for centuries until the invaders arrived. The indigenous people were ruthlessly expelled because they hindered the construction of the mine. The invaders have ravaged this land. Without direct prayers, the spirit was wrapped in inactivity. She could only watch as the fish died and the water rotted, as her tribe refused to involve the spirits in the war. She was torn apart by the pain for her forest and her people. And when the young Irina appeared before her, her patience ran out. the spirit decided to drown this evil completely. Aesir understood her anger, but he sharply opposed such a verdict. He reminded that the blind flood will wash away even the innocent, honest workers, mothers, infants. Their children are no different from the descendants of her own tribe. If she causes a massacre, she will forever cease to be the bright deity they prayed to. Aesir assured that his friends were already cleansing the mine of filth and begged to stop the torrent of anger. In the end, the city was saved. The Blacksmith Guild took control of the mine and the White Lake team successfully completed their mission. The greedy lord was overthrown, and the exiled tribe finally returned home. Later, the former lord took his own life. He allegedly drowned himself in his own bathtub out of resentment towards the king. Rumors attributed the death to the monarch's ritual curse, but the predatory smile of the spirit from the dark water put everything in its place. 3 years have passed since Aesir took up the blacksmith's hammer. An energetic boy named Astor burst into the shop and asked for armor for his new spiked mace. The elf professionally assessed his stance and selected leather boots and a light shield. Watching the boy leave, Aesir felt that he would become a strong adventurer. This meeting ignited in him the desire to forge even better equipment for future heroes. The following years dissolved in the sound of the hammer and the heat of the forge. Aesir maniacally honed every detail of his weapon. Irina sometimes came to cut his hair while the master dwarf silently watched. The anvil became the center of the universe for the elf. There were also painful failures. Once he completely ruined the armor in front of the shocked Kreyas. But they repeatedly leaned over the drawings, searching for the ideal. Life did not stand still. A baby was born to Kreyas and Martina. The stern, bearded dwarf wept like a waterfall, carefully holding the baby in his arms. Aesir suddenly caught himself thinking that 10 years had already flown by in the forge. Just then, the master stunned everyone with the news. He is getting married and becoming the head of the family clan. It turned out that the 90-year-old gnome was quite the young man by human standards. Aesir couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing about the young gnome bride. The master irritably shouted that it was time for the elf to think about his own future as well. Holding on to the ghoul, Aesir acknowledged that the time had truly come. During this decade, the master has produced quite a few talented blacksmiths. Many of them have already opened their own armories throughout the city. The seed sown by the gnome produced powerful sprouts. The young apprentices were now amazed at how the novice elf once dared to ask to become an apprentice to such a pro. The master glanced at Aesir with a warm look. They didn't need words, they understood everything by the grinding stone. But blacksmithing is not the only thing that has changed in the city. White Lake achieved the coveted 7-star rank and unexpectedly collapsed 3 years ago. Kreyas and Martina finally got married. They left at the peak of fame to calmly train the youth. Irene got bored, so she set out to find a new team. Before leaving, this elf filled Aesira's head with maternal teachings and disappeared with a smile. And Rodner, the very first acquaintance of Aesir in this city. He climbed the career ladder and became the captain of the local guard. They still loved to tilt a mug of beer in the old tavern. Little Astor grew up and became a true warrior. He burst into the forge to boast about his 5-star rank. Aesir's efforts were not in vain. The elf closed his eyes, letting these 10 intense years pass through him. His previous 1.5 centuries of wandering seemed like a gray spot against the backdrop of this life. He smiled sincerely with all his heart. The fire in the forge crackled comfortably. Aesir told the master that he now plans to study magic and swords. He had saved enough money, so the capital seemed like the perfect place to start. The master just waved his hand as if to say, "Do as you know, you have always been a complete mystery." "No, Aesir," the master dwarf suddenly stammered, for the first time not calling him pointy-eared. He admitted outright the elf was his best student and lifelong friend. And then suddenly, he laughed heartily throughout the forge. He laughed to tears, touched by the unusual sentimentality of the old gnome. The master extended his broad palm to him. The usual roughness immediately returned. The gnome grumbled that Aesir was acting foolishly again. And with a swing, he gave the elf a powerful friendly slap on the back. From the blow, Aesir nearly doubled over, groaning in pain. Finally, the master challenged him to come to the kingdom of the dwarfs exactly 50 years later. By that time, he promised to seize the throne and open the borders for all elves. In their world, phenomenal blacksmithing opened doors even to the royal crown. Aesir promised not to rust and to become better every day. Just before leaving, he borrowed someone else's anvil to forge his final knife. With the official license that the gnome literally gnawed out for him in the guild, the elf packed his things. He quietly stepped out beyond the high city walls. He took a juicy bite of the apple, savoring the taste of freedom. Ahead lay the road to the capital, 10 days by carriage or even longer on foot. But Aesir chose to walk on his own 2 feet, savoring every memory of the best decade of his life along the way. This time, the path led him to the capital of the Kingdom of Ludria. A high-ranking elf blacksmith who wanders human settlements in search of magic and swordsmanship has already been dubbed a weirdo in the guild. The capital greeted him with the aromas of street food and an endless crowd. The city turned out to be significantly wealthier than Wistcourt, and most importantly, it was bustling with the life of fencing schools. The talkative apple seller eagerly told him about the 3 main disciplines. The first style is royal, a dull balance of sword and shield for ordinary soldiers. The second is the Lodran school, 2-handed swords, body rams, and the brute strength possessed by his acquaintance Kreyas. The third focused on absolute defense, not at all what Aesir was looking for. However, he remembered the rumors about another, almost forgotten style. He was distracted from his thoughts by the sharp knock of wood against stone. A crowd of onlookers gathered near the city fountain. A young girl with incredible concentration swung her sword. The blade sliced through the air like lightning. The apple on the table split in half before the spectators could blink. Aesir was stunned with surprise. The sword in her hands was completely dull. Making such a perfect cut with a dull piece of metal required impeccable technique. Without thinking for a second, the elf placed a silver coin on her table. He bowed low and directly asked to be taken as a student. The girl was taken aback, but Aesir insisted. He promised to pay for her education and do any work. She tried to refuse, but his eyes burned with the desire to master this unknown style. Ultimately, the confident smile of the elf broke her resistance, and she led him to her dojo. Only ruins remain of the Yasogurayu school. The girl grimly explained that their master was killed by a representative of the Lodran school. The blow from the training sword was so severe that the father did not survive. The students tried to take revenge, but they quarreled over power and destroyed the school from within. The girl named Kika and her sick mother survived only because everyone had forgotten about them. Here the history of the glorious style came to an end. Kika admitted that she had modified her father's equipment for street performances. It was no longer suitable for real combat. She warned that if Aesir starts to learn, it might attract the attention of the bloodthirsty Lithuanians and asked him to leave. But the elf did not think of retreating. The Lodrans did not scare him, but he set a condition. Kika must give him his sword for a week. The girl was outraged until she heard that in front of her was an accredited higher-ranking blacksmith of the gnomes. Aesir smiled softly, proclaiming himself the first student of the revived Yasogurayu school. A heavy cough was heard from the depths of the house. Kika blushed but firmly announced to her mother that a new student would be living with them from now on. The elf immediately got to work. On the very first day, he set off to the forest for healing herbs. His elixir turned out to be so effective and sweet that the girl couldn't believe her eyes. After all, she was performing on the street precisely for the sake of expensive medicine. In his free time, Aesir worked at the local blacksmith guild, shocking the masters with his rank. Connections in the capital were formed quickly. On the way to the dojo, he bought fresh meat. The light of the lantern attracted night moths. Aesir knew that if anything happened to Kihia or her mother, his training would go down the drain. He convinced himself that he was simply doing what was beneficial for him. The magic would have to be postponed for several decades, but for the elf, it was just a moment. To secure the dojo, he wrote a letter to Kreyas, a former fighter of the 7 stars from the Lodran school. The response came quickly. An old acquaintance pleaded not to destroy the buildings of the Ladrans and promised to sort everything out. Aesir merely snorted in indignation at such suspicions. However, the question remained how Kika would react to the visit of a representative from the rival school. Human relationships seemed too fragile to him, but remembering the sincere smile of his young mentor, he decided to take the risk. The training has finally begun. Aesir simply repeated Kikai's movements step by step. She never taught anyone, so they acted blindly. The practice of strikes until the 7th sweat resembled an elf's usual work with a hammer by the forge. The water from the well brought the long-awaited coolness. Half a year passed, and Kreyas appeared at the dojo's doorstep. Aesir wisely positioned himself behind him. The giant suddenly fell to his knees and bowed low, begging for forgiveness for the sins of his school. Kika and her mother looked at him as if he were a deity. Ultimately, Kreyasa was left overnight in the guest room. In the morning, the girl gathered her courage and asked him for a training sparring session. The fight ended instantly. Kika was breathing heavily on the ground, completely defeated. The gap in strength was colossal. Kreyas looked seriously at the elf. He told the girl directly that her technique critically lacks real combat experience. But he had more than enough of that experience. Aesir listened silently. The elf realized a harsh truth. If Kika's skill is imperfect, then his own will also reach a dead end. Kreyas advised the girl to become an adventurer for at least a couple of years. And he added that the strongest warrior he knows has been standing next to her all this time. The wind swept through the courtyard of the dojo. Kika approached Aesir with a sword in her hands. She remembered everything. Her rescued mother, the repaired weapon, the financial assistance. The elf smiled warmly. He had only one request. Kika firmly stated that she is going to be an adventurer. She bowed low, pleading to watch over her sick mother while she sought her path with the sword. Aesir agreed, but he set two conditions. First, he would personally forge armor for her. Secondly, its base will be his own house in Wiscourt. The girl still did not know the cruel world beyond the walls of the capital. But in Viscourt, a strict guild instructor, a powerful priestess, and a crowd of neighbors ready to tear apart any impudent person were waiting for her. Kika promised to become the master he deserves. 3 long years have passed. Aesir practiced 1,000 sword swings alone every day. The dojo was completely rebuilt, and a brand new forge appeared nearby. The elf kept his word and did not leave Key's mother. His blacksmithing skills soared to the heavens. At the royal tournament of blacksmiths, he only lost to the dwarves, taking second place. Local aristocrats tried to draw him to their side, but the spirits quickly dispelled this desire. A quiet morning was interrupted by the joyful exclamation of the mother. A new letter from Kika has arrived. Aesir dropped everything and rushed to the house. Messages from her arrived every few months. She wrote about everything. How she first ate meat with her hands off the bone and how some cheeky adventurer tried to court her. They both sat on the veranda, burning with impatience to learn new details. The girl made incredible progress, 4 stars in the first year, 5 in the second. Thanks to a strong foundation, her talent fully blossomed, while Kreyas quietly watched over her from the shadows. Aesir was a bit envious that the old man could see her triumphs with his own eyes. Suddenly the mother gasped, reading the lines. The elf joyfully raised his fist in the air. Kiha received her 6th star. The woman wiped away tears of joy. Very soon their master would finally return home. He was tired of a long, peaceful life and was looking for something to occupy himself. The work by the forge was interrupted by a sudden scream. Sighing, he took off his gloves and went to the call. A whole feast was already waiting on the table. Every day the girl cooked as if she were waiting for her sister's return. Aesir humbly folded his hands before the meal. He devoured everything down to the last crumb, mentally begging for Kika to return faster. Suddenly, a butterfly spirit flew into the room. Aesir froze with a stuffed mouth. Grabbing the sword, he flew out into the yard. The primary butterfly led him to the dojo gates. A female silhouette appeared in the open doorway. The stranger took a step forward. A gust of wind unexpectedly swept past him. The girl burst out of the house in a swift attack. The wooden blade sliced through the air and struck the steel. Aesir barely managed to intercept the blow. The girl blinked in astonishment. He glared at her sternly. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground. Aesir calmly lowered his weapon. At the gate stood Kika. After 3 years of travel, she had blossomed and matured. Aesir joyfully greeted her, but his gaze immediately fell on the figure behind. From the shadows stepped the familiar elf Irina. Her gloomy appearance spoke for itself. They needed his strength. The first drops of rain fell from the sky. The 3 of them sat on the porch under the rain, and Irina officially asked for help. Kika quickly explained that they were brought together by a mutual acquaintance. The elf girl bowed her head, pleading to save her enslaved relatives. The local nobility began to kidnap elves for entertainment and turn them into slaves. Aesir was surprised at how people managed to catch them at all. Irina bitterly admitted that ordinary elves do not know how to fight at all. The connection with the spirits did not make them warriors. Against the military machine, the forest people were completely defenseless. Private armies of the aristocrats simply carried out bloody raids on peaceful settlements. The girls lowered their eyes, recalling the horrors of captivity. Aesir found it disgusting to even think about slavery, although he understood people's motives. Irina unfolded the map. The kidnappings were orchestrated by the most influential lords of the eastern region. The kingdom knew everything perfectly well, but turned a blind eye. The government simply did not dare to punish key figures of the state. Moreover, elven slaves became a status symbol, and soon this could be legalized. Aesir coldly raised his gaze. Tears of helplessness welled up in Irina's eyes. To ensure that people remember this lesson forever, action had to be radical. A quiet rescue would not have worked here. The pain needed to be engraved in the very memory of this kingdom. All those released needed to be urgently evacuated from the country. This was the only way. For centuries, the elves have kept the forest monsters at bay. Without them, the lands would quickly be overrun by monsters. For the survival of the entire nation, they will have to leave their homes, leaving them at the mercy of monsters. Iser gently touched Irina's shoulder, asking her to lift her head. This plan made them outcasts, but only greedy people were to blame. He moved towards the exit, but suddenly stopped and looked at Ki with sadness. The girl with tears denied. He saved her mother and gave her a home. She fervently assured him that she owed him her life. Tears of despair streamed down her cheeks. Kika felt helpless. Iser smiled warmly. The girl could not hold back her sobs. He stepped closer. She whispered his name with despair. Iser gently wiped the tears from her face. He said outright that her strength and her recent strike became a new benchmark for him. Her determination taught him more than any training. He promised that even after decades, he would seek those who would inherit her sword technique. Irina silently watched the scene. Her fingers tightened firmly on her knees. The downpour outside was only intensifying. Squeezing his hand, Kika vowed to perfect her art and pass it on to future generations. She tightened her grip on his fingers, reminding him that she was still his mentor. Wiping away her tears, she boldly smiled and commanded him to return while she was still alive. Iser lightly closed his eyes. He bowed low to the master, forever engraving her words in his heart. Looking at her smile, he realized how lucky he was. He set off into the heart of the eastern lands, right into the Marquise forest, which destroyed the elven settlement. The preparation took half a year. The strike had to be instantaneous to save all the captives at once. They patiently coordinated the escape of an entire nation, having no room for error. Iser pondered for a long time on how to destroy the peace of the aristocrats. At first, he remembered a familiar water spirit, but the tsunami would wash away entire cities, taking thousands of lives. The option with the fire tornado also quickly fell through. The capital burned to the ground has guaranteed to provoke a full-scale war between the races. He needed a grand spectacle with minimal casualties, so he turned to the spirits of the earth. Iser knelt down and let the mana sink deep into the ground. The ground vibrated dully. The wave of force spread out for hundreds of miles. He created a controlled, extensive earthquake, focused exclusively on the eastern estates. The horizon ominously shifted. The streets of the city were bustling. For the Japanese man, it was a slight shock, but for the people of this world, it was a total horror that engulfed all states. Iser coldly accepted the sin upon himself. Fear will inevitably turn into anger against the greedy lords. Just then the ground shook, and the elf squads burst into the prisons and broke the chains. That night, 8,000 prisoners gained their freedom at the same time. The abandoned forests will immediately start teeming with monsters, forcing the kingdom to beg for forgiveness. Only an officially engraved apology in history could guarantee the safety of the elves in the future. All negotiations fell on Irina's shoulders. The elite adventurer of the government will have to be reckoned with. But there was still one painful consequence of human cruelty. Children of mixed blood were doomed to exile and hatred due to their weak connection with the spirits. Iser decided that he would personally take in and raise all the abandoned infants that society would not accept. The way back to Ludria was forever closed, and he never had the chance to learn their magic. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he set off through the snow into the unknown. The cold gleam of steel somewhat calmed the thoughts about the price of the choice made. With a sweep of the blade, he allowed himself to dissolve into the movement, leaving all worries behind. From the top of the hill he froze, his eyes wide open at the coastal town. "This is the sea," he shouted joyfully, raising his hands to the sky. The drug finally reached the Republic of Villistrick, a small but very successful maritime trading state. Due to constant border clashes between neighbors over access to water, the local atmosphere has always been tense. As the traveler walked through the streets, he immediately noticed the striking contrast in wealth compared to other lands. By the well, the boy remembered his home, where ordinary drinking water was never considered a luxury. He waved warmly at the familiar girl, mentally wishing her good luck for the sip of water he once gave her. At the local town hall, the clerk dryly questioned him about his age and the purpose of his visit. He honestly replied that he is 164 years old and he just wants to see the endless sea. His face lit up. Above all, the young man dreamed of tasting the local seafood. The guards exchanged glances and relaxed their breaths. this oddball was definitely not a cunning spy. The clerk slammed the stamp loudly on the document. The guards explained that the strict checks were due to problems in the north and kindly recommended the best tavern in the city. Pushing through the noisy market, Essir was looking for a place that served raw fish. Finally, he stopped in front of the massive doors of the Grand Tavern. Inside, life buzzed. Fishermen drank, argued, and laughed loudly. The friendly waitress Karina immediately noticed the new guest. She was genuinely pleased, as the light elves rarely visited their port establishment. Without wasting time, Essir ordered the best grilled fish and 6 huge oysters. The waitress snorted in surprise. For such a thin guest, the appetite was quite remarkable. As soon as the plates touched the table, he started drooling at the luxurious appearance of the dishes. The elf greedily pounced on the food, amusingly blowing on the hot pieces. The taste was so divine that he closed his eyes in pleasure. Taking a big sip of the drink, the guy joyfully exhaled. Suddenly, a grim fisherman with a bandana aggressively pushed his way to the counter. Essir paid no attention to the noise, smiling broadly at the waitress. At that moment, the fisherman fiercely struck another visitor, throwing him right onto the elf's table. Essir managed to dodge, but Karina lost her balance, and the plate with the fish flew into the air. The fried catch splattered loudly across the dirty floor. The bully just smirked, calling it ordinary communication among sea wolves. Essir's eyes flashed with rage. "You killed my fish, scoundrel." The man blinked in confusion, not expecting such a vigorous reaction. At that moment, the elf's fist swiftly approached his face. Essir struck the scoundrel with force, demanding an apology to the innocent fish, and a massive brawl broke out in the tavern. The owner of the grand establishment grimly emerged from behind the counter, gripping a weapon. The fight turned into complete chaos. The Grand crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure, gloomily watching the defeat. The servant bowed low to the master, begging him to accept his apology. The beaten fisherman Driz unexpectedly defended the elf, admitting his guilt. The owner strictly reprimanded Driz for the constant riots he organized. He explained, barely holding back tears, that another customer dared to insult the local food. Hearing this, Essir instantly cooled down and sincerely apologized for his strike. Driz laughed heartily. The defense of the tavern's honor immediately made them friends. To make amends, the fisherman promised to catch a bunch of fresh fish for his new acquaintance. Their idyll was interrupted by Grand's terrifying gaze. The owner silently pointed to the broken chairs, unconditionally demanding compensation. Driz resignedly sighed but took all the expenses upon himself. Essir smiled contentedly. In just one day he had found 3 interesting people, Karina, Driz, and Grand. Night has fallen over the city. Sitting in the room, the young man was washing his bruised knuckles and contemplating the evening fight. He was alarmed that the real provocateur disappeared too quickly and unnoticed. He gently touched the bruise on his cheek. The boy decided to act more cautiously so as not to accidentally harm his skills as a blacksmith and swordsman. Warm images of old friends, Aswald and Kihi, filled my imagination. He seemed to hear their grumbling about the lack of training and quietly laughed. Essir dove under the blanket, planning to wake up at dawn. In the morning, he hurried to the port, but suddenly saw a large crowd. Yesterday's provocateur returned with a whole gang of thugs. Seeing the elf, Driz screamed at him to run away. But Essir calmly approached closer, casually reminding the fisherman of the promised catch. One of the bandits roughly placed his hand on his shoulder. The elf easily pushed the attacker into the water, asking him not to interrupt the conversation. The furious leader commanded his dogs to attack. Driz and Essir stood side by side, ready for battle. The bandits charged forward but encountered fierce resistance. Essir summoned the spirits of the water, and a powerful wave knocked the enemies off their feet. The boy swiftly scattered the attackers with his bare hands, turning the fight into a rapid dance. The last thug splashed loudly into the sea. Driz asked in shock why the elf had submitted yesterday, having such incredible power. Essir calmly replied that he did not need spirits for a fair fistfight, but attacking one person as a crowd is true baseness and cowardice. Driz joyfully patted him on the back, realizing that he now owed him much more. The sun rose higher above the roofs of the tavern. Karina and Driz watched in disgust as their guest savored the new dish. Essir was completely captivated by the boiled octopus, praising its texture. While walking through the market, the boy asked the locals and learned the true nature of the port conflict. Large trading vessels were critically lacking space. Their deep holds required a major reconstruction of the port, and simple fishermen moored their small boats right on the shallow water. The growth of trade, initially benefited all residents. Fishermen earned good money from increased sales. But now the companies needed a wider port, and they wanted to shamelessly take over the beach. Meanwhile, life was bustling in the tavern. Returning to Granda, Essir tasted the experimental dried squid and contemplated what he had heard. Driz caught another octopus, confirming his status as a leader among young fishermen. The elf pieced together the puzzle. The Laret Trading Company deliberately provoked a fight to lynch Driz and intimidate others. The fisherman grimly admitted that the situation had reached a dead end. Both sides were critically dependent on each other, so the conflict did not have a simple solution. On the fourth day, Essir unexpectedly received a letter from Laret requesting a meeting. Knowing about the company's ruthlessness, the hero immediately saw through the trap and headed to the deserted beach. A whole squad of armed mercenaries was already waiting for him there. A cold gleam flashed in the elf's eyes when the butterfly spirit appeared nearby. The enemies deceitfully threw sand in his eyes, and he convincingly pretended to be blinded. One of the mercenaries brought a heavy sword for a fatal strike. Essir quietly asked the spirits of the earth for a small favor. The sand beneath their feet instantly collapsed, sucking the attackers in up to their necks. The boy gently smiled at the spirit and asked for one more trifle. In the end, he buried a dozen people up to their necks, both the mercenaries themselves and those who came to dig them out. The city guard arrived at the scene and took the entire company without resistance for attempted murder. The investigation quickly uncovered Laret's financial machinations, and the noble Tritrin family disdainfully disowned them. The traders instantly lost their influence due to one pitiful attempt to kill an unsuspecting traveler. Playing with a small lizard, Essir realized that the root of the problem had not gone anywhere. Local aristocrats simply allowed their subordinates to squabble, and the elf became a convenient pawn in their spectacle. Life in the city has gradually returned to its usual rhythm. For a whole month, Essir enjoyed Grand's culinary masterpieces every day. On the last evening, they served him his favorite dish, delicious dried squid. Karina smiled warmly, watching his unchanging appetite. The tavern was crowded. People were ordering seafood en masse, following the example of the elf. The waitress jokingly pouted her lips due to fatigue, and Essir advised the owner to hire assistants. He quietly added that tomorrow he would set off on the road forever. A shadow of sadness flickered in Karina's eyes when he said that her work would now become much easier. Essir stated outright, he had known from the very beginning that she was secretly spying on him for the aristocrats. The nobles closely monitored every move of the dangerous outsider. Moreover, it was Karina who cunningly set up the Laret company for his devastating blow. The girl playfully winked, confirming that behind her sweet smile lies a cold mind. Essir promised to return one day, and the entire tavern team sincerely wished him good luck. At dawn, he gave 5 drizu and set off eastward to the mysterious lands of Odin's magic. Karina waved at him for a long time, hoping for a new meeting. Eastern United League and the land of magic Odin. The next target of Essir was this very country. Once the region was a great empire of Isekai'D, but bloody disputes over the throne tore it apart into small city-states. How did such tiny states manage to survive alongside powerful neighbors? They banded together in a tight alliance of Isekai'D to destroy any invader together. But Odin has another trump card. This country was created specifically for the study of magic and the training of wizards capable of single-handedly turning the tide of an entire war. She is absolutely independent, so no city can claim her destructive power. Essir walked firmly down the road, planning to finally learn magic. It was there that he had the best chance of finding a sensible mentor. And even if he is unlucky with the teacher, the journey through the magical lands will satisfy his curiosity. The coachman of a passing carriage offered to give the traveler a ride. Essir, with a sincere smile, declined, citing a love for walking. In fact, he was simply rocked to boredom in the carts. He hoped that Irina had received his letter and would someday find him in Odin. A slight sadness flickered on the elf's face. Suddenly he wondered if it rocked him on the ships just as strongly. If not, it would greatly expand his roots. The walls of Jumpimon emerged ahead. A huge stone city towered in the midst of an endless sea of golden wheat. The beauty of this place immediately lifted his spirits. This time, to pass through the gate, he decided to use the blacksmith's license. Essir did not plan to stay long, but he missed working with metal. Moreover, the local reputation of the master will quickly dispel any suspicions of the city guard. In the tavern, he was joyfully greeted by an energetic girl named Nana. Yezir asked to book a room and prepare a quick dinner. She drummed out the prices and called her mother loudly. The elf took off his hat. Nana froze, letting the feather slip from her hands. When the mother ordered to take the guest upstairs, the girl blushed with excitement. As she climbed the stairs, she constantly glanced back stealthily. Nana looked at him with wide eyes in astonishment. The gaze was intercepted by Ezir. She finally dared to ask if he was a real elf. Ezir gently patted her on the head while she mentally scolded herself for her tactlessness. He calmly confirmed her guess. The girl excitedly confessed that elves had never stayed at their establishment before. He clicked the lock. The room turned out to be simple, but clean and cozy. Ezir decided that if the food here is tasty, he would stay for a few days. A luxurious pasta with bacon in white sauce and a glass of wine appeared on the table. The elf was devouring the hot dish with great pleasure. The plate was empty in an instant, and Nana hesitantly called him by name. Nana asked with hope if he liked it. Yezir sincerely praised the dinner and promised to eat only here every day. The next morning he was already standing in front of the blacksmith's guild. The working conditions were simple. 1 silver for a spearhead, 10 pieces by the end of the week. In the bustling forge, they immediately provided him with tools and a free space. Everyone here didn't care about his previous ranks or the names of prominent mentors. The craftsman critically examined the rough sample of the tip. The local craftsman exchanged doubtful glances, asking if the elf would be able to improve the design. He silently got to work. The blacksmiths were left speechless upon seeing the perfectly polished batch made in just a few hours. The traveler said goodbye until tomorrow, pleasantly surprised by such sincere praise. A stern voice of his former mentor, the dwarf, surfaced in his memory. The old man often scolded him for fussing over trifles. The gnomes silently demonstrated how to work, forcing them to carefully watch every strike of the hammer. Ezir suddenly realized that he damn missed this rough science. Although for the elf, their parting seemed to have happened just yesterday. In the city center, an exquisite pastry shop was proudly displayed. Many well-dressed townspeople were crowding near the shop windows. The land of this trading league was fertile, and its inhabitants were wealthy. Nana could hardly keep her saliva in check while looking at the huge berry cake. Ezir smiled while watching this scene. He hired a girl as his city guide, promising to treat her to sweets in return. The elf allowed her to order anything she wanted, joking to himself that in a past life he would have been arrested for such phrases. The traveler suggested returning enviously. In a week in Jumpamoni City, he still hadn't learned it, so a guide would still be needed. At the table, he mentioned that he was used to taking 1 day off after 6 days of continuous work. The day before, he submitted a total of 32 perfect tips to the guild. The master receiver then breathed a sigh of relief upon learning about his day off. Ezir was already tired of this monotonous work, and he planned to ask for a more challenging task. He gently wiped Nana's cream-covered face with a napkin. The elf's gaze softened. Sweets were expensive here, and the girl had never tasted a real cake before. Recalling his own years on bland rations, he savored every bite. The traveler felt absolute peace, recalling the poem about the stone ship in the Golden Sea. Suddenly, they were brought another giant piece of dessert. But the idyll was shattered by a troubling conversation at the neighboring table. The army of Drothia invaded northern Zalyr. Nana noticed how his face had changed. Ezir knew perfectly well that the Drotisai were ruthless nomads on swift horses. He instantly hid his anxiety behind a smile and offered the little girl to share the cake. She trembled with gastronomic ecstasy. But Ezir's thoughts were far away. Tomorrow at the guild he would learn everything about this unexpected war. The forge in the city of Jumpamon rang with the clanging of metal. Ezir learned from the masters about the military reinforcements being gathered for northern Zaire. The foreign war did not concern him, but a sticky unease still crawled up his spine. The next order turned out to be special: to forge the best sword without any restrictions on gold. The client would have been satisfied with any blade, but Ezir chose the familiar single-edged weapon of the Yasoguryu style. He focused on the perfect form. The blacksmiths watched in amazement as he performed his strange training. The rider stepped out into the spacious yard. He swung a regular sword until he was sweating profusely, searching for the right weight and balance for the future blade. The gaze became icy. He knew that only a few would understand the true essence of this style. Cutting through the air with a whistle, he poured his whole soul into the practiced movement. The finished product was meant to say everything without words. The work by the forge has heated up. He ruthlessly hammered and carefully polished the heated metal. Every movement brought closer to the ideal. The final sword deprived the local masters of the gift of speech, they could not even imagine such perfection. Late at night, exhausted Ezir trudged home. He collapsed onto the bed face down. Consciousness slowly faded away. 3 weeks of continuous work drained all his strength. Sleep overtook him instantly. He opened his eyes, barely surfacing from deep oblivion. For the work, they paid as much as 10 gold coins, and now all I wanted was to lie down and do nothing. There was a quiet knock at the door. It was Nana who had arrived. She timidly took hold of the handle. The girl peeked into the room and offered to bring food right to bed. The smile spread across his face in a grateful expression. All this time, Nana secretly brought him cool water and extra portions, supporting him in the forge. He felt a tremendous debt to her. Yezir promised himself that he would definitely feed her cake as soon as he got back on his feet. Sitting on the bed, he pondered. Kika still cannot wield such a sword, and Master Isekai'D cannot assess it. It became empty in my soul. Their recognition would be much more valuable than a bag of gold. The wizard approached the window, where a magical message in the form of a bird shone in the air. It's time to go. Nana waved goodbye to him cheerfully. They parted warmly in the city courtyard. A bright longing flashed in Ezir's eyes. At the entrance, he confessed that he would definitely return here again someday. Instead of leaving quickly, he lingered in the city for another 3 days, eating sweets with Nana. Now he was plotting a route to Odin, mentally begging for a map. The neighboring city could be quickly reached by carriage, but due to severe seasickness, he chose the long walking route through the picturesque hills. The night found him by a lonely campfire under the open sky. The next day, heavy branches with juicy apples blocked the road. Ezir realized that he had crossed the border of the famous fruit orchards of Ardino. Local workers generously offered him fruits, but he politely declined to avoid looking like a thief. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded from behind. From the bushes burst a furious boar of sins, forcing the peasants to scream for help in panic. The beast lunged at the unarmed man with a roar. 3 eyes opened, burning with bloodthirst. The peasant knelt in horror. The eagle instantly lunged forward and shielded the victim. A huge boar charged at him with a roar. Fingers instinctively rested on the fletching of the arrow. He drew the bow right in front of the monster's snout. He aimed with a cold, calculating gaze. The arrow whistled as it was released from the bowstring. A powerful shot pierced the boar through and through, raising a cloud of leaves and dust. The villagers were shocked. The woman rushed to the rescued man in tears. Yezir calmly explained that he killed the monster solely for their salvation. He adjusted the brim of his hat, but at the same time he asked for help with the stew, as he couldn't stand it when good meat went to waste. People blinked, digesting what they had heard. The rescued Ashtel laughed loudly and invited the rescuer to a generous lunch. The beast eagerly pounced on the giant piece of freshly roasted meat. He agreed not to throw away the valuable skin of the beast after the hearty meal. Ashtel pointed his finger at the map. The neighboring village of Palnor was famous for its furriers. Adel advised to leave the skin in Palnor. There is plenty of water there to dye fabrics and treat leathers. Yezir was deep in thought. Quality leather tanning could take several months. For the elf, such a term was just a brief moment. But now he couldn't make Irina wait so long. In the morning, Ezir thanked the hospitable Adel and announced that he was moving on. They poured a whole basket of fine apples on the road for him. He waved hello to his new friends and walked out through the gate. In Palnor, he quickly got rid of the heavy skin, giving it to a local craftsman. I would like to see the tanning process, but time was pushing forward. Yezir promised to pick up the order next time and disappeared over the hills. He spent the night in the forest, sharing a campfire with other travelers. The next day, the vast Lake Zir spread out before him, majestic like a real sea. To cut the route to Laurent, he bought a ticket on a passenger boat. From the water came a muffled rumble of drums. It set the pace for the rowers and scared away the river monsters. Yezir did not stay in place and took the paddle himself. He worked diligently side by side with the local fishermen. The fresh wind and splashes of water made the journey much more pleasant than a stuffy carriage. He recalled Adel's story. Laurent and Foka were twin cities. They were deliberately built opposite each other, separated by a mirror of the lake. The white stone facades were perfectly reflected in the calm water. Ezir planned to spend just one night there to reach Odin faster. Remembering the jamponi and the sweet cakes, he smiled warmly. The wait was worth it. The legendary land of magic was already visible very close, beyond the horizon. When Aesir finally reached Odin, the city was already covered by night. His first action was to head to the city hall to ask the locals. The next morning, the elf was burning with impatience, as the path to magic began with an abilities test. In the noisy administration, they explained the basics to him. magic is the transformation of magical energy through spells. And studying magic here is simply forbidden without a successful test. A cold sweat broke out on Aesir from this thought. He suddenly realized that he had rushed here solely on blind optimism. It was only left to wait nervously. Magic requires not only a reserve of mana, but also an innate talent to control it. When his number was called, his heart in his chest raced like crazy. The examiner nearly jumped when he saw the guest. The man awkwardly admitted that he had never tested elves before. Aesir asked in surprise what he meant, but the dwarves often came in. They constantly aspired to become sorcerers for the sake of magical weapons, although only a few had the talent for it. The examiner carefully opened the metal toolbox. Aesir took 2 metal rods and at the command brought them together. The room was instantly flooded with blinding light. The man nodded in satisfaction. The perfect result made the elf jump for joy. Next came the options. The military academy was ruled out due to the citizenship and service requirement. The Academy of Adventurers taught how to fight monsters, which was also irrelevant. The third Academy of Basic Magic sounded a bit dull. The final step is to find a personal mentor. The examiner sighed heavily. Aesir tensed up, sensing a trap. The man warned directly, modern sorcerers are deadly envious of the power of spirits, so the elf will face nothing but refusals. After all, Odin is a city of magic, so they wished it good luck and promised support. A week has passed. Wherever Aesir went, he was met with icy stares. Dozens of craftsmen pointed him to the door. The examiner was right. Envy burned all the bridges. To avoid going crazy from despair, the elf had been swinging a hammer at the blacksmith guild for 3 weeks. Dragging heavy bags, he remembered his old master. The gnome once hinted that the magic of spirits is also a kind of sorcery. Aesir was seriously considering giving up and going to the basic academy when a client walked in. The elf dropped a heavy load to the floor with a thud. The light-haired young man stared intently at him. He asked tensely if he was the same elf blacksmith. As soon as Aesir nodded affirmatively, the stranger revealed something completely unexpected. He fell to his knees right in the middle of the workshop and shouted, "Take me as your apprentice." Aesir, in a panic, tried to pull the boy off his leg. The boy clutched his leg with a dead grip. "Then let her go," the elf shouted desperately. Later, they sat down to catch their breath. The young man introduced himself as Koshman, and he was already a true magician. Aesir frankly did not understand why the sorcerer was interested in blacksmithing. The answer came instantly. Koshman was dreaming of creating a magical sword. It turned out that his own mentor was a rare gnome wizard. He had a workshop in the city and forged magical equipment himself. Under his guidance, the young man not only mastered magic but also began studying the properties of equipment. But a few years ago, the gnome was suddenly recalled home. In the end, the master stated that from now on Koshman must develop on his own. The young man became a recognized mage, but he never learned to forge until he saw the blade of Aesir. At first, he decided that a distinguished gnome crafter had arrived in the city, and immediately rushed to the guild to check. What a shock it was for him when the author turned out to be an elf. Indeed, this elf received the license specifically from the dwarf. Aesir turned pale. His personal data was just leaked to the first passerby. Koshman began to plead again, swearing to do anything for the sake of learning. Suddenly, Aesir remembered how he once brazenly fought his way to become a student of the old gnome. Now he was doing exactly the same thing, indulgently listening to the petitioner. A sly smile blossomed on his face. "Anything you say," he asked, looking intently at the young man. The elf proposed the perfect exchange. He would teach him to forge and he would teach him magic. Koshman was taken aback with surprise, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Agreed." They shook hands, fully understanding that fate had brought them together. That same evening, Koshman brought the elf to his studio. Inside was a luxurious forge, exactly like that of the old master Aesir. The wizard eagerly asked what the first order would be. Aesir sat by the stove and quietly confessed that he just wanted to hear the sound of metal again. Koshman smiled warmly, feeling how deeply the elf missed his mentor. They decided to start with the simplest ordinary blade. The young man's face shone with pure joy. Here, before the burning mountain, the blacksmith and the wizard realized, they are 2 wings of one bird. Koshman glanced at his new partner. Aesir responded with a calm, confident smile. The next morning, magic lessons began. The first task was to draw out mana without tools. The elf simply snapped his fingers, and pure energy instantly flared up in his palms. Koshman warns, usually people struggle with this first barrier for weeks. It was now clear, the local mages had no idea of the true potential of the high elves. Koshman was pleased that he could skip wasting time on basic exercises and immediately moved on to techniques. Next came the complex theory, words, intentions, and patterns intertwine into formulas. Kosman called a mountain of books to the table. Magic is the continuous work of countless generations. It finally dawned on Aesir. For an ordinary mage who has been gnawing at the granite of science for years, the innate connection of the elf with spirits looks like a blatant cheat code. But the young man just laughed, comparing it to a bird's envy of a fire-breathing dragon. He confidently stated, "If there is desire and talent, no one's envy matters." Aesir smiled sincerely, shedding this stone from his soul. After lunch, the roles changed, and they moved to the anvil. The first product of the young magician was ordinary nails. While hammering, they continuously discussed ideas for the perfect weapon. Between reading heavy tomes and snacking, the friends were examining the drawings in old books, and they laughed heartily. After all, deep down they remained just two boys obsessed with the dream of creating the coolest sword in the world. The new life of the High Elf continued. Aesir was pondering whether to enter the Academy of Sorcery or to become an apprentice. Soon he received a package with boarskin and a sealed letter. The message came from Arena. The royal family executed the noble slave owners, but never apologized to the elves. Aesir simply sighed. Without their care, the forests of Ludria will turn into lairs of monsters in a few years. The elf refugees have firmly decided not to return without public acknowledgement of guilt. He was grimly reading the lines. It will take a long time to wait for repentance from the rulers. Koshman thoughtfully brought tea, while his friend lamented the long separation from his mentor Kika. However, there was another piece of news hidden in the letter. One of the elf maidens became pregnant by a human. Arena asked Aesir to take the half-blood under his care as soon as he grows a little. Such children are allotted a significantly shorter lifespan, but it was this that once convinced the elders to preserve their lives. Koshman was surprised at how an elf could raise a child who would age much faster than him. But Aesir had to take responsibility for his own words. The comrade sighed sympathetically upon seeing the unwavering determination in his eyes. The elf was already dreaming of how he would endlessly pamper the girl or fish together with the boy. Children do not necessarily have to have a knack for communicating with spirits. Ahead lay hundreds of paths: blacksmithing, swordsmanship, or magic. Koshman smiled and promised to support his friend on this new journey. Aesir silently vowed to become the best protector for the child, even if he was destined to outlive her. A whole year has passed so unnoticed. Friends silently meditated on the carpet for hours every day. They argued for a long time about magical tools that often lost to ordinary spells in speed. However, during a sudden ambush, long verbal formulas became useless. An artifact with instant activation could save the wizard's life. Therefore, the ideal tool had to perform only one narrow function. Both doubted whether this idea would find practical application. However, Koshman happily suggested creating the first prototype. The elf's eyes sparkled with excitement. They decided to start experiments with a simple metal rod. The joint work in the workshop has heated up. The magic gradually saturated the material. Time was passing relentlessly. Evenings flew by reading ancient tomes. The elf intricately engraved microscopic runes on steel. The seasons were changing. The third year of their studies has begun. Aesir admitted that he has a phenomenal memory only for things that interest him. Meanwhile, a large-scale war broke out in the north with the army of Drathia. The students of Odin were mobilized to the front, and one of them took their experimental wand. During the night attack by enemy cavalry, the artifact saved the boy's life with an instant barrier. The military was so impressed by the reliability of the tool that they widely adopted it. Now Koshman has become the only recognized expert in magical artifacts in the city. Dozens of requests for mentorship poured in for him, but the boy irritably refused everyone because he wanted to study only weapons. The council insisted on the immediate publication of his research. Military officials twisted his arms quite a bit, demanding that he share his knowledge. Koshman took on the task of composing the spell formula, while Aesir carved it directly onto the blade. Having received consent, they shook hands and took up their swords. Aesir planned to take the half-elf in 2 years. By that time, each of them was to forge their own perfect magical weapon. They stood confidently back to back. Work on the drawings has intensified with new vigor. Koshman carefully struck symbols on the heated metal. They were feverishly crafting prototype after prototype right in the workshop. Nights passed with exhausting calculations by the fireplace. They fiercely sparred, testing the steel for strength. The fourth year of joint training has begun. Both were shocked and froze over the workbench. They finally managed to forge a real magical sword. Koshman hesitated with excitement, suggesting to check him in action. The person firmly grabbed the handle and sharply poured the mana into it. The blade ignited in a roaring black flame at that very moment. The weapon turned out flawless. Aesir thought warmly about how fortunate fate had brought their paths together. The master laughed happily, wiping away tears of joy. The elf smiled sincerely in response. Now it is Aesir's turn to forge his weapon. The forge was once again immersed in the rhythmic clanging of hammers and the hissing of water. The 5th year was coming to an end with an official exam in combat magic. The examiner strictly examined the candidates. Aesir confidently stepped forward to receive the status of a wizard. The leaders pleaded to grant Koshman the title of mage. Otherwise, his brilliant inventions would block the way for all other students. Aesir suddenly threw his hand towards the target. A terrible explosion shattered the massive rock into tiny dust. The elf understood perfectly. To protect his friend from intrigues, he had to help him obtain this title. The commission was stunned to award the exam with the highest score. Having received the certificate, he calmly set off home. Opening the door, Aesir joyfully announced his success. His comrade warmly congratulated him on his dual title of Elven Blacksmith and Wizard. It was time to go for the child, and Koshman handed his friend the brand new sheath. 5 long years of training culminated in the creation of their main weapon. The person admitted that they can't stand children, but they are eagerly looking forward to meeting the elf's ward. Aesir asked if Koshman would find a student to pass on his knowledge. All these years, the guy never became interested in relationships, completely immersing himself in science. He philosophically replied that the artifacts he created would equally outlive their creator. The elf's fingers naturally rested on the hilt. He admired the blade that obeyed only its owner perfectly. The blade became so thin that it seemed like a toy. However, the embedded spell made it sharper than a razor and stronger than a rock. The sheaths were forged from the spirit's silver. Thanks to this, the sword continuously drew magic directly from the elf's body during regular wear. Koshman's weapon had destructive power, while Aesir's blade became the pinnacle of narrow specialization. They jokingly discussed how epic their fire and ice swords would look in a joint battle. But now their life paths were diverging. The friends stopped at the crossroads outside the city gates. Aesir smiled warmly. He promised to return to Odin if his adopted son also wanted to master magic, even if by that time Koshman has already aged. The elf looked up at the sky with a light heart. The wizard Aesir left the city, walking towards a new fate. Aesir sat on a stone by the forest river, leisurely stretching his stiff shoulders. 120 years of peaceful life as a reborn high elf had frankly bored him. He unfolded his homemade map with a loud rustle. The gaze slid over familiar lands, the restless Ludria, hostile territories, and finally Zank, his current goal. There were only 2 days of travel left to the capital. However, the elf's thoughts were occupied by only one thing: the half-elf child. Spirits swirled around him, as if sensing his excitement before the unknown. Soon he was already standing in front of a cozy inn in the capital of Zaints. The soft bed in the room seemed to him a true luxury after the long journey. The silence was interrupted by a knock, and Aesir called for the guest to come in. He immediately got up to meet. Irina stood on the threshold in light armor and noticed from the doorway that this time he looked much friendlier. Aesir suggested she sit down and immediately got to the point. He asked if the royal family of Ludria would soon issue an official apology. The girl sighed and spoke about the hard times. Due to the economic decline, people were fleeing en masse from the eastern regions. This weakness and halt in exports have already attracted the predatory eyes of neighboring states. Irina assured that the crown would definitely work and thanked, without Azira, they wouldn't have come this far. However, a bright smile suddenly blossomed on Irina's face. Aesir blinked in surprise. She sincerely admitted that she simply does not want the country, which has become home to important people in her life, to fall apart. Irina believed that Aesir would easily handle the monsters and return the elves to the forest. To her, he remained someone more than just a traveler, a true hero who creates history with his own hands. Therefore, the girl was not worried at all about their future. Aesir awkwardly changed the subject and asked where the baby was now. Irina replied that the child is resting in her room. The elf abruptly stood up, ready to go. But the girl asked to wait until the spirits announced their awakening themselves. She suddenly became serious and asked if Aesir had really thought everything through. Irina reminded that half-elves live much shorter than higher beings, and he tends to get too attached. She was afraid that adoption would only bring him pain from the inevitable loss. The girl even suggested that she was simply projecting her own fears onto him. Before Ezra's eyes, images of her human friends flashed by who would inevitably grow old. He directly reminded Irina that she would leave this life much earlier than he would. If he had succumbed to the fear of loss and closed himself off, he would not have been able to get close to anyone at all, and such an existence seemed unbearable to him. A memory from a past life vividly flashed in my mind. His human friend always advised to live without regret here and now. The ghost had almost forgotten his face, but these words had etched themselves into the soul forever. Suddenly, a luminous spirit butterfly flashed above them. The baby woke up. Yezir moved towards the door, throwing in at the last moment that he was not going to cut himself off from the world and would live life to the fullest. The door to the neighboring room creaked quietly. A little boy was sitting on the bed and amusingly rubbing his sleepy eyes. Ezra's heart skipped a beat from this incredible cuteness. He flinched and suddenly clutched his chest, trying to control his emotions. The elf quietly cleared his throat, drawing the child's attention. He cautiously approached closer, remembering that the boy still did not have a name. The baby, suddenly spellbound, stretched out the word beautiful, looking straight at him. Ezir looked at his own hand in surprise. The child had seen the immortal nature of his elven soul. It was this gift that once revealed him before Irina, and now it ensured that the boy would easily communicate with spirits. The wizard smiled as he reached out to the little one and gently tugged at his cheek. The boy amusingly squinted from such unusual caresses. From the side, it looked strange, but both were genuinely enjoying the moment. The elf gently took the baby's face in his hands. In memory, a letter from Irina surfaced about a child born in winter and still left unnamed. The eagle glanced into the big children's eyes and made a final decision. From now on, the boy will be called Win. He called himself Ezir and added that the forest elves also referred to him as the child of the maple. The man gently stroked Win's light hair, promising to become his guardian and true friend. The boy blinked carefully, processing what he had heard, and then he barely nodded, accepting a new life. Yasir was once again almost melted with emotion. He hesitantly reached out his hands and pressed his palms against the elf's cheeks. The rider lifted the boy by the waist. He felt immense joy from the fact that he decided to take him in. The spirit outside joyfully swirled in the air. The elf raised Vin high above himself. He pressed the baby to his chest, happy just because he had come into the world. Suddenly, a terrible thought struck him. What should he do next? Life without a clear plan was no longer suitable, especially with a child in his hands, and Irina would simply kill him for that. Yezir nervously paced the room, realizing that he needed a job and a good example for his son. Therefore, it will be necessary to find someone to take care of Vin while he earns money. The flower from Ladria would be perfect, but it was too early to return there before the official reconciliation. Karina from Villastrike fell off immediately. A leader of a spy network cannot be trusted like a baby. Koshman fell away from Odin instantly. This fool once taught the worst to Ezir himself, so it is deadly dangerous to let him near the child. Suddenly, a spirit fluttered above him, and the elf joyfully exclaimed, having found a solution. Soon they were sitting under the sign of the local tavern, and Irina openly stated that she was in shock. The girl could hardly believe that he had thought so carefully about the future. Usually, the mighty Ezir solved problems only as they arose, but for the sake of the child, he had to grow up. The elf smiled and acknowledged this, and when Win humorously burped, he confidently scheduled the departure for tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, Irina warmly said goodbye to them on the sunlit capital street. The boat smoothly carried them from Zank towards new lands. The baby was sweetly sleeping on the road, snuggling up to the new father. Consulting the map, they reached the cozy apple town of Ardino. While looking around the local streets, Ezir finally realized that he had truly accepted the boy into his life. At the local inn, he immediately asked Win to greet the blonde girl at the counter. It was Nana, and she almost squealed with delight upon seeing such a cute baby. The girl immediately begged to hold Vin on her hands. Yezir took the opportunity and admitted that he is looking for a reliable person to supervise his son while he works. He planned to settle here for a couple of years and offered the girl a generous payment for nanny services. Nana actually shone with happiness upon hearing that Ezir had remembered her and trusted her so much. She assured that Mom would definitely not mind, and the elf sighed with relief. The girl was already joyfully chirping to Vin, how fun they would both be working together at the inn. The little one smiled. The baby didn't understand anything yet, but over time he would definitely adapt to the new people. Touched, Nana suggested treating them to a pasta casserole, and the loud rumbling in Azira's stomach reminded him that he was terribly hungry. After 120 years of peaceful life, the elf Ezir was frankly bored. They were resting in a cozy cafe on the corner. An appetizing fruit tart was displayed on the table. The company enjoyed looking at the desserts. The legs swayed carefully under the table. Nana joked that apple pies would attract more elves to her establishment. Ezir admitted that he himself loved such pastries. The girl joyfully counted all the local delicacies. Ezir watched with a smile as the dirty little Vin looked on. He once dreamed of embarking on a real gastronomic tour of the continent with the boy. But he understood, the half-elf had significantly less time. A familiar from the Blacksmiths Guild unexpectedly interrupted their lunch. The boy blinked in surprise. Ezir recalled how he worked for them 6 years ago. The warm welcome genuinely pleased the elf. However, he decided to spend time with Vin first, and only then go to the guild. A whole month has passed in carefree relaxation. The master offered Azira a choice: repairing city equipment or training newcomers. The old elf's sword still hung in a place of honor as a benchmark of craftsmanship. Ezir sincerely thanked for being relieved of the crowd of fans. The third was the Lord's proposal. The king of Travia wished for an audience with the elf blacksmith. The man suggested taking on any convenient work. The elf unhesitatingly chose armor repair. The master warned that the guild would not be able to fully capture the student's interest. They headed to the forge. Ahead awaited work in a spacious workshop. The blacksmiths joyfully greeted an old friend. A quiet morning was broken by a child's cry. He was in tears, refusing to let Azira go to work. Ezir promised to return in the evening and definitely play with him. Nana gently urged the boy to play with his peers by the well. Games with human children and their beetles turned out to be a dubious pleasure. The girl gently hugged the little one, teaching him to protect his own boundaries. Ezir decided to dedicate his day off to learning Vin. The boy was still too small for combat training, so the elf started with the simplest thing: communicating with the spirits of nature. The little spirits of the wind joyfully swirled around the small half-elf. Ezir explained that true magic requires respect and the right request. He was used to receiving care and things for free. The sky darkened. Molly was listening carefully. The boy had to learn independence. Thoughts lay heavily on the heart. The elf clenched his fist tightly. The child's difficult past has left its mark. Therefore, Ezir firmly decided to teach him the proper communication with spirits. In life, no one will serve everything on a silver platter. You have to know how to ask. This was the most important lesson. The wizard smoothly uttered the call, and the spirits swirled above the leaves. The magic gently enveloped them, and the elf suggested the boy try it himself. Life in the city went on as usual. The next step was mathematics and money. Little Vinny was already 7 years old, although he barely looked 4. Nana was genuinely happy about the clever student's successes. Ezir tried to compensate for the difficult childhood of the little one with boundless love. Instead of strict rules, the boy always received a double portion of sweets. A whole year has passed. Nana cautiously suggested sending Vin to the church school. There he could learn to read and write faster and find friends. But Ezir would prefer that the boy form his own views of the world. The local church held free lessons and assessed magical potential. The elf gently covered the sleeping child, categorically unwilling to part with him. For the high elves, the first year of life stretched out over decades. Half-elves matured a bit faster in 2 to 3 years. However, human peers will soon leave Vinna far behind. The encounter with different flows of time was inevitable for the boy. Ezir sighed heavily. He called Nana for a conversation. The elf decided not to lie and to tell the girl the truth about their origin. Nana silently listened to the fact that immortal beings live next to her. In a year and a half, a letter from Irina arrived. It was time to head to Ludria. He cried hysterically, refusing to leave the house. To calm the little one, Ezir suggested making a farewell gift for Nana. They set off in search of the most beautiful stone. The boy excitedly pointed at the find. An perfect pomegranate gleamed in his tiny palm. Ezir personally carved a luxurious box for decoration. A difficult day of farewell has come. The girl gently looked at the excited little boy. He ceremoniously handed her his gift. The boy sincerely asked to keep the pendant forever. Nana cautiously asked if she could open the gift now. Opening the lid, Nana froze. Inside, an incredible garnet sparkled on a chain. She knew perfectly well the meaning of this stone. Unchanging love and friendship. Tears streamed down her cheeks like hail. The baby blinked in fear. Nana turned away, struggling with her sobs to avoid upsetting the child even more. But Win couldn't hold back and also burst into tears, begging to stay. Azira had to literally pull the baby away from the crying girl. They left the city to the bitter sobs of children. The elf tightly held the sorrowful boy close to him. It was impossible to leave him in this town forever. Nana gave him love, but she could not protect him from the dangers of this world. He reproached himself for the farewell being so painful. Now their path lay towards the dangerous Ludria. There, Irina was waiting for them, along with the forests that were teeming with monsters. The boy did not stop crying, but Ezir had to make sure that his partner was alive. The new journey was meant to help Vinny understand the flow of time and find new friends. The elf quietly promised that this was not forever, and they would definitely return. The wind rustled the raincoat. The horse stopped on the hill, allowing Vin to cry out all his pain. He wanted the child to fully experience every emotion. Azira's only dream was to see this little one grow up strong and happy. The capital of the kingdom of Ludria loomed ahead. The little Vinna's father carried him through the noisy crowd, catching suspicious glances and whispers from passers-by. The elf gently held the boy close, assuring him that everything was fine. They chose the longer route east to avoid the earthquake-damaged lands, but it did not save them from sidelong glances until a familiar butcher called out to them. The man joyfully recognized Azira, to whom he had once forged a knife. Hearing that the traveler was heading to the dojo of Ki, the butcher forcefully shoved a large bundle of meat into his hands. Yezer blinked in confusion, holding the treat. Zdorovany promised to help with the knives in the future, and the elf smiled gratefully. Suddenly, the butcher shouted at little Vinny, making him flinch in fear. The butcher boasted that he had the best goods in the capital and invited people to come in again. The riders from Venezia waved goodbye to him and continued on their way. Finally, the travelers reached the gates of the Yashoguryu dojo. Ezir calmly glanced at the guards. The students immediately blocked the entrance, firmly stating that outsiders were not allowed. The elf did not argue and simply shoved a meat roll into one of them. A whisper ran through the crowd. Other students recognized the wayward first student who once rebuilt their dojo. Kika appeared at the doorstep with her mother and 2 children. A small boy timidly peeked out from behind the guest's back. Kika smiled warmly at the boy when Ezir said that he had adopted him after recent events. The woman introduced her children, Mizuka and Shizuki, and asked them to treat Vin as a younger brother. Ki's mother offered the guest his old room and asked if he would have rice for dinner. The old woman gently sighed, looking tenderly at the restless elf. Yezer blinked questioningly. A few weeks passed, and the children were already joyfully running around the yard playing dodgeball. Shizuki called out to Azira with a laugh. The exhausted students ran up to the elf, begging him to go to the master and calm her down. Azir admitted that in the last few weeks he had been forging blades for Kika and playing with Vin, so his attempt not to disturb the other students backfired. It turned out that Kika had become so fierce during training that she openly scared everyone around her. Ezir carefree recalled how he once forged a sword for her, and she flew on the wings of happiness for an entire month. He went out into the yard and asked Keisha to demonstrate her stance. The woman's eyes narrowed in tense anticipation. She exhaled heavily. Kika ordered to put aside the wooden sword and use real weapons. Ezir placed his hand on the hilt of the magical blade created together with Koshman. He admitted that he still had not fully mastered this sword. The blade whistled as it flew out of the sheath. The swordsman's gaze instantly became sharp and focused. He froze in a combat stance. The blade gleamed dazzlingly against the sun. The elf's attention narrowed to the thin metal in his hands. One swift, lightning-fast swing, and the blade sliced through the air with a dull roar. The students and children stared in shock at this display of strength, but Kika's face had turned to stone. The elf sighed with pleasure, hiding his weapon under the captivated whispers of the audience. But the woman looked at him with a cold, heavy expression. She admitted that the sword is truly incredible. Ezir wanted to ask her about her own successes. Kika dryly cut off that the conversation would wait. Kika admitted he did not abandon training even while traveling, and his skill only increased. Later she asked him point-blank, had he ever drawn his sword during his travels? Yezer was taken aback by such a question. The woman dryly stated, his stance is unfit for battle and he himself does not aspire to become stronger. The elf remembered how he had chopped enemy blades in Wellestria. But Kika clearly saw he had stopped developing and was just putting on a show. She delivered a harsh verdict, he has no prospects at all. The mentor directly told Azira that he lacks the passion for battle. He lacks fighting spirit. The woman sadly lowered her eyes. The elf was stunned by these words. Kika sighed heavily, hiding her bitter disappointment. Yazir was disheartened, realizing her correctness. He silently looked down at his feet, not knowing how to fix it, while the woman sent everyone to training. A few more weeks passed, and the landscape changed to the snowy mountains of northern Ludria. Yezir went there at Irina's request to stop the invasion of the Feudal Empire. He jumped through the ravines, pondering that the weakness of the kingdom was the fault of their new monarch. The elves made considerable efforts to establish peace agreements, and the war would undermine their work. Yezir honestly admitted that it is simply more beneficial for his people to have predictable neighbors. Better people who know their place than those who see elves as just a toy. He stopped and smiled. Now people would owe him a lot. The elf stood at the edge of the abyss above the artificial path through the mountains. Closing his eyes, he called upon the spirits of the earth. The magic struck the rocks, and the ground beneath the feet trembled. The mountains collapsed with a roar, burying the mountain pass completely. Yezir scratched his head. If he had the fighting spirit, he would go and fight the Imperials himself. But he just smiled carelessly. It was not to his liking. The traveler recalled Key's perfect movements and his desire to wield a sword just as well. However, the motivation to become more deadly never appeared in him. He waved his hand to his partner, completely satisfied with the role of a medal-waving enthusiast. Maybe someday he will change his mind. The memory pierced. When he confessed this to Keisha, she bitterly replied that she would not live to see his triumph. A year passed, and Ezir continued to live in the dojo, working on a sword for the king. The disappointed face of the mentor wouldn't leave his mind, so he decided to take Vin and go somewhere. Thoughts of a change of scenery, fish, meat, and drinks quickly lifted his spirits. Suddenly, Shizuki ran up to him with a broom in her hands. Yezir turned around in surprise. The boy took a deep breath and loudly voiced his request. He bowed low, pleading to be taken with them to Viscourt. The elf thought for a moment and decided that the idea was not bad. He was going to show Vinna these lands anyway. He agreed, but warned about the long walk. And then he added that first he needed to ask for permission from his mom or grandma, otherwise he would be taken for a kidnapper. Shizuki firmly assured that he would ask his grandmother. Ezir nervously swallowed. The little one knew for sure that the stern Kika would not let him go. Despite the elf's doubts, Shizuki managed to obtain permission, and the joyful trio set off on their journey. The long journey through the forests turned into a real children's adventure with overnight stays by the campfire. Finally, the tall walls of Viscourt appeared on the horizon. The guard greeted Ezir as a citizen and let the group inside. The elf walked on the cobblestones, recalling how he first arrived here 15 years ago. He stroked Vin's head, brushing away an unwelcome tear of nostalgia. The boy looked at him with concern, but Ezir assured him that everything was fine. Suddenly, a cheerful shout rang out. A familiar knight in armor was running towards them. It was Rodner, who once let them into the city a long time ago. The knight laughed loudly, not believing his own happiness at such a meeting. The men greeted each other warmly, and Rodner gladly welcomed the whole company. Later, they approached the luxurious stone estate of Creyas and Martina. Ezir decisively knocked on the door with a massive ring. A stranger maid opened the door and cautiously asked who had come, and the elf cheerfully introduced himself as Ezir. With a broad smile, Ezir asked if the host were home. The unfamiliar maid froze in confusion when the guest asked for his house keys back. Suddenly, a joyful gasp was heard from behind her back. Martina ran out to them, not having aged at all, and rushed to greet her old friend. She immediately offered him to stay the night, promising a quick return of her husband. The woman looked at the children behind the elf in surprise. Martina was confused because Irina didn't tell her anything about the children. Ezir introduced his named son Vin and Shizuki, the son of the woman to whom he owed a lot. That same night, when Creyas had already returned, Ezir was sitting in the bedroom and thinking intently. He recalled Shizuki's gaze during the introduction to the host of the house. And suddenly, I realized the striking external resemblance of the boy to Creyas. Elfa was struck by a thought. Could it be that Creyas is the father of Shizuki and Mizuka? But it seemed impossible. There was only mutual respect between him and Kihi, and the man had been married for a long time. Ezir dismissed this thought. Kika would never destroy someone else's family. Questions swarmed in his head. Does Shizuki know the truth, and why did Kiha let him come here? Eventually, the elf gave in and dismissed his thoughts. No matter who the parents of these children were, Ki loved them above all else, and that was enough for Ezira. He quietly lay down in bed next to the sleeping babies. With a warm smile, Ezir wished them good night, promising to always be there. At dinner, Shizuki, the young heir of the school, unexpectedly challenged Sir Kreyas to a duel. Yezir nearly choked, blinking his eyes in surprise. Mizuka tensed, burning the guest with her gaze. Kreyas silently exchanged glances with his wife, seeking permission. The cup tinkled, the challenge is accepted. Ezir understood the little one's plan and suggested they fight with wooden swords after the meal. Soon, a loud knocking of wood echoed outside. The boy fiercely attacked the knight, but the veteran was playing with him, fending off blows with just his left hand. Mizuka loudly encouraged her brother, while Ezir noted that over the years, Kreyas had relied not on strength but on pure skill. The knight danced easily around the boy, and the elf recognized him as a true prodigy of the blade. Shizuki poured all his anger into every swing, but Kreyas just smiled, demanding him to continue. The wizard watched the dance of swords enchantingly. The true motives of adults remained a complete mystery to the elf. The fight resembled more of a friendly game, without a trace of hostility. Ezir smiled warmly, deciding to simply trust this family. Suddenly, Shizuki tripped and hit himself in the face with his sword. Blood spurted from his nose, the boy turned red with shame while the knight apologetically expressed his concern. The little one stubbornly wiped his face with his sleeve. He firmly demanded a continuation. A month passed and an outraged Mizuka confronted Ezir, demanding explanations as to why he was only training her brother. Under the pressure of the girl, he gave in and promised to take her and little Vinny on the hike. The mother and grandmother calmly let the children go for one night. Due to these whims, Ezira had to forge the exhibition sword at a frantic pace. And so the trio set off to the deep forest near the capital. The traveler walked relaxed, as he had recently cleared this area of monsters. Suddenly, the girl joyfully pointed her finger at the dark cave. The elf nervously smiled, explaining that it was the lair of a giant snake. Mizuka instantly drew her weapon, ready for battle. But when Ezir warned that the killed snake would have to be eaten for lunch, her enthusiasm immediately faded. Observing the children, the elf pondered their strict upbringing. Despite the love of their relatives, they desperately lacked a parental figure. That is why Shizuki fiercely attacked Kreyas, while Mizuka demanded attention. They delved into the thicket. The trees parted, revealing a view of a colossal, glowing tree of magic. Little Vinny froze with his mouth open. The priest explained that this sacred place can only be seen by those who feel the spirits. For the elves, such trees were a true treasure. He tugged at the mentor's sleeve. Ezir lowered his gaze. In the middle of the grass, a solitary, out-of-season flower has bloomed. The elf joyfully announced that the forest welcomes them, and it's time to prepare dinner. Night has descended upon the earth. They sat by the fire, savoring rabbit meat, and Mizuka sincerely thanked for this day. With eyes full of stars, she asked if she would make a good adventurer. The traveler paused for a moment under the crackle of the flames, and then he joked that for this, she would have to learn to love snake meat. The girl frowned indignantly at his loud laughter. He gently tugged her cheek. She still had plenty of time to choose her path. In Ezra's imagination, armor was already being envisioned that he would forge for her, just as he once did for her mother. The following days dissolved in peaceful worries, games, and measuring the height of the little ones. Flocks of birds flew over the roof. Yezir often sat up high, listening to the wind. Time flew relentlessly. Shared dinners at the large table became their warmest tradition. The children grew up, not letting go of their training swords. Years flowed by like sand. It has been a full 8 years since his return to the dojo. The grown-up twins entered the forge and called him to the old mentor. Next to him stood Win. He had just barely grown, clutching a broom in his hands. Yezir thanked the boy for his help and went after the elders. 8 years alongside people. For her 15th birthday, he gifted Mizusa and Shizuki magical blades, painfully aware of how far behind them he was. Win. The half-elf found it extremely difficult to accept his different flow of time, but the support of his brother and sister helped him get through this rebellious period. Yezir looked at the students with quiet pride. He stopped in front of the shoji and quietly asked for permission to enter. On the bed lay Kika's emaciated mother, whose health was rapidly fading. The old woman barely whispered that her end was already near. Ezir knelt down, preparing to hear her final confession. The woman recalled her long-standing fear of leaving her daughter alone when her husband died and her lungs failed. But then you appeared, her voice trembled. She admitted that at first she was afraid to let a stranger into the house with the two women. He not only saved her from illness but also rebuilt the dojo and reconciled them with their enemies. The woman smiled. Thanks to him, her daughter had grown into an outstanding warrior. Ezir froze, listening to how he was called the light that dispelled their darkness. The woman categorically rejected his modesty, and then she sighed heavily, but with your departure you have placed a curse on my daughter." The elf shuddered, not believing his own ears. The old woman stared at the ceiling with a vacant gaze. She knew that he never wished them harm. Kika did everything, ran the school, took in students, gave birth to children. She rubbed her hands to the bone during training. And all this is just for one hope, to see Azira again. Kika urged Creyas to become the father of her heirs, forever renouncing a true marriage. Azira seemed to have been struck by lightning. That's why the knight and his wife agreed to this madness. Creyas and Martina understood this pain all too well. Once the elf arena left Creyas precisely because of the chasm in the duration of their lives. Martina likely persuaded her husband to help, not wanting Keisha to experience the same loneliness. The old woman croaked that her daughter was on the brink of despair. The friends were just afraid that Kika would break down if she was rejected. Yezir sat pale, crushed by this truth. He hid his face in his hands, horrified by what he had done. "You stole her heart," the old woman said quietly. "It was the curse of love." Kika dedicated her sword and all her short human life to him, faithfully waiting for his return. A dying woman confessed that she once fiercely resented him for this, but now it has all passed. His return brought them absolute happiness, and Kika became a wonderful mother. A trembling, wrinkled hand reached out for the blanket. He carefully and firmly squeezed her fingers. The woman understood that their life paths were moving at different speeds, and she did not ask him to stay forever. She begged for only one thing, that he would never forget her daughter's love. The old woman quietly passed away into eternity 5 days after the oath was taken. Death has become just another page of the past. One day, Ezir was sitting on the veranda, examining a letter from the gnome Isekai'D. He explained to Vinny that an old friend urgently needed a qualified assistant. The elf admitted that all his recent victories in the forges were merely a result of the absence of dwarves. The letter turned out to be an invitation to a grand blacksmith tournament. Ezir ran his finger over the uneven runes. He announced that he was heading to the land of the dwarves and asked Vin about his plans. The boy smiled warmly, deciding to keep him company. Kika, who was standing nearby, mockingly remarked that the elf would almost perish. Ezir laughed and jokingly began to teach Vin gnome greetings through a punch to the jaw, hoping that the boy would find a friend for a century on his journey. 3 months before their departure, Ezir and Kika sat on the porch under the starry sky. The woman asked with slight anxiety if he would return. Ezir looked into the yard and quietly said that he wants to be by her side when her life comes to an end. He returned to her with a bright smile. It was his response to her feelings. Death is not the end, as he has seen reincarnation with his own eyes. The elf promised to live on as a spirit and wait for a miracle, even if centuries pass. He will cherish her until his last breath and will never forget. Kika lowered her eyes, absorbing every word he said. Tears of happiness shimmered on her cheeks, and she whispered that she would wait for their new meeting. Ezir looked at her with boundless tenderness. The years had covered her face with wrinkles, but for him, she remained the most beautiful in the world. Snow-capped peaks loomed to the north of Ludria, concealing the path to the closed land of the dwarves. 2 travelers stubbornly crossed the snowy pass. The burly dwarf was pulling a huge backpack, occasionally checking if his big-eared companion had fallen behind. The guide smiled kindly to himself. He always thought elves were too frail for such mountains. Azira was affected by this. He denied it, hitting his chest, as if he was used to hard work and the icy wind was held back by familiar spirits. The gnome just laughed loudly. In his bottomless backpack, little Win was sweetly drooling in his sleep. Only one ridge remained. According to all local laws, neither humans nor elves were allowed to even approach these lands. But Ezir had an ace up his sleeve. A letter from an influential gnome and a license from a master blacksmith opened any doors. It all started in the guild, where they found him a local guide. At first, he outright refused to take the stranger to his homeland. Then Azira changed tactics. He dragged the stubborn one to the tavern and for hours drowned him in stories about his brilliant mentor. After dozens of empty mugs and plates, the ice melted. The drunken gnome was tired of listening to these odes, while the elf with a sausage in hand could barely stand on his feet. They shook hands. The guide agreed to lead them through the mountains on one condition: unlimited drinks at Ezir's expense. They set off in 2 weeks. The elf smelled so strongly of alcohol that Vinna almost threw up. And here they reached their destination. The entrance to the gnome state was hidden in a giant mountain cave. Inside sprawled a true monumental city with stone walls, where tens of thousands of dwarves lived. The guard at the gate immediately blocked their way. stop. The envoy with a proud smile pulled out the letters with seals, and the stern guards gaped in shock. The heavy grates creaked as they lifted, allowing the travelers to pass. In the eyes of Ezir and Vin, the majestic architecture of the underground megapolis was reflected. They marched through the streets to the master's estate. A commotion erupted around them. The locals simply couldn't believe they were seeing live elves. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocked the path. The fierce, bearded man roared down the street, demanding to drive the miscreants away, ignoring any excuses. Borodin did not want to hear any excuses. They said that elves would never be guests there. Ezir just smiled with joy. He liked dwarves who say everything to your face instead of whispering behind your back. He gently patted Vin on the head, ordered him to step back, and clearly stated his name. The elf took a combat stance, flashing a predatory gaze. Try to drive me away. From such audacity, the big man was momentarily stunned, staring at the outstretched finger of the stranger. A crowd of gnomes gathered, urging Grunder not to embarrass himself in front of the stranger. Growling angrily, the attacker clenched his fist with a loud crack. He called Ezir a herbivore and swung his thick, log-like arm. A blow the warrior did not dodge. He met the fist with his own. A dull crack echoed. The gnome fell to the ground, holding onto his shattered fingers while the crowd froze. Ezir didn't even flinch. They stood frozen with their mouths agape. A wide, cheeky smile blossomed on his face. The attacker groaned at the elf's feet while the others stared at the scene in confusion. "My master hits much harder," the winner exclaimed loudly. He calmly shook off his hands and moved on. The beaten one tried to snap back, but quickly calmed down under the elf's icy gaze. Soon they approached Aswald's luxurious estate. In the living room, they were greeted by the mentor himself. He immediately scolded the student for the fight that had taken place. Ezir sat with his face covered in band-aids and guiltily looked away. He just wanted to protect his reputation. Isekai'D sighed heavily. Now everyone is talking not about him bringing the elf but about how that elf defeated Grunder. The young wife of the gnome entered the room with tea, and Ezir immediately made a joke about baby snatching. The master brushed off the jokes. He understood the boy's motives and sincerely appreciated his dedication. But suddenly there was hurt in the mentor's voice. Does Ezir really think so little of his teacher that he needs to defend him against street onlookers? The elf fell silent in embarrassment. He quietly apologized, acknowledging his own wrongdoing. Isekai'D was a man of immense pride. He hadn't asked anyone for help in so long that he simply forgot how to do it. Isekai'D slyly grinned and moved straight towards the student. The gnome sharply slapped the elf on the back so hard that he nearly coughed up his lungs. The fight was forgiven. Isekai'D burst out laughing. After all, Ezir became the first elf in the world to face off against a dwarf miner, and that is something to be proud of. The mentor's stern face softened. Ezir let out a relieved sigh and barely held back a laugh. Suddenly, children's screams echoed from the corridor. Little Win shouted indignantly, insisting that he was not a girl. Aswald's children with round eyes examined this strange guest without a single hair on his face. Ezir blinked in surprise. It turns out that dwarves have beards growing from the age of 10. Aswald calmly confirmed that these are his 4 children. While Win was creating a funny fuss with the master's son, the elders watched this with warm smiles. Isekai'D raised his children without a drop of prejudice. It was pleasant for Ezir to see how brave his little ward was growing. It was time to get down to business. The elf's face instantly became serious. Isekai'D moved on to the essence of the struggle for the crown. A powerful rival appeared on the horizon, a gnome named Rajudal. This was the same man who once taught magic to Koshman, another student of Ezir. The elf tensed up. Rajudal had no outstanding skills in blacksmithing. How could he even claim the throne? Isekai'D replied gloomily, "This gnome has found a way to process mithril. Mithril is a sacred metal, a symbol of royal power. To melt it down, a colossal heat from the ruler's soul-closed forge is required. According to legend, that forge draws fire from the very core of the planet. But Rajudal gathered the gnome wizards and taught them to create magical instruments. Thanks to these crystals, they were able to smelt mithril without a royal furnace at all. The old masters panicked. If a mage takes the throne, all the dwarves without a knack for sorcery will immediately find themselves on the sidelines." Isekai'D thoughtfully took a sip of tea. The conservatives had already begun to bully Rajudola, trying to surpass his invention by any means. Ezir listened to every word, trying to fit it all in his head. He directly asked if Aswald supports the old gnomes in their hatred of progress. The elf already knew the answer. The master shook his head. Rajwadal's method was truly brilliant. But Isekai'D had his own reasons to go all the way, reasons that he simply could not afford to give up. He wanted to show the whole country by his own example what a dwarf and an elf are capable of when they work side by side. If only Kashman were here now. The memory of the student evoked a bright sadness in both of them. Izir slyly squinted. He already suspected how the competitors' magical instruments worked. Ahead of them lay a great confrontation of masters. Izir sat in the chair, pondering the troubling news. Rajwadal had turned his oven into a powerful magical instrument. Isekai'D grimly added that his competitor had been preparing for decades to seize the throne along with Master Kashman. The elf's gaze became serious. The gnome smiled slyly. That was exactly why he called his old friend for help. He raised 2 fingers. Their plan consisted of 2 points. The first is to ignite the hottest flame. The second is to build a furnace that can withstand it. Izir glanced at the drawings and quickly estimated the materials for the furnace, but the question of fire remained open. Isekai'D thoughtfully scratched his beard. The gnome nodded at the spirit of the flame outside the window. The elf would have to deal with the fire himself when the forge was ready. Before the start of construction, Izir decided to spend his time wisely, to create a comfortable life for himself in the land of the dwarfs. He humbly carried heavy packages, helping Isekai'D's wife with the shopping. In the evenings, he would collapse into the tavern with the local layabouts. Izir sincerely tried to help the bearded ones better understand the nature of elves, although it usually ended with loud drinking parties and drunken arguments at the table. Later, Oswald brought him to the apprentice training camp. The gnome immediately warned that a warm welcome should not be expected. Izir pushed the door, hoping to earn the respect of the locals with his blacksmithing skills. Inside, he was met with heavy, distrustful glances. The apprentices silently lined up in front of the uninvited guest. One of the oldest dwarves was glaring at the elf with hostility. The tension was literally hanging in the air. Izir simply smiled carefreely, pulling on his work apron in front of the giant forge. He was carelessly thrown a bag of the worst scrap, rejected iron ore. The gloomy gnome ordered to forge a good sword for little Vin from this trash. And he cut off that this is his personal way of apologizing for yesterday's drunken brawl at the tavern. Izir thought to himself that there would be quite enough to drink, but he accepted the challenge. He decided to forge a sword specifically for the boy, to reforge it as he grew up. The spirit of the flame joyfully twirled nearby, approving the idea. The fire in the stove roared fiercely. Izir was perhaps the only elf who had come so close to the spirits of fire. His relatives avoided metal, so Isekai'D knew exactly whom to turn to. The dwarves surrounded the anvil, closely watching every move of the stranger. Sweat was dripping thickly down the elf's face. He felt the local masters evaluating every breath he took, but he was not used to the harsh strength tests. Izir confidently stoked the fire, ready to show what his own mentor recognized him for. He brought a heavy hammer. It was a true duel between him and the traditions of the dwarves, a match for their respect. The elf happily wiped his forehead, already anticipating how they would all go out for drinks after work. A year has passed. Izir was enjoying a stretch under the bright mountain sun while Win was building a snowman. The dwarves asked in surprise if he wasn't cold while the elf joked about hibernation. They had already become at home here. Isekai'D once expelled him from the apprentice camp, shouting that the elf had long outgrown this level. In the tavern, the old blacksmiths now patted him on the shoulder like a father. They recognized his talent and jokingly suggested he run for king of the dwarfs. Izir only smiled modestly in response. Meanwhile, Win was diligently shaping snow ears. The boy had already gone to the local school and was now correcting the teacher, who was molding not himself but Irina. He ran through the streets with the gnome children, gradually understanding what his mentor was striving for. Far from all the local kids accepted the half-elf. It was hard to survive in this environment, but the boy insisted on studying himself. Izir simply couldn't refuse him. He faced all difficulties with his head held high stubbornly. The elf picked up the little one in his arms. The student was still lagging behind his peers but was rapidly maturing. The boy frowned in displeasure and ordered to be put down immediately. Izir sighed and announced the main news. They had finally gathered all the materials for the large furnace. Getting the skin of the lava frog was quite a hell. The elf had to recall the days of an adventurer, fighting with competitors for resources. But now everything was ready for the main event. In 3 days, a new large-scale building of the forge was already towering in the yard. Izir and Isekai'D silently threw coal into the new furnace. The elf spent a lot of time persuading the fire spirit to move to a new home, and it finally agreed. They both froze in front of the enormous mountain, feeling how metal and magic merged into a single whole. The spirit joyfully settled on Isekai'D's head. He openly fell in love with this gloomy, bearded man. The gnome decisively approached the fire. He unexpectedly pulled out a huge ingot of mithril and threw it at the elf. The dwarves were strictly forbidden to teach other races the processing of this metal until the crown was obtained. He nervously asked why Isekai'D was so openly exposing himself, but the gnome just growled in response. To conquer mithril, it had to be forged again and again, each time raising the temperature to the heavens. The stove hummed quietly, and the spirit painted fiery pirouettes in the air. Isekai'D explained that without the elf's magic, they simply wouldn't be able to achieve the necessary heat. The gnome clenched his fist and Iser eagerly struck it in response. It was time to get to work. In the forge, hellish work was boiling. Sparks flew in all directions under the heavy blows of two hammers. The sound of metal did not cease for a second. "Last one hit with all your might," roared Isekai'D. A blinding light erupted from the powerful joint strike. The gnome carefully brought the finished blade to the sharpening stone, removing the last shavings. Both masters stared in shock at the result. The summoned sword emitted a flawless, even glow. Iser jumped up in disbelief at the realization of their triumph. They high-fived each other and decided to immediately celebrate it. Tears of joy welled up in the elf's eyes. They did it together with the little fire spirit. Then everything went smoothly, accompanied by rivers of drinks. At the official competition, Isekai'D defeated Rajadala. Both handled the mithril, but technique decided everything. The path to the throne was officially opened, but the partners found it insufficient. In the next tournament, they showcased their best blades and simply annihilated all the competitors. A crowd of gnomes roared in excitement, acknowledging their absolute supremacy. Isekai'D smiled proudly under the spotlight. Iser knew that the idea of a full-fledged alliance between elves and dwarves still sounded like a crazy fairy tale. But today they took the first huge step over the starting line. In a few years, life settled into a calm routine. Iser trained with wooden swords alongside the grown-up Vin. The elf was pondering how wonderful it would be to establish a trade network among all the races. He became too absorbed in dreams and instantly received a painful blow to the head. The kid had already defeated him in one of the 10 sparrings. Recently, Win completely stunned everyone by asking Isekai'D to take him on as an apprentice. The gnome was confused, not understanding why the boy did not want to learn from his own mentor. He replied seriously, if he studies at Iser, he will never be able to surpass him. The peaceful idyll was shattered by alarming news. The Fatal Empire was preparing to invade the kingdom of Ludria. Iser's eyes widened in horror. He personally blocked the mountain pass to permanently cut off the way for the Imperials. But Isekai'D grimly confirmed, the caravan of dwarves had seen weapons and supplies being drawn to the south. If the Imperial army finds a new way through the mountains, Ludria will fall, and all of Iser's friends, including Kihia, will be in mortal danger. The elf clenched his fists until they cracked. Isekai'D quietly asked if he would go to war and received a firm confirmation. Iser promised to return in a year and entrusted Vin to the care of the old gnome. Left alone, the elf dejectedly lowered his head. He felt nauseous at the very thought of marching towards war and parting with little Vinny. But for the safety of his loved ones, he set off north the same day with a caravan of dwarves. The path to the Fatal Empire lay through Dragon Peak, an impregnable mountain with grim legends. Yezir tightened his grip on the backpack, examining the snow-covered peak. Only one word was spinning in his head: dragon. Memories brought forth an ancient tale from the elders about the stolen fire and the creation of the world. According to them, there are only 5 truly immortal entities in the world. Once these poems seemed to him just funny tales. Yezir strained his memory, trying to recall the continuation of the poem. The excerpts floated vaguely. It was about 3 who desired someone else's immortality. The gnomes amused themselves with his interest in myths, but the elf dreamed of seeing a monster with his own eyes. After taking a break, the squad set to work on food. A heavy task awaited ahead. Yezir had to find out if Fatal was really preparing an invasion of Ludria. And the main thing is how they plan to cross the blocked mountain pass. For a sudden attack, the Imperials will definitely need a secret route. Fatal legalized slavery, so they could easily subjugate another higher elf for communication with the spirits of the mountains. Before Ezra's eyes, a picture of a chained elf appeared, and he gloomily drove those thoughts away. 3 weeks later, he reached Koltoria, a border town of the empire. The levitation spell allowed to silently leap over the high wall. The infiltration went flawlessly. The merchant gnomes who arrived here earlier promised to prepare a reliable shelter. Politically, the gnomes maintained neutrality by selling weapons to both sides. However, they never refused valuable information. The white fabric on the window served as a conditional signal. Ezir carefully opened the unlocked frame. Inside, a bearded agent was already waiting for him with a glass of ale. The elf smiled warmly, thanking for the help. He pulled up the hood, fully aware that he could not shine next to his allies. The Empire could not find any clue that pointed to the dwarves. The note led him to an inconspicuous house, rented under a false name. Inside, there were whole mountains of supplies and drinks. Izir blinked in surprise, whether the gnomes valued his intelligence reports or simply decided to be generous. They even took into account his love for meat and stocked up on firewood for cool nights. It was true brotherly care. The work began the next morning. Yezir sweetly stretched in bed and began to make a plan. The scheme was simple: gather rumors, look for magical traces, and check the logistics. Going outside with his appearance was suicide, so he relied on his invisible friends. A flock of ghostly spirit birds flew out of the window straight into the snowy city. They scattered through the streets, listening to the conversations of the townspeople. Officials recorded complaints from market traders about the sharp rise in grain prices. They caught snippets of anxious rumors about mobilization. The crowd was eavesdropping near the offices. All this information flowed into Ezir's consciousness in an endless stream. He carefully recorded the data, looking for patterns. The spirits even peeked into the offices of officials, confirming the total lack of provisions. The elf was marking the map, calculating new locations for the garrisons. The elf decided to also mark the Lord's quarters on the map and note down every rumor he heard. After 3 weeks of continuous observation, there is no doubt left. The Empire is preparing for a large-scale war. At night, he met with the dwarves, trying to learn the plan for crossing the mountains. The allies knew only one named Lei Han. This man single-handedly managed all the preparations. Rumors suggested that even lords and generals remained completely unaware. The dwarves themselves could hardly believe it, so they dug deeper. How could the lords responsible for the supply know nothing? This mysterious foreigner appeared out of nowhere and quickly gained the emperor's absolute favor. All his critics suddenly fell silent or died under strange circumstances. Now the preparation for war was following the same bloody scenario. General Suri Zen was one of the most trusted commanders of the empire. He publicly accused Hong of reckless risk-taking and concealing the invasion plan. For this, the general was declared a traitor and beheaded on the guillotine. Yezir looked grimly at the fire, preparing to lay out the worst. The gnomes held their breath. Lei Hong somehow completely brainwashed the emperor. The wizard was scratching his head. The court magicians would have noticed the mind control magic long ago. Moreover, creating a passage through the mountains is simply impossible without a colossal amount of magic. The spirits confirmed that no elf was involved in this. Thus, the root of all troubles is just one person. Suddenly, a terrible realization pierced Ezra's mind. Cannibalism? No, it can't be, he whispered, feeling cold. A week later, the elf brought the dwarves new, even more alarming news. The elder son of the executed general has not come to terms with the verdict and is secretly gathering people to kill Lei Hong and save the country. Yezir understood. If he removed Hong himself, the investigation would inevitably lead to the general's son. The elf looked so exhausted that the dwarves exchanged worried glances. He brushed it off, attributing the paleness to the cold climate. In reality, he was consumed by guilt for constant spying and planning murder. Before his eyes stood the smiling faces of friends, those for whom he left his native forest. Once he believed that simple observation would be enough. Suddenly, the gnome grew gloomy and admitted that they also had some nasty news. 9 of their brothers set off to the capital of the empire for negotiations. They entered the audience with the emperor and simply dissolved into the air. This proved the most terrifying. The emperor acted in concert with Lei Hong. Now the furious gnomes are rushing to the capital, and stopping this rebellion is almost impossible. Ezra's eyes narrowed. The situation was rapidly spiraling into the abyss. With the first rays of the sun, the dwarves left their hiding place. Snow was continuously falling outside the window. For the next few days, Ezir listened intently to the conversations of the conspirators. His worst hypothesis was confirmed with each new word. Hong offered the emperor youth in exchange for mass ritual killings of slaves. The poet shuddered, recalling the forgotten lines of an ancient poem. Those who crave immortality are divided into hermits, spirits, and demons. The elf curled up on the cold floor, trembling from the realization. His fingers dug into the knee with a crunch. Lei Hong is one of the hermits. They absorb the power of nature for years, training to match the spirits. But there is also a heretical path, much simpler than the exhausting union with the world. This consumption of someone else's life force is a direct and cruel path to eternity, so one can never compare to real spirits. However, this is quite enough to stop aging. The masters of these bloody arts are called shamans. Those who drink energy through lust are incubi and succubi, and those who consume flesh and blood are vampires. The emperor restored his youth in exactly that way, transforming into a submissive vampire. The elder sighed wearily. He should have listened more carefully to the tales of the elders. If Hong is a shaman, mountains are not an obstacle for him, but if he is a vampire, he needs war for mass slaughter. He seeks to engulf thousands of lives, and Ezra's friends will inevitably become his prey. The elf's face turned to stone. In the eyes, a merciless cold fury flared up. He suddenly stood up. All moral torments vanished without a trace. Now it is not a question of morality or duty. He swears that he will kill Lei Hong. The snow quietly fell on the roofs of the night city. By the campfire, the elf discussed the situation with two dwarves. Behind the war was the bloodsucker Lei Hong. Tomorrow he is heading to the imperial capital, where their enemy is stuck due to the snowstorm. The plan is simple: kill the vampire and return. The dwarves exchanged glances and suddenly declared that they were going with him, causing the elf to gasp in shock. He tried to dissuade them by reminding them that Lei Hong enjoys eating non-humans. But the bearded men silently nodded to each other. One of them calmly explained that their craft is not just about transporting goods. The gnomes explained that their trade is also a bridge between the world of humans and their homeland, and they owe this to their comrades. They lost 9 comrades and must deliver what they did not manage to. Negotiations with the emperor will divert all the guards' attention, giving the elf a chance to carry out his bloody business. Their path led through the snowy mountain passes. The winter forest greeted the travelers with fierce cold. The elf walked ahead of the caravan, tightly wrapped in a cloak. They were steadily moving straight towards the capital of Dagria. After 2 long weeks, the caravan finally saw the majestic walls of the imperial city. The night watch with lanterns was already marching on the snow-covered streets. The elf froze in the shadow of the wooden crates. He silently glided past the soldiers. The elf suddenly turned his head. The wall securely hid him in the shadow. The air here was so permeated with the rotten aura of Lei Hong that it made one feel nauseous. All this evil came from one creature, and the elf would give anything to simply erase it from the face of the earth. He glared maliciously from under the hood. A cloud of cold steam burst from the mouth. He stopped in front of the door, telling himself to calm down so as not to accidentally harm the innocent. He was consumed by rage at the thought of the threat to Kihi and other loved ones. He wondered if he had always been this aggressive, or if his true nature had awakened. Elven blood simply could not tolerate the existence of a vampire. The patrol passed very close by again. The elf squeezed into the wall. He furrowed his brows. With each passing day, he felt the chasm between himself and ordinary people more acutely. The estate of Lei Hong turned out to be a true luxurious palace. However, there was not a single soul inside, neither servants nor guards. The deadly aura repelled all living beings from this cursed place. The elf easily jumped onto the high balcony. The source of the infection was right behind the glass. With one powerful kick, he shattered the window. The vampire sat calmly in the armchair with a glass when the elf instantly released an arrow. It hit right in the chest of Lei Hong, but shattered into small splinters with a crash. The elf was stunned. This weapon easily pierced the giant wolf. The vampire reluctantly got up, calling the uninvited guest a monster. The elf instantly summoned the spirits of the wind, preparing to strike with compressed air. But Lei Hong barely noticed a gesture that dispelled the magic even before its formation. With a terrifying smile, the bloodsucker lunged forward, extending its long claws. The elf barely managed to dodge. He swung the bow for a desperate strike. However, the vampire's claws had already deeply sunk into his abdomen. The elf recoiled, pressing on the torn wound. In the next moment, a heavy boot flew straight into his face. He was thrown off the balcony by a terrible blow. He fell hard to the ground, breaking his own weapon. Coughing up blood, the elf tried to catch at least a bit of air. He tried to get up, trembling from pain. The trees around suddenly bent with a crack under an invisible pressure. Lei Hong stood majestically on the balcony, suppressing nature itself with his art. The elf realized with horror his own helplessness. Brute force won't help here. The vampire slowly approached its victim. He condescendingly called the beaten enemy a foolish forest dweller. Lei Hong raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. The predator's claws were aimed at the elf. A moment of silence. The blade sliced through the air. The elf unexpectedly dodged, not intending to give up. With a fierce scream, he launched into a counterattack. The vampire blinked in surprise as the enemy leaped back onto the balcony in one jump. The elf burst into the room again, scattering shards of glass. He was breathing heavily, dripping with sweat. Memories brought back an old conversation to him. This spell will only work when the target is standing still. Kosman's words suggested a way out. It is necessary to limit the room for maneuver. A powerful explosion shattered the wall, throwing the vampire back and severing his arm. The elf grinned slyly, silently thanking his teacher. Lei Hong fiercely roared, rushing forward with the surviving limb. Kikai's words struck like lightning. His only weakness is a lack of fighting spirit. The elf firmly gripped the sword, taking a low stance. Her voice reminded him that he had to fix it. The blade sliced through the air right in front of the vampire's face. The elf coldly ran the blade. The blow cleanly split Lei Hong's body in half. The upper part of the vampire slid off with a disgusting meaty sound. The elf finished the strike dramatically, stopping behind. The enemy's face distorted in shock as the line of the cut reached his head. The body finally split into two bloody halves. Hiding the weapon, the elf silently thanked Isekai'D for the flawless sword. Even cut into 4 pieces, the bloodsucker continued to twitch. I had to chop him up further until he definitely stopped showing signs of life. After the massacre, the elf quietly slipped out of the city. As soon as he reached the safe room of the dwarves, he collapsed helplessly onto the floor. They tried to undress him for examination, but he resisted in delirium. The gnomes exchanged worried glances as they retrieved the medicine. The elf screamed in agony. The wound in the abdomen rotted from the curse, and first aid turned into real torture. The cold compress and sleep finally brought relief. It took 10 days for the recovery, during which he was told all the news. The search for the murderer was quickly halted because none of the aristocrats could stand the deceased. The gnomes added that the emperor fell seriously ill, and the new ruler has already personally apologized for everything. The elf smiled crookedly. Everything turned out just perfectly. The old emperor turned into a ghoul and, without the vampire's control, began to devour flesh. To preserve the advantageous alliance, the empire decided to hush up the scandal. The Great War was averted. A few days later, the elf was once again standing on the walls, looking at the snow-covered castle. He wiped his face, recalling his last secret mission. An arrow to the eye, that's how he quietly finished off the reclusive emperor gambler. An ordinary person would have frozen long ago in that tower. But the monster lived, suffering from eternal hunger and pain. The door to her cell was held together by a promise. Sooner or later, the ghoul would break free, killing everyone in its path. So the elf granted this wretched creature a merciful death. With a flick of his cloak, the elf turned his back to the capital. The boots softly pushed off the stone wall. The hood securely hid his face from the sharp wind. Behind was the city and the spilled blood, and ahead awaited a return to friends. In the beginning of time, the Creator gave birth to the spirits of the world so that their power could flow freely through the earth. Thus appeared the true High Elf, capable of speaking with spirits, followed by 4 more. High above the clouds placed the true Titan. Between heaven and earth, the true Phoenix spread its wings. And in the depths of the mountain, the true dragon, the protector of this world, fell asleep. Having created myriads of gods, the Creator fell into a slumber, granting them the right to continue creating. The gods began with the creation of the true elves and their complete opposites, the dwarves. Next, numerous tribes of beastmen and humans appeared, created universally to compensate for their own weakness. However, when the world blossomed, the peace was shaken. A war broke out among the gods. Each of them had favorites among the races and placed their interests above all else. This conflict gave rise to Mana, and Mana brought monsters into the world. The gods realized that if things continued as they were, the battle would awaken the dragon, so they had to make peace. They simply created a new dimension for themselves and left this world forever. This ancient myth was the basis for the board game they were currently playing. Ezir noted that the myth is similar to their board game, but Ezir corrected him. On the contrary, the game was created based on the myth. According to legend, elves and dwarves were created at the same time, and therefore they are very similar, although they fiercely hate to mention it. During the game, Ezir reminded that they are now citizens of the land of dwarves, but Ezir sharply cut in. Personal and racial issues should not be mixed. He calmly added that he was just doing his job, saving international trade. Ezir squeezed the dice, feeling the weight of the moment. no one from the outsiders had ever become a citizen of this country. The gnomes in the tavern joyfully raised their mugs, warmly greeting the elves. But Ezir saw deeper. The reigning king had his own political motives. Granting citizenship now was the ideal solution to avoid accusations of favoritism later. It seemed like a wise step for cultural exchange. Ezir unexpectedly asked about the letter and Ezir smiled. He was writing to Irene. Trade between elves and dwarves, which once seemed like a fantasy, now had a real chance. Using people as intermediaries was dangerous due to their greed. Elves have always suffered from this, but Irina understood the value of things perfectly. She will definitely agree to help, and Ezir was already planning to meet with her soon. The boy also wanted to see Irina, and Ezir promised to visit her soon. There was much to talk about. Checkmate, he said calmly, shocking the boy with an unexpected victory. Ezir did not give up and immediately suggested sword training, eager to make a comeback. 18 years have passed since their first meeting, and Ezir promised to fight with all his strength. The boy was already 24, like 12 by human standards, and his skills were rapidly increasing. Near the forge, Ezir quietly inquired of the master about the young man's progress. He praised the student for his talent with the forge, but Ezir was pricked by the fact that Ezir had not told him anything himself. Yazir reassured himself, all of this is just part of growing up, as the boy seeks to be more independent. The master roughly advised not to pry into the soul. At that age, everyone has their own secrets. He was right, although Ezir mentally compared it to his departure from the forest. A memory of little weeping Ezir surfaced before my eyes. He picked up the pet in his arms, not believing that the little one had already grown up completely. Yazir was sincerely happy about his maturation, although deep down he wanted to continue taking care of him. He wearily fell onto the couch. Relationships are a complicated thing, but this care was a true blessing. A year has passed. The silence of the estate was broken by the voice of the housekeeper about the guests. Yazir hurried to meet, wiping sweat with a towel as he walked. By the gate stood the familiar gnome Grunder with his wife. He brought another letter from Irina. Ezir carefully broke the seal. The elf wrote that she visited a bunch of settlements, offering trade with the dwarves. Most met her idea with deaf silence. However, adventurers and outcasts showed remarkable interest. Yazir read the main point. Irina wants to come to them in person along with her successor. She was planning to establish direct trade in weapons and equipment. Ezir listened thoughtfully. Their friend was already preparing for the long journey from Ludria. They realized the bitter truth. In a few decades, their human friends would die of old age. That is why Irina was already taking her successor with her to pass on her experience. Yazir understood, if it weren't for the meeting with her, his own life would have gone awry. He unconditionally trusted her choice. Now it was necessary to ask the master for a new service. The delegation required a total of 6 official invitation letters. Yazir wanted to settle all formalities so that guests would be welcomed with open arms. Such a free pass for elves into the land of dwarves has become a true precedent. 2 long months of waiting have passed. Yazir was bored in the forge, exhausted as he leaned on a broom. I want to go to the bath, he groaned languidly. The master looked at him in surprise, reminding him of their own bathhouse. It turned out that the dwarves only had a pair, while Ezir dreamed of soaking in a real hot bath. But Ezir remembered the real hot springs near the volcanic belt in the north. The gnome shuddered in disgust. Was he really planning to dive into the water with the monsters? The commander explained the plan. He will summon the spirits, find a safe place, and create a rest area for the soldiers there. This idea captivated him so much that he decided to take Ezir along with him. The master slammed his fist on the table loudly and unambiguously declared that he was going with them. The knight panicked, refusing him, as the future king was not allowed there. But the dwarf stood his ground. If it was safe for the boy, then it was safe for him too. The wizard sighed resignedly. The spontaneous idea was getting out of control. A week later, the squad set off along the mountain path. The air was tinged with sulfur, and Ezir curiously peered out from behind his mentor's back. Initially, it was only planned to be a modest escort for Oswald, but suddenly knights, builders, and even Grunder joined them. Yazir looked around this army in confusion. Isvald smiled. People are ready to follow such a leader anywhere. Ezir boldly stated that he had no intention of missing the fun, while Ezir mentally blamed the dwarf for everything. Suddenly, Ezir stopped and shouted about the monster ahead that was pretending to be a boulder. The knights instantly grabbed their weapons, but Ezir, who perfectly scouted the territory through spirits, asked to join the fight himself. Yazir consciously allowed him to lead the squad, although he kept his hand on the pulse. This was supposed to show the dwarves the boy's strength and strengthen his faith in himself. "We are setting off," the young man shouted joyfully. His face was glowing with excitement. Yezir barely held back his panic, trying not to be too caring. Isekai'D slapped him on the back with a flourish, bringing him back to reality. The gnome proudly praised the fearless fighting spirit of the little one. When Yezir returned, the mentor immediately asked him to recount the fight. The boy dreamily raised his gaze. He spoke about everything with a mix of shame and incredible pride, and it made Ezra absolutely happy. Soon, a high column of hot water erupted from the ground, and the camp burst into activity. The water in the spring bubbled soothingly. A thick fog enveloped the air. Dwarves and elves were sitting together for the first time, relaxed in a hot bath under the watch of guards. Meanwhile, the builders were already erecting a stone wall around. Several weeks of hard work have passed. When Ezra saw the result, his jaw dropped. Instead of a bathhouse, a fortress loomed. The soldiers became so engrossed in security that they turned the recreation area into a military garrison. He couldn't even think that sources would become so popular among fierce warriors. They even had to build separate women's baths because Isekai'D's wife also arrived. If such tour become widespread, it will provoke a real cultural revolution. Standing on the porch, Ezra became lost in thought. The response from Arena was expected any day now. The volcanic belt turned out to be filled with powerful spirits, and the elven delegation will definitely enjoy it here. Only the final preparations remain to properly welcome the guests in this new world. 2 months have passed since the group of elves arrived in the land of the dwarves. Isekai'D, known as the noble Aesir, settled comfortably in his new quarters. The elf noticed that the dwarf still uses the gifted cookery every day, and he confirmed it has been over 30 years. The guests admitted that they were prepared for a quarrel or even a fight, but not a single local paid them the slightest attention. The locals had already gotten used to the long-eared guests and accepted them calmly. Aesir decided to officially introduce his companions. The trio of adventurers Q, Tormus, and Dzelchu were known to the dwarves before. The ruler of the underground people merely raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aesir explained that they often peeked into the local shop of Ludria. Next, the traveling bard Horatio and the artist Levisa took a step forward. Horatio happily reported that he had recently performed in the eastern lands. The elf immediately asked to play something lively about the sea and gold. The gnome asked in surprise the name of the artist. Levisa jumped up abruptly in place from excitement. She admitted that she usually paints portraits of nobility, although she loves landscapes with all her heart. The underground landscapes enchanted the girl so much that she was advised not to overwork herself. Overall, the elves surprisingly integrated easily into the life of the underground city. In the local tavern, Horatio was already singing ballads based on gnome legends. The bearded men smiled contentedly, recognizing familiar motifs from the blacksmith. They blended in even too well, singing along about the forge and the flames alongside the hosts. Aesir sat at the table and was barely noticeably irritated by such a noisy reception. An excited exclamation sounded from the side. "This is a masterfully sketched portrait of a little gnome with flowers by Levisa." The girl happily thanked for the drawing. Immediately, another child ran up asking to draw her grandmother. The portraits of the children with their grandmothers and grandfathers quickly made Levis a favorite of the whole town. The elf adventurers were also not idle. They took on small tasks in hunting. The familiar hostility between the two races has simply dissolved without a trace here. As for trade, the leader of the elves, Arena, took on these issues. The elders of her forest agreed to cooperate solely out of respect for the immense debt to Aesir. He thoughtfully leaned on his hand. The familiar forest flashed before my eyes. What other great debt? The boy wondered to himself as Arena had done all the work. Maybe they mean the adoption of Vin. Aesir broke into a cold sweat at the thought that they would want to take the little one back. Arena reassured him, explaining that the elders have no hidden motives. If it weren't for Aesir's intervention, the conflict could have escalated into a war between humans and elves. Arena added with a warm smile that he had saved countless lives. Aesir lowered his gaze, hiding his face behind his hand. He was once again convinced that his spontaneous decisions were taken too seriously by those around him. Now he will have to try to ensure that the elves do not regret their step towards him. Arena suggested exporting fruit liqueurs that they already produce. But a problem arose: elves cannot stand working with metal. The blacksmith gnomes are unlikely to enjoy making weapons from monster parts. They are too proud of their art to switch to other materials. Suddenly Aesir's eyes sparkled with joy. He suggested that the dwarves work for the elves in turns so that no one would have to do it constantly. Irina excitedly jumped up and ran to gather feedback from the masters. The girl was glowing with happiness, enjoying the process of working together. Aesir smiled sincerely in response. It really was fun. A vast distance lay between their peoples, but a common goal gradually narrowed it. Those who forge iron and dig into the ground. Those who love trees and live in quiet joy. For years they looked at each other with anger, although they hardly knew each other. But over a mug of drink, all differences disappeared, leaving only room for friendship. The tavern echoed with songs and toasts for the new brothers. Levisa sat down next to Aesir, surprised by his resistance to alcohol. She, with a blush on her cheeks, offered to pour more. The guy waved it off, explaining that he was just used to drinking with dwarves. He asked if she had finished a large painting, as she looked too happy. Absolutely drunk, Levisa joyfully exclaimed that she was just happy to be here. Artists are usually tied to wealthy clients and cannot travel freely. Therefore, the opportunity to paint landscapes instead of boring portraits was a true gift of fate for her. She dreamily talked about plans to gather an elven caravan and see the world. Levisa snorted, recalling her conversation with Horatio. The artist suggested Aesir join her, while he carefully handed her a glass of water. He gently declined, admitting that he had other important plans. Before he could finish speaking, Levisa collapsed with a dull thud right onto the table. Aesir's face became serious. Once he would have seized such an opportunity without hesitation. Aesir pondered what he would do once he finally fulfilled all his long-held plans. While Irina was scolding the drunken artist, Aesir decided that it was worth spending more time with his own. He decisively got up from the table. He took on 2 drunk friends and asked Irina to take care of Levis. It has been almost 11 years since he first stepped into this city. Aesir peeked into the forge of the old Garavi. This master personally volunteered to forge equipment for the elves after Aesir outperformed him in the competitions. Now Garavi led a whole group of blacksmiths who worked for export. Garav mentioned the name Rajwadala, a blacksmith who once nearly outpaced Aswald in the struggle for the throne due to his work with Mithril. Aesir asked the king of the dwarves if he wasn't bored without working with metal. The ruler squinted slyly and asked about the elf's talent for magic. He suggested that many forest dwellers are capable of performing magic. Aesir was enthusiastically examining the drawings of new magical instruments. The ruler outsmarted him again. He simply wanted to conduct new experiments. The boy laughed, waved goodbye to the king, and promised to come by later. Merchants who lost their jobs due to falling demand have found new income. Now they believed that the trade alliance between the dwarves and elves would bring them profit. Commerce thrived, and the heir to the throne, Aswald, was preparing for rule. Meanwhile, young Win has finally completed his blacksmithing training. Aesir smiled, realizing that he had accomplished everything he had planned in this city. Only one important promise remains. He approached Vin and informed him that he was returning to Ludria. He will stay there for the next 10 or 20 years. Aesir promised Kisi to be by her side in her last years of life, and is leaving in a week. He calmly nodded, and Aesir went to say goodbye to the others. The boy sighed. He had hoped until the last moment that the little one would want to stay here, but he had his own path. In front loomed the cold, snowy mountains. They stood by the exit of the underground city, bidding farewell to the king. Aesir unexpectedly threw a farewell gift to the old gnome. The king barely caught the heavy, massive bracelet. His eyes wandered to the forehead. The thing was forged from pure mithril. Aesir calmed him down, explaining that he had used the royal oven with permission. The ruler tearfully said that any dwarf seeing this bracelet would recognize Aesir as their own. He couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, refusing to accept his own gifts because he hadn't done anything to deserve them. The king's face suddenly became gloomy and serious. He froze in surprise. The boy tightly closed his eyes, waiting for the reprimand. But the old gnome's gaze softened. He lightly punched the little one in the chest, calling him a fool. The ruler forbade him to compare himself to elves, recognizing him as his best student and a full-fledged citizen. At these words, Vin burst into tears loudly. Aesir just shook his head, surprised by the old man's crude joke about pointy-eared at such a moment. The king sternly commanded the little one to look him in the eyes. He raised his tear-streaked face. The gnome firmly stated that the boy deserved his personal recognition. "You are not just an addition to your father," the king cut in. The old man smiled warmly and asked to definitely come to visit sometime. Finally, he ordered the boy to continue training, and he obediently nodded through his tears. Aesir understood that the king's words were meant not only for his son, but also for himself. Now the most important thing for him was something else. He needed to understand Win's feelings. Aesir looked at the boy's back and promised himself to figure it out. The old gnome grinned widely, thanking Aesir for the help. He joked that next time he would meet them while wiping his butt on the throne and waved goodbye. Father and son set off to Ludria alone, leaving the past behind, and little Win confidently walked forward on his own legs. The capital of Ludria welcomed travelers with the bustle of the streets, but the passage of time felt completely different here. He noticed the new owner by the butcher shop and sadly lowered his ears. A joyful exclamation rang out in front of the familiar estate. They had finally arrived. Kika came out to meet them with a warm smile, calmly nodding as if she knew about their arrival. Shizuki asked in surprise how she guessed the exact day, as there was no date in the letter. Kika just slyly squinted. The wind has changed today. The wind, according to her, itself suggested the time of their arrival, and a spacious schoolyard spread out before the guests. Yezir shifted his gaze to the yard, where the students were training intently. He proudly pointed to this large crowd. Shizuki bragged that he became a master of the school, and now they have over 100 followers. Yezir smiled softly. The Yasogi school has reclaimed its rightful place among the 4 great disciplines of the kingdom. He suddenly froze. The next moment, he joyfully shouted Shizuki's name and immediately offered a sparring match. The man barely managed to stop the boy, jokingly reminding him first about the gifts. Kika gently noted how much Win had grown, to which Ezir awkwardly agreed. The woman invited the elf for tea to hear stories about the land of the dwarves. While the family chatted joyfully, Ezir thoughtfully observed Vin. The boy could already live his own life and make his own choices. Over tea and sweets, stories about vampires, mithril, and trade with elves flowed. Kika listened with interest, comparing these adventures to heroic epics. Yezir admitted that he liked the hot springs the most, and the woman quietly laughed. She would like to ask about every detail, but she started with the main point. Her gaze became serious. Does Ezir want the child to surpass him one day? The elf distractedly looked away and admitted that he was happy about Vin's coming of age, but she squinted understandingly. Kika admitted, although Shizuki's successes please her, she still does not feel that her son has surpassed her sword. Ezir widened his eyes in surprise. He laughed bitterly, acknowledging that his own feelings were much more pathetic. Of course, he was proud to be a son, but the thought that he would one day become independent and leave. This thought hurt unbearably, as he simply did not want to let him go. Kika gently placed her hand on his back, soothing him. She reminded that Shizuki remained nearby as the heir, but her daughter Mizuka had already become an independent adventurer with her own family. Yezir quietly agreed. They really are similar in their parental anxieties. Kika suddenly got up and casually suggested a sparring match. The elf blinked in surprise. Kika explained the plan. For 3 years she would forge the sword of Azira, Shizuki would forge the sword of Vin, and then father and son would meet face to face. The woman smiled slyly. The children are growing up, but it is necessary to show them that surpassing their parents will not be easy. Moreover, if Win ever goes his own way, he should hone his skills to the maximum. Yezir laughed heartily and thanked the craftswoman with relief. Everyone welcomed Kika's proposal for a fight in 3 years with joy. Then Vinny will turn 32, the age of maturity and independence by their standards. Yezir watched his smiling son and felt a sense of relief in his soul due to this certainty. He finally realized what he had been missing all this time. He took on the role of a father but never thought he truly had the necessary character for it. Children naturally gravitate towards their parents, but he did not approach parenting with the necessary seriousness. After meeting with old friends in the snow, he somewhat exaggerated his own achievements. Kika was right, his stories sounded like an epic. An epic is a distant fairy tale, not a reality that a person can experience alone. The realization struck like lightning. For Vin, his back seemed unreachable. The boy called him with anxiety, barely managing to do so. The father was only distancing himself, becoming a myth in the eyes of his own son. Yezir bitterly lowered his eyes. The homeland of Yasogi gave them a chance to face each other and make it right. Suddenly, a surprised exclamation from Shizuki rang out. The boy waved his hand in front of the face of the thoughtful elf with dissatisfaction. He asked what those strange training sessions Ezir was having with the Master Kihia were about. He also anxiously confirmed that no one hears the sounds of blows or the ringing of weapons. Ezir awkwardly looked away and admitted that he was a bit embarrassed to talk about it. It turned out that Kika pointed out one critical mistake to him. Thanks to bow hunting, he learned to perfectly wait for the moment to strike, reading the opponent's breath. But with a sword, it doesn't work. The heart, technique, and body must be a unified whole, always ready for attack. The master noticed his lack of confidence in his stance. He simply had no intention of hitting. Ezir justified himself by saying that he did not want to swing the sword aimlessly, disrupting the beauty of her style. Kika sharply cut. The stronger swordsman ultimately wins, even if his movements are clumsy. The woman sighed resignedly, knowing the stubbornness of the elf. While he was away, she trained by herself. She learned to attack even from an unstable position, so she ordered Ezira to simply copy her movements. This was the only way to teach such an unconventional student of his kind. She looked at him defiantly. Even in such an awkward shape, it remained the sword of her favorite master. Shizuki was taken aback and swallowed hard. It turns out, his mother completely changed Yasoga's style specifically for the elf. Ezir proudly replied that yes, and that Shizuki did not teach her this. The boy snorted, stating that such a strange style did not seem worthwhile to him. He asked again, so how exactly do their training sessions go? The writer scratched his cheek. He is just imitating her movements with bare hands so no one hears the ringing. The boys watched him in amazement. The master gave him new guidelines so that he wouldn't harm himself. Ezir understood that mastering this style would take decades, and 3 years would definitely not be enough. But when the time comes, he will meet his son with his best shot, and then each will go their own way. Ezir gently smiled at Vin and extended his hand, inviting him to return to work. 2 years passed. Wiscourt Castle loomed against the backdrop of clouds. Mizuka joyfully greeted her mother and Ezira. She offered tea, but Ezir politely declined. He had to fulfill his promise first. A heavy pause hung in the air. Kika and Mizuka looked after him with understanding and sadness. The elf walked through the bustling city market, oblivious to the crowd. He stopped by the shop and quietly asked for flowers. A letter requesting him to come to Wistcourt caught him in the middle of training with Kihua. In Ezra's eyes, pain was frozen. They came with Vin to the endless cemetery to visit the graves of 2 members of the White Lake Squad. Human lives are so fleeting. First Kreas left and 2 months later Martina followed. Ezir knelt before the tombstones. In his memory, the calm smile of Irina emerged, who had refused to accept his condolences by letter. In 100 years, there will be no one left to remember them. Martina said important words to him before parting. She apologized and then thanked. The wind quietly rustled the grass as Ezir bowed his head. He still couldn't fully grasp the complex connection between that quartet, but he knew. They accepted Kika's request precisely because of Irina. He quietly whispered words of gratitude. Irina admitted that if Ezir had not taken on the role of the elves' representative, she would have fled this city as far away as possible and would never have found their grave. She lowered her eyes. Then she would not have felt this unbearable sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks like hail. Ezir carefully placed his hand on her back while she sobbed quietly. She cried out the names of her friends. She will have decades, hundreds of years to rethink these feelings and keep them in her heart. Irina, through tears, was glad that she could see them off on their final journey. Ezir looked at her pain and understood. In the near future, this awaits him too. A muffled sob broke the silence. Elf Ezir approached the walls of the familiar city of Vistcourt. With a bouquet in his hands, he confessed that he was a little late because of Mizuka. Local women asked him to hold the babies for good luck. He smiled sadly, noting that an old friend would have been happier with ale than with flowers. Ezir bowed his head before the grave of Rodner, the guard whose friendly voice he missed so much. He told the deceased that he had given the house to Mizusa, and Kreas became a fencing teacher. Their son is already serving as a knight in the neighboring kingdom. Ezir barely smiled. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he admitted that he no longer feels at home here. Only memories remain of close people and familiar places. Suddenly he blinked. Behind stood the aged Kika, and asked if he was ready to go. They left the cemetery, bidding farewell to the past. Time was relentlessly passing. 5 long years have passed. In the spacious dojo, the old master called the students to silence before the match. Ezir raised the training sword. Kika watched him closely from the spectators' area. The command to battle was sounded. Young Vin instantly surged forward, stunning Esir with his speed. The elf barely managed to react to the barrage of blows. The hall was filled with the loud cracking of wooden wedges. The boy pushed aggressively forward. As they clinched, Esir tensed up, while Vin grinned confidently. The swords have parted. The rivals broke the distance. Breathing heavily, Esir threw out a provocative phrase. He recalled how he once could not decipher the movements of young Kika. Esir gripped the handle more tightly. He charged into the attack again. This time the elf expertly parried the attack. Caught off guard, the boy opened himself up for a counterattack. In Esir's mind, Ki's instruction echoed. For the sake of the young man, he must prevail. He needed an unattainable goal. The same unyielding wall was once Kika for Esir. These memories ignited a fire in his chest. The boy lost his balance. Esir swung for the final blow. The weapon flew out of Vin's hands. A powerful blow put an end to the fight. A wooden sword fell to the floor with a thud. The boy's father smiled proudly. Kika sighed with relief. The judge announced a clear victory for Esir. At night under the blooming cherry blossom, Vin confessed that he was heading west. He knew about the local war of races and the hatred towards half-elves. The young man thanked Esir for the years of care. Esir froze in surprise. The boy understood perfectly that without this protection, he would have been killed a long time ago. They sat side by side, sharing the burden of truth. He longed to see the horrors of racial conflicts with his own eyes. Esir begged him to take care of himself. The young man looked around in surprise. The elf desperately clutched his head, fearfully worried for the life of his ward. He smiled warmly, reassuring his mentor. The boy promised to survive to become stronger, and I vowed to return to finally defeat Esir in a duel. With tears in his eyes, he called him dad for the first time. Esir was petrified with surprise. Confused by the mentor's silence, Win awkwardly asked him to at least say something. In the next moment, they embraced tightly, hiding tears from each other. Without breaking their embrace, they jokingly argued about who was actually crying. The elf cried with pride for his adopted son. Under the cherry blossom, the father mentally blessed him for the difficult path ahead. Esir regretted that he would not see Vin's future adventures with his own eyes, but he believed that one day he would hear this story from his lips. 6 years have passed. Esir was teaching new students in the forge. He was asked to pass on his skills to the next generation. Esir gladly played with the children, knowing that his time here was not eternal either. Malasauha unexpectedly decided to become a blacksmith. This threatened a dispute over the inheritance, as she was to lead the school as the first daughter of the family. Her parents supported her choice. Old Kika agreed that the girl does not necessarily have to lead the fencing school. Esir looked at them in surprise. Kika Jartoma asked not to take her granddaughter away from her. Esir asked Sauha right by the forge if she was sure. He saw her talent but wanted to test her determination. The girl listened carefully to the mentor's doubts. She firmly explained that she wants to forge weapons for her brother, a future swordsman, because she is his older sister. Esir smiled warmly, understanding her motive. The gardens have bloomed again. The work in the forge was in full swing. In his free time, Esir trained with a sword under Ki's supervision. The flowers have bloomed. In the evenings, they sat silently under the full moon. In winter, they watched as the children built a snowman. Esir took care of the aging mentor with great concern. Spring has come and a new generation has taken up swords. After 13 years of life in the dojo, it has become quiet and peaceful. A sudden coughing fit bent Kihi over, and a worried Esir rushed to her. Tormented by illness, Ki quietly said that her time had come. Esir tried to convince her that she would live for at least another 3 years. But she asked him not to hold on to her anymore and to be free. An old woman unexpectedly asked for fruits. Esir hurriedly rushed to fulfill the request. He quickly prepared fruit puree, and I carefully fed her with a spoon. Kika smiled gently, savoring the taste. Suddenly she stood up and decisively ordered them to bring her a sword. Stepping into the yard, she raised the blade for her final strike. Esir was mesmerized by this perfect movement. This was the absolute peak of her mastery. Breathing out heavily, she lowered her weapon. Her eyes slowly closed. The body of Kika swayed forward helplessly. The sword slipped from the fingers. Esir barely managed to catch her in midair. Lying in his arms, she confessed her love to him for the last time. Tears rolled down Esir's face. Pressing the body of his beloved to himself, he screamed wildly from unbearable pain. After the funeral, Esir decided to leave the dojo immediately. The homeland begged him to stay, but he could no longer be there. On the road, he unfolded the farewell letter from Kika. In the text, she asked for only one thing, to keep the memory of her. The elf read holding his breath. She understood perfectly that his elvish eternity was too long for promises. The woman bequeathed her blade to him, promising to invisibly protect him in every battle. Clenching the paper, Esir firmly decided to head east, to where her fencing style was born, to gather new stories for her, to someday return to the grave and tell them all. The rider helplessly swayed on the cart's roof, suffering from the jolting. He was simply looking at the endless blue sky. The elf peeked out from under the tent, asking about his well-being. Leaving the dojo, he immediately joined the official elven caravan. The companions cheerfully urged him to paint a landscape or sing. He shyly refused. It was too embarrassing to perform in front of the masters. The noise was abruptly cut off. The high elf is not a toy. The breeze only smiled warmly through the drowsiness. The carts rolled slowly eastward. He chose them because the caravan was receiving letters from Vin. But there was another reason. He simply didn't want to be alone right now. He didn't need consolation. It was enough to hear the voices of others. And this bright, noisy caravan perfectly rescued from the silence. During the washing by the river, the news broke: Paloja has fallen. After a long war, the country became an ordinary vassal of Willistrike. Yezir was surprised, as he once dug a well in their poorest village. The partner joyfully assured that thanks to that water, life blossomed there and spirits settled. During the rest stop, the conversation turned to the further route. He unfolded the map. The route lay through the United League straight to the Great Marshes. The elves excitedly relayed the rumor. In those lands, they had seen ogres that had long been thought extinct. The girls chatted with curiosity about the local food and the nomads. The lizard nodded eagerly. He really wanted to see the human lizards in person. Suddenly, the elves noticed an old detail on his map. It turned out that the countries of Zank and Heidel had already united into Zviden. In the nearest city, the caravan gathered a crowd of people. The actor came out to the center with a wooden frame and began the performance about the poor girl Marie. Once upon a time, he told, there was a poor village scorched by drought where the little girl lived. Her village was dying, and she went to pray at the dried-up riverbed. A miracle happened. The spirit of water emerged from the damp earth. The spirit gave the girl only a drop, but the elder watched her from the forest. He decided that the child had a connection with spirits and planned to sacrifice her. The people had already dug the grave when a wandering elf stumbled upon them. He fiercely reproached the peasants. The spirits do not need bloody sacrifices. Mari rushed to the elf, begging to teach them how to live correctly. He agreed, taught them to listen to the spirits, and the village was saved. The children in the crowd enthusiastically clapped for the happy ending. Yezir contentedly lowered the frame, listening to the joyful buzz. Later, he confessed to his friends with a smile. He had turned the story of fallen Paloja into a fairy tale for the sake of propaganda. He wanted to show people that elves can teach if you befriend them. In the evening, the caravan stopped at a noisy tavern. Yezir calmly tended to the horses. He volunteered for the night watch to relieve his tired comrades. The girls brought him hot tea. By the pot of hearty soup, they discussed the safety of the parking lot. The caravan carries rare fruits and dwarven weapons, so extra caution wouldn't hurt. Yezir admitted that he left the forest on a sudden impulse without any plan and is now learning everything for the first time. Irina gently reminded him that their main goal was to support travelers like him. Yezir barely smiled. The friends asked him not to rush ahead and to move at his own pace. They asked what he is generally interested in life, and they advised to seek a new goal precisely through genuine interest. Yezir closed his eyes. In memory, the blazing forge of the dwarves emerged. In quiet evenings with magical books. I am already doing that, he replied quietly. Then Irina suggested that he perform again in front of the children. The face turned pale with panic. But the next day he was holding the frame again while his partner was creating illusions with water. The girls joyfully waved their arms, recounting the excitement of the little ones. Night had come and Yezir sat alone by the fire. Irina approached him. It was his last night with them. He gratefully took the mug of warm drink. The elf carefully asked if he was not afraid to travel alone again. Yezir admitted that traveling together was incredible, but he assured that he would manage the road himself, hiding behind his usual cheerful mask. Irina looked at him with deep sorrow. You as always are amazing, she said quietly. It has been 10 years since the death of their mutual friends. Yezir suggested to Irina to move on together, but she gratefully declined. The caravan was left to her. She promised to protect the caravan and deliver letters from Vin to him. Yezir knew that she would follow him no matter what, but he firmly refused to make her a crutch for his sorrow. You are incredible here, he said. Then he dared to make one personal request. The crackling of the fire filled the brief pause. He asked Irina to take him to the White Lake sometime in the future. The girl shuddered. That was the name of her old team of adventurers. The silhouettes of fallen comrades painfully flashed in memory. But for the elves, the White Lake was also a place from childhood fairy tales. According to legend, this endless expanse lies above the clouds, where the Titan sleeps. Ezir had not yet imagined how to get there, but he firmly remembered the landmark. Irina widened her eyes, realizing the full essence of his request. Her face was illuminated by a sincere, tearful smile. She gave her word. Next, his route led to Lake Zir. He waved goodbye to the caravan, leaving them a pile of letters. He jumped into a small boat and sailed east. Ezir stretched with relief as he stepped ashore in the city of Bardis. This settlement stood right before the eerie Great Marshes. The city greeted him with neat stone architecture and a crowd of local prostitutes who shamelessly approached men. One of them immediately offered him a night for 5 silver coins. The courtesans instantly flocked to the handsome elf, nearly tearing him to pieces. Bardis and the neighboring Orotenin served as a gate, repelling the attacks of the swamp monsters. Yezir politely declined the girls, smiling as he lied that his son was older than them. He went to look for a decent inn to catch his breath in peace. Irina had rented him a luxurious room in advance, which turned out to be very convenient. In the rented room, he finally exhaled. An elf stands out too much among people, so solitude was just what he needed. Now he faced a critical task: to gather all information about food in the swamps. In local pubs, they served coarse meat from slain monsters. The memory of a past severe poisoning made him shudder. This time he had to know what was safe to eat. Ahead lay dirty swamps full of poisonous creatures. He resolutely headed to the guild pub to inquire about a safe menu from the adventurers. The great swamps had a terrifying reputation. Here, giant monsters tore people apart along with their boats. But Ezir looked at the endless water horizon without a trace of fear. He sincerely thanked the spirit for the future help and confidently stepped onto the water. The little firefly blinked in surprise. The spirit cheerfully assured the earth spirits that at night he would definitely make stone platforms for sleeping. The elf calmly walked straight across the water, wondering what he would eat on the way to the Great Plains. Suddenly, a giant crocodile's mouth burst out of the water, but Ezir jumped first. A blade gleamed in the air. One precise strike, and the creature's scales split in half. The next second, a huge, toothy leech emerged from the water, causing the elf to jump back sharply. The chopped bodies of the monsters slowly sank to the bottom. The water boiled. Ezir skillfully stunned the fish with the handle and threw it into the net. In the evening, he grilled crocodile meat on a platform raised from the bottom, contentedly noting the advantages of living in a dangerous zone. The traveler enjoyed the scenery while walking on the water's surface. Thanks to the spirits, his magic and sword worked flawlessly. Despite regular clashes with giant catfish, the path to the east progressed quickly. A month has passed wandering among the reeds. The air suddenly froze. Someone pierced him with their gaze. He silently asked the spirit to illuminate the surrounding area. Light ripples spread across the water. In the thick bushes, someone's silhouette was indeed hiding. Could this be one of the extinct lizard people? Flashed through the elf's mind. He decided not to approach to avoid provoking a fight out of nowhere. Instead, he simply smiled warmly and waved his hand. If fate wishes, they will definitely meet again. The boot stepped on the water again. Over time, Ezir began to miss normal food and wondered what he would do on the Great Plains. He recalled Hugh's stories about the brave nomads and the bandits of Drought. The elf hoped to come across trading tribes or settlements of proud half-greens. Another month of the journey has passed. The tall grass softly rustled underfoot. In amazement, Ezir joyfully exclaimed. Before him stretched an endless green ocean of plains. In the distance, a herd of wild horses rested under a solitary tree. The deer enchantedly stopped. His eyes lit up with genuine delight. He looked at the graceful steeds and unicorns with curiosity, dreaming of riding again someday. Memory brought up an old recollection of a trip with Irina. But horses live much shorter lives than humans, so I had to say goodbye to that horse forever. In his long life, he had seen so many people and farewells that he mentally decided, a pair of horses amidst this whirlwind would definitely not hinder him. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind nearly knocked him off his feet. Before the face, a troubled spirit fluttered. Lend your strength. A little spirit of the wind persistently called him to follow. Ezir blinked in surprise. Could it be that the wind is asking someone to protect it? The creature turned out to be very young and unable to use its power independently. Higher elves could share their thoughts with spirits, allowing them to create true wonders beyond the laws of nature. Ancient water spirits performed wonders on their own, as they had centuries of experience behind them. Perhaps it was to manage the young elements that the gods created the high elves. In response, the wind began to tug at his cloak so fiercely that Ezir gave in and shouted, "All right, I'm coming." He rushed to run after, trying to ask the spirit who exactly was attacked. Usually, only the elements of water and fire settled near people who had honored them in their rituals for generations. Those like him and Win had seen these invisible beings, which made them absolute exceptions to the rules. Suddenly the elf fell to the ground. A bloody slaughter unfolded ahead. The camp of the nomads was attacked. Armed horsemen were firing at the yurts with bows at full gallop. Izir sighed heavily. He really didn't want to get involved in someone else's disputes. But the spirit continued to plead, and the elf threw the bag off his shoulder. He commanded the wind to strike at full force. The devastating hurricane struck the enemies, sweeping riders off their saddles like toys. One of the attackers fell back onto the ground. Panic broke out among the bandits. The horses neighed wildly and reared up. The leader shouted fiercely, trying to control the enraged steed. The enemies quickly picked up the wounded and hastily retreated. Dust slowly settled over the plain. Yezir breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it ended without any corpses and unnecessary prisoners. The enemies acted wisely. They immediately retreated before the unknown magical threat. The elf shook himself off and went to look for his abandoned belongings. He grimly hoped that he had not gotten involved in a global conflict. The nomads ran out of their yurts and joyfully waved to the rescuer. People surrounded him with a tight circle of thanks, and Ezir only sighed mentally at this commotion. The spirit flew ahead, urging to follow it. He led the hero to the largest yurt in the center of the camp. Inside, the respected elders of the tribe were already sitting on the carpets. Yezir politely apologized for making them wait. The fabric at the entrance quietly shifted. The elders respectfully called him the messenger of the winds, who defeated the army of Dahlia. A little girl named Seleng, the oracle of the Balm tribe known here as the Child of the Wind, entered the tent. She sat down in her honorable place with dignity. Ezir looked at her, not understanding why the element of air had become so attached to the child. The girl seemed to be the complete opposite of the wind, constrained by strict rules and obligations. The elf introduced himself and honestly distanced himself from the pompous title of messenger. But the elders insisted. The spirit of the wind brought him here. Seleng quietly confessed that it was she who begged the heavens for salvation. The girl leaned down to the floor, begging to protect her people. The fate of an entire tribe rested on her fragile shoulders. Ezir looked carefully at the girl, finally realizing that his calm journey had come to an end. The Bamu and Dahlia tribes lived in harmony for centuries, honoring the steppe winds. The conflict erupted over two gifted individuals, the Child of the Wind, Seleng, and the Fire Boy. The chief of Dahlia turned the boy's magic into a weapon and launched it to plunder the southern countries. The southern neighbors responded harshly to the raids. They cut off the nomads from trade, condemning Balm to poverty. Chief Balm tried to admonish the neighbors, reminding them that the boy weapon is not eternal and their plundering will destroy them. But the leader of Dahlia only smiled mockingly. He proposed to unite wind and flame for the sake of a new faith. His plan was simple and cynical: to marry Seleng to the Child of Flame and rule the steppes. Father Seleng cut off. He will not allow their tribe to be defiled. The leader of Dahlia silently turned away. The blade whistled as it came out of the sheath. The massacre began, in which Dahlia slaughtered the father of Seleng and almost all the able-bodied men of Bama. Only women, old men, and inexperienced youths remained from the once proud tribe. Today's raid was supposed to be the last. The enemies were abducting women and planned to finish off the rest. The elf calmly chewed on the meat, listening to this story, and added that it was so until his intervention. Mother Seleng and little Shiro presented the guest with a local delicacy with trembling hands. The elf curiously examined the balls of cheese, recalling earthly drinks. The homeland held its breath as he tasted. The taste turned out to be specific but pleasant. The tension in the tent instantly eased. The elf gulped down kumis, devising a plan in his head. The spirit of the wind was asking him for a favor. To keep the word, two problems had to be solved. First, neutralize the Child of Flame and make people stop worshipping this power. Friend, he was already guessing the true nature of this fire. The weak and Balm needs protection, and he could teach Seleng to independently control the spirits. But he doubted whether the girl needed such power and whether Balm would use it for revenge. The simplest way was to cut the entire Dahlia down to the root, but he had no intention of causing a massacre. The spirit of the wind did not give clear instructions, so the elf decided to act on his own judgment. Tseleng watched the magical butterfly with a gentle smile. The only task from the spirits was simply to help Tseleng, and this help did not mean the salvation of her entire tribe at all. He could very well take the girl far away from here, give her freedom and teach her magic. Night fell on the camp and the guards lit torches. The next morning the silence was shattered by an angry scream. "You won't kill the child of flame." The elders were furious, calling the elf a liar and demanding the destruction of the enemies. The elf sighed wearily. He scatters the attackers by himself, but he will not take lives. He sharply advised the dissatisfied old men to solve their problems on their own. They shuddered at his icy tone. The elders demanded respect for their age, forgetting that before them stood a 209-year-old high elf. Suddenly, Tseleng spoke. She submissively accepted his decision and thanked him for any kindness. Stepping outside, the elf stretched his stiff back, sincerely sympathizing with the 10-year-old girl. She is forced to hide her hatred for her father's killers while also worrying about a stranger. Her connection with the spirits of the wind was abnormally strong. In a few years of training, Tseleng could surpass most adult wizards. With such strength, she could playfully scatter entire cavalry units. Quiet footsteps and a timid voice were heard from behind. Little Shiro was shifting uncertainly from one foot to the other. The boy suddenly bowed to the elf at his feet. "Please protect my sister," he exclaimed desperately. Tears were streaming down Shura's cheeks. He understood that he should have replaced his father, but he was too weak. The elf smiled warmly. The boy reminded him of an old friend who also had to grow up too soon. He gently patted the little one on the head, promising to protect their family. Now he has his own, much more significant reason to fight. A few days passed. The elf carefully entertained the children with bow tricks. A thick dust rose over the endless steppe. The earth shook from the heavy thud of hooves. The cavalry of Dahlia was approaching the camp. While the elders were frantically ordering the preparation of bows, the elf calmly stepped forward. Hostile arrows froze helplessly in the air and fell to the ground. The elf mockingly advised them to bring at least a dragon to break through his wind shield. The enraged horsemen drew their sabers and charged into close combat. Watching them, the elf recalled the legendary group of adventurers from his past. Those guys forced him to fight on the edge, blocking magic. And with one smooth motion, he knocked the rider out of the saddle and into the ground. Ordinary people had no chance against him. Suddenly the air behind me heated up sharply. A powerful explosion scattered the riders, no spells, just pure thought. From the smoke emerged the child of flame, a frightened boy who possessed true pyrokinesis. The flame extinguished without a trace against the wind barrier, causing the little one to curse under his breath. The elf slowly approached him, ignoring the shouts to stay away. The boy, in despair, threw his hands forward, unleashing a massive wall of roaring fire. The elf's boots confidently stepped right through the hellish flames. The fire obediently parted before him. The elf smiled and acknowledged his victory. The boy's eyes widened in primal terror. He realized his absolute helplessness. Joyful shouts of Bamu erupted beyond the camp fence. People praised the elf as their hero. The elf ignored the applause and asked the elders why they had not killed the little one themselves yet. The elders reminded him of his promise, to which the elf laughed. He had promised to sort things out, not to carry out an execution. Having tied up the fire boy, he coldly declared that his mission here was complete. And what if Dahlia returns for revenge or for the children of the wind? So Balm will have to deal with this on his own. The elders were shocked into silence when Tseleng stepped forward and bowed low to the savior. The girl calmly told him to do as he deemed necessary. She vowed that the tribe would never forget its debt and would serve it forever. The elf blinked in surprise. He had underestimated her again. Her composure and political acumen were like that of an adult ruler. But when he looked more closely into her eyes, at the bottom of these calm pupils, an impenetrable, frightening darkness of hatred swirled. A chill ran down his spine. What monster is really hiding behind this perfect mask of a 10-year-old girl? Esir calmly summarized the children's request. They want to learn to communicate with spirits for battle. Little Shiro joyfully shouted, begging to be taken as a student, while Tseleng stood nearby with a serious expression. The elf agreed to start tomorrow, looking at the sleeping boy. The next day, in the middle of the steppe, Esir officially announced the start of classes. He divided them into pairs. Tseleng will study spirits while Shiro will focus on swordsmanship. He was going to teach him to fight without using fire. The boy was outraged, reminding that they were actually enemies. But Esir cut in with a smile. For him, the boy is not an enemy. He stated directly and harshly that Djil is too weak. The elf clarified, his pyrokinesis is powerful in itself. But this is the only card in his hand, and if it is beaten, the guy will be completely defenseless. Essir did not want such talent to go to waste. Moreover, Dijal was still just a child. The teacher wanted him to grow into an independent person, not just a living weapon. Then Essir turned to Tseleng and decided to teach both the sword and her at the same time. Tseleng awkwardly lowered her eyes, doubting whether she, a woman, would have the strength to hold the blade. Essir responded with a gaze full of absolute confidence. He said that it was a woman who taught him everything about the sword. She was extraordinarily strong. The elf raised his eyes to the sky, immersed in warm memories. And very beautiful. Having distributed wooden blocks, a knife, and a file to the children, Essir ordered them to carve training swords for themselves. They had been required to use only their innate talents, so the new task caused a deafening confusion. Essir wanted to give them the strength to find a better future, just as his own teachers once did. With the approach of winter, the Balm tribe moved south. Essir accompanied their trade caravan to the warm lands of Vivinal. The merchant was very surprised to see a forest elf at the market. Essir calmly asked for iron to be melted down to forge real swords for the children. The merchant cautiously glanced at the tribe elders behind the elf. Essir assured with a smile that these are his new friends. The merchant let out a sigh of relief and got down to business. The elf explained his role. Balm desperately needs trade, but in the south they are openly afraid of the nomads. The merchant warned to stay away from Dahlia's people, calling them wild barbarians. Essir thanked for the advice with an unflinching smile. Giles silently dragged the heavy bag. Essir watched him with a thoughtful gaze. He kept the boy close to him, protecting him from sidelong glances. The elders still saw a deadly threat in Giles and demanded to watch every step he took. Essir understood their fear, but he knew that the boy was keeping himself together. During training, Shiro, being the youngest, stumbled the most often. But Dijal was always the first to extend his hand to him. He silently took care of the little one. Dijal was the oldest of this trio. Gradually, the children grew closer. However, Jayala was relentlessly gnawed by a sense of guilt. The very fact of his existence led to their father's death. The boy turned away, not understanding why Shura was thanking him. Stepping outside his native tribe and hearing others, Dijal began to change. All his life he harmed others without thinking of himself, and now the time has come for reckoning and reflection. Essir quietly observed his inner struggle. A year has passed. The tribe's attitude towards Dijal warmed. He took care of the sheep and willingly shared the hard work with everyone. Day by day, the steppe witnessed his quiet atonement. People saw his sincere work and could no longer hold any resentment towards him. They began to greet him openly and without fear. But for Dijal himself, it became just a new reason for mental anguish. Meanwhile, Essir continued the lessons. He explained to Tseleng that spirits need to be given one's own imagination. The elf advised her to imagine sharp blades spinning quickly, cutting everything to pieces. Tseleng was taken aback by such a cruel fantasy. She laughed sincerely and brightly. Essir seriously asked if she wanted the power to take revenge for her father, or the strength to break free from the cage of obligations forever. During the sparring, Shiro joyfully announced that he had finally defeated Dijal. Essir praised the little one. Without having magic, he achieved his goal through pure perseverance. The teacher gently tousled Shura's hair. 3 years have passed since their joining Bamu. The last elders who condemned Dijal have passed away. Essir recalled how their constant grumbling had strongly united him with the guy at that time. Dijal was kneeling by the grave, noticeably nervous. His gaze was firm and resolute. The boy matured and was ready for a conversation. Essir understood everything without a single word. Giles asked for a real serious fight. The elf agreed. The student had finally matured. A cold moon rose over the steppe. Essir took out his favorite knife from the fang of the great wolf. Giles instantly launched an attack. He delivered a powerful vertical strike. Essir easily and effortlessly blocked the incident. The teacher parried the blade and asked if that was all he was capable of. At that moment, Dijal activated his flame. The fire and the blade finally merged into a single, deadly motion. Instead of straightforward attacks, flexibility and power emerged, exactly what the elf had taught him for years. Essir was sincerely fascinated by this power, but with the next sharp movement, he ruthlessly knocked the weapon out of the student's hands. The knife blade stopped right at the throat of the heavily breathing Giles. Dijal bowed his head in pain and defeat. Instead of answering, the elf suddenly grabbed the boy by the head, and he was taken aback. The teacher sternly reminded, "It is the master's duty to correct the student's mistakes. And if he sincerely repents, forgive unconditionally." The elf extended his hand to the fallen boy, just as his own mentors had done once. He quietly said that Giles should return to the native tribe of Dahlia. The boy couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, hiding his face. As a farewell, Tseleng and Shiro brought him a saddled horse. Shiro rushed to hug his older brother, knocking him off his feet. Tseleng gently wished him the blessing of the wind. Giles cried bitterly, gripping tightly onto the elf's cloak. Esir watched the rider leave, hoping that now the boy would be able to live his own free life. 5 more years have passed. Tseleng has grown up. She skillfully communicated with spirits and confidently mastered the style of Yasoguryu swordsmanship. The girl stood in traditional attire, radiating calm strength. She became a true leader of her people. Esir looked at her with quiet pride. She finally gained the freedom she had longed for from the very beginning. Her life seemed difficult to outsiders, but only she knew what she truly wanted. Now she will lead the Balm tribe into the future without fear. Over the years, Djil firmly took power in Dahlia, and the two tribes restored peaceful trade. And little Shiro grew into a true master of the sword. Esir sighed. He had done everything he wanted and nothing else kept him here. Shiro and Tseleng barely held back tears during the inevitable farewell. The elf advised Shura to find the dojo Yasoguryu in Ludria if he ever gets into trouble. He did not make empty promises to return, leaving them only this story as a memory. In the elf's memory, they forever remained 3 small, devoted students. Esir joyfully struck the horse on the sides, eagerly awaiting the moment when he would tell Kisi that he had finally learned to ride. He led the horse past the children at half a measure, remembering the old rule, always dismount before this people. He showed the little ones a map. Ahead in the grass appeared a smooth mushroom circle. Esir spurred the horse. A fairy fluttered over the hats, small, but driven by a cruel collective mind. These winged pests kidnapped people for torture and took children into their army. The horse trotted steadily with its hooves. The elf looked around. He gently patted the animal on the mane. The life of a horse is short compared to that of an elf, but Esir decided not to think about the sad things in advance. It's time to verify the path to the Golden Empire. The map stretched far to the east, from the White River to the Black Snows and the Blue Sea. Ahead was half a year of journey. The drug stirred very close by. 6 months have passed. The city of Whitetail greeted him with its eastern color and loud crowd. He gripped the reins more firmly. The carved facades and lanterns reminded him of the homeland of Kika. Getting through the walls turned out to be quite a challenge. The permit had to be bought through a bribe. He was severely deceived with the exchange rate. However, the local coins had a familiar square hole in the center. Minor troubles accumulated, but the ultimate goal remained unchanged. Esir just wanted to enjoy the new land. To survive here, you need to know the rules of the game. In the nearest tavern, he was greeted with a smile by a waitress with 2 buns on her head. She immediately suggested choosing a drink. The girl playfully winked, hinting at the apricot wine at his expense. The elf just smiled awkwardly. He immediately ordered 2 glasses and a tasty snack. Instead, Esir asked to be told everything about the local lands. The girl laughed at his straightforwardness. The elf had long learned, if someone is extracting benefits from you, extract information in return. A jug of wine became the perfect catalyst for conversation. Everyone conducted business this way here. Esir stated his name and started eating. The waitress carelessly called him a woodman, and he immediately asked about the emperor. She warned that the elderly would be pleased with such a guest. The local ruler was called the Jade Dragon, a hermit who never ages. The girl giggled, doubting the existence of the emperor was considered a crime here. The elf remembered the shaman Lei Hong, who also called him a forest spirit. It seems that the shaman's roots stretched right from here. There were no adventurers in the Golden Empire. Monsters were fought by soldiers or wandering warriors. The waitress noted that for this craft, mere strength is not enough. Esir looked up in surprise. True warriors protected the weak and punished the strong, even if it went against the law. She nodded to the side. Esir followed her gaze. At the neighboring table sat a tall man with dark scales on his face. He calmly folded his hands in a respectful gesture. The elf noted his politeness, and also a hidden powerful strength. The waitress whispered that this is Jizu from the Earth people. They lived in the north, and their skin was covered with natural metals and stones. The type of breed on their bodies determined their social status. In the end, the girl advised not to loiter near the river. There 2 trading guilds fiercely clashed, just like in Wellestria. A few days have passed. The waitress rushed at Esir from the threshold, excitedly shouting about a child in need of rescue on the waterfront. The elf awkwardly rubbed his ears. He was just walking the horse. Suddenly, the bridge was blocked by a mass brawl of dockworkers. The big guy from the guild swung his leg right at the little boy, who didn't manage to escape. The elf's eyes narrowed. The arrow whistled as it embedded itself in the board just a millimeter from the bandit's groin. While the thugs were recovering, Esir snatched the child from the crowd. He gave them a cold glance and promised to aim for vital organs next time. The frightened baby was returned to the mother. Now in the tavern, Esir brushed off the praise. He did it only for his own peace of mind. They served fish on the table, which reminded him of the western lands again. The elf understood perfectly. That bandit on the bridge was unlikely to swallow the insult. The air seemed to be filled with an invisible threat. Such people never forgive humiliation. He lazily chewed, pondering whether it was worth leaving the city earlier. Information can also be gathered in the other 4 provinces. The tavern door swung open, and horror froze on the waitress's face. Familiar figures grew behind Esir. The emblems of the trade guild left no doubt. The girl curled up in the corner. A heavy hand rested on the elf's shoulder. It seemed they needed his services. The bandits loomed over the table. Esir calmly watched the uninvited guests. The leader leaned in and ominously offered gold for participation in their raids. Suddenly, the bandit grimaced in pain. Someone squeezed his shoulder with a death grip. It was Jizu, who coldly ordered to leave the visitor alone. The guild members retreated in fear, and Esir thanked for the help. Jizu curtly cut in that the elf could handle it himself, but the establishment owner didn't want to fight. The warrior turned towards the exit. He burned him with his gaze, feeling a wild desire to engage him in battle. Jizu politely wished a good meal and left. The elf recalled the thick obsidian armor on the giant's body and realized that his fists would simply bounce off it. He was annoyed that someone else had decided his problems. Esir took a sip of tea. The departure will have to be postponed. In the end, he got himself involved in this story. The night eastern city shone with paper lanterns along the winding canal. The girl calmly brushed her long hair before going to sleep. The innkeepers listened anxiously. Some noise was coming from below, possibly thieves. Suddenly she gasped in fear. Strangers burst into the room, frightening the innkeepers. The robbers from the trade guild were already sitting tied up, and an elf towered over them. Esir cheerfully nodded to the girl and advised her to call the guard. He ran down the street, mentally thanking the spirits for the warning. Jizo had already held back a crowd of armed thugs with a spear. The warrior calmly reported that he caught the wrongdoers red-handed, and the tavern is safe. With a lightning-fast circular strike, he scattered the attackers. One of the bandits fell heavily to the ground from a powerful kick. The elf stood frozen in surprise with a bitten piece of food. He was mentally amazed by his partner's incredible combat potential. The warrior addressed the elf, leaning on a solid metal spear. Esir understood, if they were fighting seriously, he would definitely break something because of this guy. The elf had a bold idea. He proposed to put an end to the trading guild forever right that night. Esir slyly grinned. Jizo responded with the same predatory smile. Silhouettes of miners under the night sky. They walked through the empty streets, pondering the power gained through force. They stopped in front of the massive gates of the guild. With one powerful blow, they reduced the building to rubble. In the morning, the partners were already leaving, examining the stolen paper talisman. The warrior praised the elf for his ability to combine swords and magic. Jizo admitted that he would not have been able to stop his nighttime devastation. Behind loomed the mountains, while the remnants of the guild smoldered in the city. Jizo smiled, glad that he would no longer trouble his employers. They laughed together, acknowledging their guilt in the destruction of property. Now the path for the Guild of Navigators was completely clear. Local residents were pleased with the fall of corrupt traders. The new leaders had to act cautiously to avoid repeating the mistakes of their predecessors. The elf sighed, realizing that he was thinking like a true bandit. He said that he is traveling east, exploring the Golden Empire. Jizo fell into thought. He suggested heading north to Black Snow. It was a harsh land where an active volcano covered everything in ash. Esir guessed that was exactly why the warrior was working in the south. But Jizo hinted that there is someone special there. The elf stared intently. He agreed without hesitation. On the way, Esir recalled how much new information he had learned about the East. He was particularly impressed by the local spellcasters and their strange paper magical tools. The elf joyfully imagined how he would show these things to Koshman. Suddenly he fell silent. The realization pierced him with sadness. His old friend had died a long time ago. They continued their way along the forest road. Esir understood that he would not be able to physically master the technique of Jizo's spear. He comforted himself with the thought that studying poles would not betray his love for swords. Suddenly the elf called the warrior. He asked if they had time for shopping. Jizo seriously advised to buy as much horse feed as possible. The horse neighed in fear, sensing the approach of harsh lands. At the market, they stocked up on provisions. The horse barely dragged the overflowing baskets through the shallow water. Travelers crossed picturesque lakes and high cliffs. Soon before them loomed the grim peaks of black snow. The elf stopped in shock. Black ash thickly covered the ground, abruptly ending at the border of the region. The warrior didn't even pay attention to it. In the previous city, Esir saw the shrine of the white cat with two tails. Here they worshipped the black turtle. The elf thought that the difference in beliefs somehow affected the environment, but the spirits were silent. The path turned out to be much harder. I had to constantly fend off monsters. By the campfire, Esir drank the water gifted by the spirits with relief. Of all the killed monsters, only every 10th was edible, so the food supplies saved the situation. Finally, they reached the Black Armor, the only city in the region, a vast underground settlement that reminded the elf of the land of the dwarves. Jizo hurried him to the castle to avoid attracting unnecessary attention from the crowd. The castle was overflowing with nobility, whose status was measured by precious stones in their skin. The warrior with obsidian on his face admitted that he is not a nobleman, and the person they need is not one either. They approached the massive doors. At the doorstep, they were joyfully greeted by 3 maids. The girls rushed to tidy up the bewildered elf. He groaned, not wanting at all to dress up for the meeting. The door opened carefully. Esir looked at the miniature girl in surprise. She allowed herself to be simply called the Black Turtle. A delicate silver ornament gleamed in her hair. She smiled warmly. The elf felt that despite her tiny stature, she emanated a colossal ancient power. He awkwardly apologized for his inappropriate behavior. Esir straightened up sharply, trying to appear more serious. He introduced himself as a high elf and thanked Jizo for the meeting. The elf mentally compared her movements to Kika's manners in her later years. The hermit was glad that the hooligan Jizo had found a friend, while Esir sensed in her a master of martial arts. He realized that this fragile girl could kill him 10 times in a row in an instant. The turtle calmly stated that it cannot treat the ancient as an ordinary guest. The elf tensed upon hearing that old address. She did not use the name of the race, only the word ancient. The hermit told the legend of the creator, who at the beginning of time gave life to spirits, an elf, a titan, a phoenix, and a dragon. Titan was named so because he was a giant compared to an ordinary person. And this first ordinary person in the world was indeed a high elf. The title Ancient originated from those forgotten times when only this quintet existed. The turtle asked to be heard, while the elf silently prayed that the story wouldn't turn out to be too boring. The magnificent multi-tiered palace rose against the backdrop of steep cliffs. In the corridor, Esir approached Vin and inquired about the results of the conversation. The warrior sighed wearily, recalling how the mentor called the half-elf a disturber of peace. He calmly replied that there was no need to hurry. He had been allowed to stay and was issued a pass to the Golden State. Esir admitted that he is heading there in 5 days. The young man was glad to meet, although the warrior clarified that it was the mentor who ordered him to go there. A warm smile illuminated Asir's face. He blinked in surprise. The warrior assured that he would be happy to keep him company, and the half-elf sincerely thanked him. Following the guide, the young man realized that the acquaintance with the black turtle Kshuhan Nayu and the accompaniment had been planned for his journey. The guide pointed to the guest room, where the maids had already prepared a hot bath. He happily immersed himself in the wooden bath. The spirit's gaze reminded him that water in these parts is an incredible luxury. The young man remembered the walk through the city. There wasn't a single well on the streets. Drops were dripping from his palms. Here he was welcomed like a true king. The half-elf's face darkened. The scarred body tensed up. The hermit's request to journey to the Golden State seemed simple only at first glance. Then Kshuanai only folded her hands and announced her order. Wiping his hair, Win recalled her apology, a reason he had to clarify on the spot. Everything hinged on one secret. But what troubled him the most was the main mystery, the hermits themselves. Recluses absorbed the energy of nature, merged with it, and thus achieved immortality. That is why they always settled in places of power. But for some reason, the ruler of each state was also a recluse. Why do they need government positions if they are only interested in merging with nature? He decided that he would find the answer in the Golden State. Fate had intervened in his journeys more than once. Memory brought up the face of the adoptive father, rivalry with the master, and old battles. He planned to go east, searching for traces of the Yasogurayu style. The spirit slowly hovered over the bed, and the young man felt that an invisible hand stubbornly guided him straight to the golden state. The cherry blossom petals swirled in the air. He always considered this path his own choice. Vin's gaze became prickly. The foreign will that wove the web of his fate evoked disgust in him. The half-elf fell heavily onto the bed, deciding to go with the flow for now. He touched the spirit. When the decisive moment comes, he will trust only his own intuition. In 5 days, a small detachment set out through the rocky pass. Vin asked a seer not to worry about security, but he stood his ground. The warrior reminded how valuable clean water and fresh vegetables are, which they shared with them. The settlement of Black Snow has never been known for its wealth. All their jewelry was exchanged for meager rations of food and water. The seer recalled with pain the lavish dinners in the castle that were paid for by someone else. Then at the table, Win nearly choked, imagining how many families were left without dinner for the sake of this banquet. The young man really wanted to somehow repay his hosts. Thanks to the spirit's hint, he found the source and ordered a well to be built over it. Shuan Nayu learned about it only after the fact. Then she, with tears in her eyes, grabbed his hands, showering him with thanks. He even promised to send them underground vegetables from the kingdom of the dwarfs. The recluse squeezed the cup so tightly that it almost cracked. This offer was a true salvation for her. The young man on horseback smiled. These 5 days flew by unnoticed. The evening twilight enveloped the sharp peaks of the mountains. By the campfire, the loud laughter of companions echoed. He recalled their adventures warmly. Then he rode the local children on his horse, changing every 100 steps. The little girl grabbed a seer by the ear, making everyone laugh. By the fire, the warrior promised the child a great future, and Vin admitted that he initially wanted to help their blacksmiths. However, it was impossible to change the industry in such a short time. The conversation turned to magical swords and the white cat Leia Zijun, an outstanding master of spells. The half-elf then remarked to Xuan Nayu that he would try to forge such a blade if he stayed in the Golden State. The hermit's reaction was very strained. As he entered the tent, Win felt that something would make him leave these lands much sooner. The gaze slid over the flowers by the path. The Golden State was encircled by a titanic wall. The squad stopped in front of the giant gates with a turtle emblem. Beyond this point, the guards were off-limits. Isir looked warmly at his friend. He smiled sadly, realizing that they were unlikely to see each other again. Emotional farewells were not their style, they just bumped fists. The massive doors creaked open with a rumble. The young man directed the horse inside. The gate slammed shut behind him. The horse neighed in fright. The stone road abruptly ended, giving way to dense thickets. He immediately recognized this aura. Before him was an elven sanctuary. In his homeland, spirits and sacred trees created equally powerful barriers. But elves never built walls. The young man pondered. Have the local elves isolated themselves from other races, or are they simply playing the role of the elite? From the bushes, 2 guards emerged silently and greeted him in the old golden forest. They respectfully pressed their hands to their chests, calling him the true ancestor. He was taken aback by such a pompous title. When the elves offered to take him, the young man sharply refused. He moved forward, declaring that the forest was his territory, and the trees would show the way. The bewildered guards trailed behind while the half-elf was annoyed by his new nickname. There was almost no difference between high elves and ordinary elves, except for a couple of 100 years of life and greater favor from the spirits. The journey through the forest resembled a light stroll. He relaxedly chewed berries straight from the bushes and enjoyed the scent of the flowers. The sacred trees themselves dropped ripe fruits of apua at his feet. The young man generously shared his snack with the horse and the guards. He happily crunched on the peach-flavored fruit while the elves marveled at the wonders of the local bushes. In 2 weeks, they finally reached the center of the region. The scale was simply impressive. He understood something hidden in this land emits energy that transforms the entire region into a sanctuary. In his homeland, the sea of trees protected the thicket from the outside world. What if everything here is the opposite? Perhaps this barrier was created not to protect against invaders, but to contain the power within. A chill ran down my spine. What were the old high elves hiding? Another grand wall emerged from behind the trees. The young man gazed spellbound at the towering walls. The words of the elders suddenly surfaced in memory. One forgot prophecy. Then they spoke of the true phoenix, the titan above the clouds, and the true elves. And there was the true dragon, whose sleep will last until the end of time. The titan lives somewhere far beyond the clouds, and the creature that connected the heavens and the earth. The guardian bird cut through the sky's blue with its wings. The theory sounded like madness, but all the facts pointed to it. He raised his gaze to the emperor's palace. Shuan Nayu said that the state is ruled by the jade dragon Daijun, a hermit who does not age. The puzzle is complete. The entire Golden Empire is a gigantic cradle for a single being. They all guarded the sleep of the true dragon, whose awakening would mean the end of the world. Easier approached the majestic palace in the center of the Golden State, enveloped in a dense magical aura. He walked down the corridor and was glad he had left the horse outside. Such strength would have crushed an ordinary animal. The elf abruptly opened the massive door. He was immediately greeted by the ruler and respectfully called Ancient. The man smiled widely and introduced himself as the Jade Dragon Daijun. Easier only frowned, clearly feeling that this mighty power did not belong to him but to the sleeping dragon. Daijun squinted, realizing that the guest had already figured everything out. The elf's eyes narrowed with rage. With a lightning-fast jerk, he grabbed the emperor and slammed him against the wall. The ruler fell heavily to the floor, but Daijun immediately jumped to his feet as if nothing had happened. He inquired with feigned innocence what he had done to deserve such rudeness. Easier understood perfectly. If this hermit truly drew power from the dragon, he could kill him in a split second. The boy angrily pointed his finger and demanded honesty. If they want something from him, they should ask directly and without games. He sternly warned that he would not tolerate any manipulations, no matter how powerful the local authorities are. The cold gaze of the elf pierced through the ruler. A genuine surprise flashed across Daijun's face, and then he burst out laughing to tears, admitting that the elf turned out to be much simpler and more straightforward than he had expected. Setting aside the jokes, the emperor explained the essence. As soon as Easier stepped into the Golden Empire, the sleeping dragon sensed him and stirred. Now the elf had to personally descend to the monster and put it to sleep again. Easier turned pale. The awakening of the dragon meant the literal end of the world. The boy panicked, realizing that he had almost triggered the apocalypse. This is why the emperor behaved so suspiciously from the very beginning. However, Daijun reassured him. The arrival of the elf was a coincidence and something else was disturbing the beast's sleep. Easier let out a slight sigh and asked if the dragon's aura had made him so aggressive a few minutes ago. Over a cup of tea, Daijun told the true story of this region. Once, dragon power turned these lands into a wasteland of monsters, and to protect its slumber, the beast created 4 mighty vassals. The vassals simply drove away the outsiders without touching the animals. But the monsters constantly invaded neighboring territories, provoking people to military campaigns in response. To prevent people from getting too close and waking the dragon, the vassals had to engage in a cunning collaboration. Thus, a new system was created. The management was entrusted to 5 chosen hermits. Daijun's duty became to restrain the uncontrollable force with the entire Golden State. Easier immediately understood the principle. It worked just like his native forest, which absorbed the excess magic. Other hermits drew energy from vassals to reliably isolate the region from the outside world. Daijun coldly added that any other corrupt state can be easily destroyed and rebuilt from scratch. Easier silently descended the spiral staircase, refraining from judging their radical methods. His footsteps echoed off the walls of the bottomless mine. Anyway, the hermits did everything possible for survival. Suddenly, the air around became incredibly hot. Daijun turned pale and covered his mouth with his hand, barely enduring the terrifying pressure of the aura. The emperor handed the elf a lantern and stayed on the stairs. The boy had to go on alone from there. Easier carefully descended into the darkness, preparing for the meeting. He thought that a beast capable of destroying the world must be simply gigantic. A long corridor led him to a spacious, bright hall. In front of him lay a giant muzzle that suddenly opened its eyes and spoke loudly. The white dragon majestically rose and asked if the guest was seeking the end of the world, to which the shocked Easier waved his hands. An ancient monster asked to be told about the surrounding world in order to make a final decision. The elf laughed and replied that it was too long a story for one conversation. He suggested coming here every day and sharing a little piece at a time. It was the perfect plan, to lull the dragon to sleep with a long bedtime story. Easier began his tale from the very beginning, from the day he left his native forest. He enthusiastically described his adventures and small discoveries, while the giant listened attentively. Suddenly, the dragon interrupted him and asked if the elf had come to seek help against the hordes of monsters. The beast explained casually that its main role is to completely erase this world and start all over again. And after the global cleansing, it was the elves and nature spirits who were to revive life from the ashes. Aesir mentally cursed the forest elders. Such things should have been warned about before the journey. Without losing his composure, the boy cut off the story at the most interesting part and headed for the exit, promising a continuation tomorrow. The dragon angrily demanded a story about the gnome, but the elf merely snorted with self-satisfaction. A whole month of daily visits to the dungeon has passed. The fairy tale took only an hour a day, so the rest of the time Aesir was completely free. At the top, the master Xuanu and the old white cat Leijun were joyfully welcoming him. The girl reported that her grandfather wants to see how the elf forges a magical sword. Leijun mockingly asked if he could even hold the heavy hammer. In exchange for weapons, Xuanu agreed to teach him martial arts, while Leazi would teach local magic. Exhausting, endless training sessions began. Aesir struggled to swing the massive glaive while the mentor counted to 500. The satisfied girl went to brew some tea. The elf suddenly asked where the other 3 true dragons were hiding, which left Xuanyu in shock. She hoped it was a silly joke, but the beast itself confirmed the information. It turned out that all the other dragons in the world are just pale copies created by the gods. When Aesir mentioned the Titans as well, the girl screamed, begging to stop this flow of shocking truth. Later, she detailed the balance of power on the eastern continent. It was there, into the vortex of war, that Aesir was preparing to go. Xuanyu asked if he had ever heard of the cruel Oni. Her face became gloomy and tense. She explained that they originate from demons, whose excess mana transformed them into monsters. Aesir was shocked. It turned out that his own ancestors had once contributed to their extermination. Those who survived now controlled half of the eastern island, forcing people to unite for survival. There was a huge risk that the sword school the elf was looking for had long been destroyed by the Oni. In these lands, there was continuous bloodshed, and finding answers there was almost impossible. Aesir listened to this absolutely calmly and asked if there was anything else interesting. Xuanyu was stunned by his unflinching reaction. She mentioned the giant Fuso tree planted in the center of the island by the Titans themselves. The elf smiled joyfully and decided that he would definitely go to see him before returning. His new route was finally determined. Long years of peaceful life have passed. In 7 years of stories, the dragon's horse Aesir has managed to acquire its own offspring. The hermits adored the stallion, allocated a separate pasture for him, and created royal conditions. However, the animal was still most attached to its owner. Aesir stood by the pen, realizing that the eastern island was too dangerous a place for a horse. Here he could peacefully eat magical peaches and live in absolute safety. Leaving a loyal friend in the Golden State was the only right decision. The elf sighed sadly, realizing how much he would miss him. Meanwhile, his daily training was bearing fruit. Xuanyu sincerely praised his skill. Although in reality this praise referred to the perfect style of his first mentor, Kihia. Aesir knew that he needed decades more to reach her level, but he stubbornly pursued his goal. Ultimately, underground, his long tale for the dragon reached the events of today. The ancient beast confessed that the story of the elf brought him immense comfort. He felt joy, sadness, love, and rage again, the entire spectrum of emotions that he had been missing so much. The dragon acknowledged that the world outside his cave was truly amazing and worth existing. As a sign of gratitude, he shed one of his giant scales. Aesir lifted her in surprise. Despite her size, she turned out to be incredibly light. The beast closed its eyes and calmly fell into sleep, having finally reconsidered burning the world to the ground. The elf wished him a good rest and promised to return someday with new stories. When he climbed up, the hermits nearly fainted upon seeing the true dragon scale in his hands. Aesir asked how to process it, as a regular blacksmith's hammer won't help here. He carelessly suggested throwing her into the oven, which caused a real hysteria among the old people. The world was saved, and now an unexplored eastern island state awaited Aesira. The road east from the Golden State to the island country of Fuso promised to be long. Only a year after the conversation with the Golden Dragon, the elf finally boarded the ship. The preparation took time because processing dragon scales required a magical sword and special weakening seals. Experiments with materials brought him a lot of pleasure. By combining scales, mithril, and fairy silver, he forged a ring for direct control of magical power. He could barely stand on his feet from the strain. Obtaining these rare components turned out to be quite a challenge. On the deck, he exhaled with relief. The most valuable pieces of scales were now sewn into his cloak and the rest securely hidden in his bag. The elf's gaze was lost in the sea waves, while thoughts returned to the faithful horse. He left the horse at home because it finally found a mate and had foals. The memory of the farewell in the pasture still tugged at the heart. The horse then stared in surprise at the gathered belongings. He neighed joyfully, waiting for the shared ride. The elf tightly hugged him around the neck, barely holding back tears. Now, listening to the sound of the ocean, the young man felt his loneliness acutely. He missed that familiar sway in the saddle. "Land!" shouted the sailor, pulling him out of his thoughts as the port rose on the horizon. Havana turned out to be a bustling city of chaos, with traditional wooden houses. The elf opened his mouth in amazement at the local color. People in kimonos were bustling around, but something else caught the attention. Someone called out to him loudly from the water. The local swam up to the pier and curiously stared at the traveler's strange clothing. Instead of legs, the stranger had a fish tail, and the elf asked for permission to ask a few questions. He admitted that he was seeing a mermaid for the first time and asked what she was doing there and if she slept on land. He willingly explained the geography of this continent. The island was divided among people, mermaids, and oni demons. The mermaid waved her hand to the sky, asking if the guest had met winged people. Finally, he advised to exchange money next to the diner where they serve hot dogs. Noticing the elf's keen gaze, the mermaid jokingly asked if he had taken a liking to him. A crowd was buzzing near the specified store. The women were whispering to each other. Someone suggested that a sailor from a distant empire had visited them. Inside the establishment, the visitors also couldn't take their eyes off the foreigner. The waitress placed a generous portion of noodles in front of him. The elf carefully dipped the spoon into the dark broth. He slurped loudly. His face melted into a blissful smile. On the mainland, he tasted something similar, but the local soy sauce made the flavor unparalleled. This food evoked warmth and deep nostalgia for a past life. In the Golden Empire, rice was also grown, but it was prepared quite differently. Once, they and Kika used to eat similar dishes made from expensive imported products. The elf suddenly froze. The gaze fell on the empty bowl. He imagined how happy Ki and her mother would be with this noodle. A sharp knock pulled him away from his memories. An elderly man politely asked if the seat next to him was free. The merchant immediately inquired whether the young man had come from the Golden Empire. Hearing about the distant western country of Ludria, the old man merely scratched his chin in surprise. He suggested that this is where such a strange style of clothing comes from. Elfa was pleased that his outfit surprised the locals more than his pointed ears. The merchant laughed good-naturedly. When people with wings and fins live nearby, foreign attire attracts much more attention. The young man blinked in surprise. In his homeland, different races also lived side by side, but they never considered each other compatriots. And this grandfather spoke of non-humans as if they were his fellow countrymen. Having asked to add more water to the sauce, the elf fell into thought. He understood he was still perceived as a stranger, even if not because of his race. But certain individuals are capable of overcoming these walls, just as Kika did in her time. We need to focus on the main thing, to find the origins of the Yasogi school and see the Fuso tree. He did not know if this sword style still existed, so he decided to scout the situation. Searching blindly in a foreign country is a waste of time. The plan formed instantly. Find accommodation and ask people at the local pub. After a few days of inquiries, he chose a new target, the capital of Auto, where all three races mixed. The elf walked along the dirt road, looking up at the empty sky without winged inhabitants. He hoped to find at least some functioning dojo in the capital. Suddenly, his senses picked up something strange. Before him stretched endless rice terraces where peasants bent their backs. All the lands up to the very capital were a continuous source of nourishment for the country. He had never worked in the field, but the landscape felt painfully familiar. Memories from a past life washed over me with a wave of gentle longing for home. "Look at those funny clothes," exclaimed the little boy. The elf smiled warmly, reassuring the frightened child's mother. The woman bowed shyly. Continuing on his path, the young man recalled the local legends. Once, these lands were roamed by Oni, abducting human women. Demons were stronger and lived longer, but were significantly outnumbered by humans. To replenish the army, they forcibly bred half-breeds. Children from such unions grew quickly and surpassed humans in strength. They were made into slaves and thrown to the front lines like cannon fodder. The elf knew that different races usually cannot have offspring, but they descended from demons who were once ordinary humans. If they are still capable of having offspring together, then do they not belong to the same species? A bird cried out anxiously in the sky. They started the war due to a lack of territory, but continued to breed slaves for the front, pure madness. The hawk fell like a stone into the tall grass. If the demons win, they will take the entire island. The Golden Empire will be the next to come under attack. 5 recluses will definitely stand to defend the continent. The predator took off with its prey. A large-scale war will inevitably awaken the sleeping dragon. The elf looked up at the sky. He was not eager to save the world, but he did not want to see it in flames. Why did the true Titans settle them on this patch of land at all? Asking people about the motives of demons is a futile endeavor. Before my eyes, the familiar magical symbol flared up again. He knew how to use his strength. After the meeting with the dragon, his connection with the spirits significantly increased. He could literally split this continent in half. But the war had been going on here for a long time, and there was no point in intervening in it now. The young man understood all too well how fragile this world is and what destructive power lies dormant within its depths. One careless decision could have caused a disaster worse than a demon attack, so he silently walked on. 2 weeks of traveling along the main road are behind us, and on the horizon, the gigantic Fuso tree has emerged. The lake near its roots nourished the rivers of the entire island. Elf Essir gazed in fascination at this mountain of branches and leaves, preparing numerous questions for the sacred tree. Suddenly, a loud flapping of wings sounded above. He suddenly raised his gaze. The sky was sliced by winged people from Tengaku. Essir opened his mouth in awe. These messengers maintained a vital connection with the front and struck the Demononi with spears from the air. At the gates of the capital, Auto Essir pondered how 3 completely different races managed to unite. For such cooperation, an extremely serious catalyst had to be found. The guards let the stranger in strange clothing through without any problems. Essir remembered his past and those he had met before. The conclusion was self-evident. Only a powerful common enemy could make the nations forget their quarrels. Essir moved deeper into the city, greeting the guard with a friendly wave. His gaze instantly fixed on the hilt at the samurai's waist. It was a katana. The elf blinked in surprise. How do they know about such swords here if his master forged something similar in ancient times? The weapons of the Golden Empire looked completely different. Setting aside these thoughts, he entered the inn to ask for a room. A week has passed. Essir pushed open the door of the local tavern. The old Hun was already calling him at the table. The grandfather squinted slyly, knowing that the elf would definitely come. Fresh fish was steaming on the table, and Essir happily sat down to dinner. Gon jokingly noted that the elf skillfully handled the sticks. Gon remembered that the boy had lived in the Golden Empire for several years and had studied at the dojo. The old man suggested that the guest was also quite good at wielding a sword. Essir nodded calmly, swallowing his food. Essir did not take his eyes off the interlocutor. From the side, Gon looked like an ordinary drunken chatterbox. But the elf saw, in the relaxed posture of the old man, there was not a single weak spot. In everything else, Gon masterfully played the role of a libertine. However, he told stories about the country's past impeccably. Grandfather noticed the guest's interest in antiquity. He promised to introduce Essir to a true expert on ancient legends. The elf gladly agreed to the night walk. They stopped in front of a large wooden mansion. Essir Succo noted that he was not at all surprised to see the head of a respectable family drinking all day long. He just burst out laughing. He had every right to do so in retirement. The boy asked if they had come to the winged ones. The old man denied it, explaining that winged creatures do not live longer than humans. Suddenly, a massive fishtail emerged from the pond. The canal connected the pond to the river, allowing mermaids to swim right into the yard. An incredibly beautiful girl sat on the stone. Her gaze burned through Gona for abandoning the guest for drinking. The old man nervously twitched and began to mumble excuses. He quickly brushed everything off as preparing the room for Essir and took off. The elf was left alone with the angry mermaid, but she just quietly snorted with laughter. Mizuyo smiled warmly and called him the child of the forest. The water itself whispered to her about Essir's arrival. That night the mermaid told him countless stories. Before the invasion of demons, mermaids lived in the sea, winged beings in the mountains, and humans on the plains. Even between such different beings, love ignited. But this gave rise to the tragedy of the half-breeds. Half-winged beings were born with wings too small for flight, although they could live on land. Half-mermaids suffocated underwater and could not control the currents due to their tails. They were stuck between two worlds, finding no place anywhere. For the sake of their children, mermaids began to cooperate with humans, they caught fish for them in exchange for protection of half-breeds in shallow waters. Esir listened carefully. The foundation for uniting races through mutual benefit has existed for a long time. Such mixed settlements thrived in peaceful coexistence, until the horde of Oni wiped them off the face of the earth. A deep sorrow was reflected in the elf's eyes. At first, the demons destroyed an entire country in the north. The winged were the first to engage in battle on their territory, but they suffered a devastating defeat and retreated to Tengaku, as they had reinforced their ranks with half-demons. The invasion rolled on, erasing human cities and fishing villages. Mizuyo bitterly confirmed the scale of the disaster at that time. Those terrible events forced 3 races to stand shoulder to shoulder. The winged lost their lands, people were driven from their homes, and compatriots of Mizuyo were ruthlessly slaughtered. It was during this darkest time that Takato appeared. The half-winged boy matured right on the battlefield, although his wings were too small for flight. This half-blood has gone through countless battles and personally defeated the great Oni that destroyed an entire country. His battle glory became the banner under which everyone united. He completely changed the rules of war. The winged and humans fought together while the mermaids provided transportation. Unfortunately, Takato's life was cut short too soon. Mizuyo suggested asking Gona for a picture book for a deeper understanding of the story. The mermaid sweetly stretched and yawned, while Esir sincerely thanked her for the story. She dove back into the water, saying that she comes here every night hiding from the scorching sun. Suddenly, Gon popped out from around the corner, nearly scaring the elf to death. The old man cheerfully suggested not to rush and to stay in the city longer. Esir glanced at him sideways but noticed that he had managed to take a bath after his shameful escape. The guy waved his hand and agreed to drink more. That night he was flipping through a children's book. The pages told how the foundation of cooperation helped the hero unite everyone. But after Takato's death, the island was frozen in a fragile balance. Esir realized that only the fear of the Oni still keeps the races together. He grimly thought that any outside interference could permanently disrupt this balance. Another week has passed. Gon approached Esir on the porch with a tray and asked about the progress. The elf sighed in disappointment. He had searched all the dojos for the Yasogiryu style, but Mizuyo was clearly not a sword master. The old man stretched out slices of juicy watermelon to him. The drug sank into the pulp with gratitude while listening to the grandfather. All local schools gladly welcomed newcomers and even organized tour. The boy thought he was perceived as a volunteer for the war against demons. But Gon explained that before the invasion, everything worked differently. Then wars resembled small skirmishes involving a couple of hundred fighters. Therefore, each school kept its combat techniques in the strictest secrecy. Due to this secrecy, the knowledge of the fallen countries was lost forever. Gon knew all the modern dojos very well and assured that the Yasogiryu style was not among them. The style disappeared where it was born, and Esir felt downcast realizing this. But the old man cunningly grinned. Although he did not know the style, the very name Yasogi was familiar to him. The elf grabbed the old man by the beard and shook out the truth. Yuzurika Yasogi was once a renowned swordswoman. The next day, a hammer was ringing loudly by the forge. Gon introduced Esir to the old blacksmith Saku, and now they were actively exchanging techniques. The elf wanted to return the real katanas to the students of the Yasogiryu school in Ludria. Now they were fighting with straight blades takai. The katana gave them significantly more combat capabilities and spawned new techniques. Saku openly mocked Esir, who couldn't even draw the overly long blade from its sheath. The smoker called him a freak for waving the sword even before the forging began. Esir admitted that he considers it madness to so easily teach a foreigner of an unknown race. Wasn't the forging of the katana supposed to be the strictest secret? Saku smiled slyly. The weapon designs of Esira were completely new, and this served as the perfect payment for the knowledge. The elf noted in his thoughts the exceptional pragmatism of these people. They quickly returned to discussing the materials. Standing by the hot furnace, Esir realized something clearly. The techniques of his old master were merely an attempt by the dwarves to recreate a true katana. Surely, the ancestors of Yasogiryu once encountered dwarves in the west and gifted them their blade. But the dwarves still couldn't replicate it perfectly. Esir could barely contain his laughter, imagining his return home. Master Oswald will burst with rage when he sees that the apprentice has surpassed him and forged a real katana. Long ago, in the middle of Fuso, there lay the twilight realm of Hakume. There was a school of talented swordsmen there. It was led by a woman named Yuzuriha Yasogi. One day, news reached the ruler Hakume. the neighboring northern lands had been ravaged by demons. The ruler admitted that the war could not be won and ordered only to delay the enemy for evacuation. Yuzuriha listened silently among the vassals. She returned home to prepare for battle, but her father abruptly stopped her. The sick old man decided to lead the school himself and ordered his daughter to flee with her little brother. He insisted that the escape of the current leader would disgrace them, and the young one is not yet ready for the title. Yuzuriha fiercely cut off that such a coward is no longer worthy of being called a leader. The father was stunned. She tightly hugged her crying little brother and calmly explained that after her death, the school would go to their father. The old man choked on tears, begging his daughter to survive and preserve their martial art. In a few days, the lands of Hakumea were drowned in blood. Yuzuriha tirelessly chopped down demons, while other warriors were dying in droves. Finally, before her stood the leader of the enemies, a giant Oni. She lunged at the monster with all her strength. Yuzuriha fought desperately until her last breath. A heavy fist crushed her skull, but at the last moment, her sword pierced the giant's heart. Having lost their leader, they retreated, and the surviving people scattered. They spread the story of Yuzuriha and the terrible threat throughout all corners of Fuso. All the survivors kept repeating the same thing. Only thanks to her did the enemy retreat and give them time to escape. The brush glided quickly across the paper. Old Gon brought tea and curiously peeked over Aesir's shoulder. The elf carefully recorded the heroine's story while he remembered all the details. Gon anxiously asked if the boy was planning to leave. Aesir blinked in surprise. The old man shouted angrily that one could live for free there, and scolded the boy for his excessive modesty. Aesir thanked the host with a slight smile. The days passed calmly and measuredly. During the day, Aesir forged in the forge, and at sunset he talked with the old Gon and Mizuyo. And they often drank together with Gono. But sometimes the air became heavy with the approach of war. The elf saw how Master Saku's weapon was sent to the front line, from where Gon's acquaintances returned wounded. He was struck by the resilience of the people who continued to live despite the danger. One evening, a mermaid named Mizuyo visited them and offered to sing a song. She sat down in the yard, while Aesir and Gon prepared to listen. Mizuyo took a deep breath. The night clouds slowly drifted across the sky. The moon peeked out because of them. The song flowed smoothly. The mermaid sang about the children who, for the sake of play, penetrated the lands of Oni. Aesir and Nam listened with their eyes closed. According to the plot, the children were captured, and the mermaids asked for help from a martial arts master. Aesir suddenly opened his eyes and exchanged glances with Gon, recognizing the story. The old warrior simply smiled warmly. People went to the territory of Oni to save the little ones. The children were returned home safe, but people paid for it with their lives while the injured master was simply glad for the rescue of the captives. People constantly fight and die, their lives are too short, but the mermaid fell in love with this man. Aesir listened silently to the tale of the brave and good warrior. He realized that this was the story of the first meeting between Mizuyo and Gona. The mermaid sang under the moon, wishing to preserve the memory of her beloved. Aesir smiled sadly, fully understanding her feelings. He promised himself to forever engrave in his memory this epic, and the woman who loved the warrior. The morning greeted them with the cries of birds above the rooftops. Aesir joyfully brought out the basket of persimmons that the blacksmith Saku had treated him to. He suddenly stopped upon hearing the argument. The elf nervously realized that the old man was arguing with the mermaid again. The boy quietly sat on the porch with a persimmon. Such quarrels are not uncommon here, and Mizuyo clearly had no intention of going anywhere. He was afraid to make things worse, so he just started cleaning the fruits. Suddenly Gon called out to him. The warrior left home gloomy and asked to walk with him to the city. They walked through the quiet streets. The wind was blowing between the wooden houses. Aesir hesitantly asked if their outing for drinks would anger Mizuyo, but Gon took him to the candy store. The old man suggested the boy choose the best desserts at his expense. On the counter lay a variety of local delicacies. Aesir, with a mouth full of dango, understood. Gon just wanted to buy something as an apology for Mizuyo. Winter came, and the three of them were sitting peacefully on the snowy porch. Spring with blooming cherry blossoms replaced winter. A year passed, and at night Gon asked in surprise if Aesir was really leaving tomorrow. The elf confirmed he had learned everything he could, and now he had to practice on his own. Gon sighed sadly, admitting that he would miss them very much. Mizuyo silently watched the boy. Aesir smiled softly and said that he no longer wanted to take away their shared time. Night clouds floated across the sky. They gradually dispersed. Moonlight filtered through them. The sky was becoming clearer. The stars shone over Fuso. Aesir thought that Mizuyo stayed at Gona's house so often because of his age. She tried to take as much time as possible from his short human life. The roof tiles dimly glimmered in the darkness. They drank tea, knowing that these days would soon become just a memory. This reminded the elf of his own past with Kihia. He lowered his gaze to the cup with a warm smile. Mizuyo suddenly called him quietly. She sincerely called Aesir a good person. The boy laughed confusedly, and the mermaid confidently added that all his decisions would be correct. She said that in the event of the island splitting, the mermaids would be able to escape or use the whirlpool as protection. Aesir joked that he could split the island, but he is not planning to do so yet. Mizuyo offered the elf a strange fruit as a sign of gratitude. She allowed it to be used as desired, causing panic in Gona. Aesir sincerely wished both of them to find their happy ending. Later, Aesir ventured deep into the forest and found a huge fuso tree. Climbing up his branches, the boy stumbled upon an ice formation resembling a chair. He sat down next to her, shivering from the cold, and wondered if Titan had ever been here. Suddenly, a giant bunch of berries fell from above with a crash. Aesir hurriedly and uncertainly thanked the tree for the food. The berries turned out to be similar to a giant mulberry. The taste was incredible. The body was instantly filled with warmth. Having eaten, the elf fell asleep right on the branch. He dreamed that he had become that tree. In his dream, a huge man would come to him, sit in a chair, and watch the world. The Titan calmly commented on the constant battles of little people. The tree did not understand the meaning of wars, but the giant explained that this is how people toughen themselves. Saying goodbye, the Titan left, leaving the tree in anticipation of a new meeting. Aesir woke up under the endless sky. He gazed thoughtfully at the uneaten berries, realizing that he had seen the memory of the tree itself. For Titan, even the terrible ones were simply part of humanity. Aesir finished his breakfast and contemplated that the thinking of a giant goes beyond human understanding. He decided to take the seed, rejoicing that he had confirmed the existence of Titan. This was enough for a good story. Now Aesir planned to return to Ki's grave and tell her about all his adventures. The ship smoothly sliced through the sea waves under the cries of seagulls. 2 months have passed since the elf left Fuso, and he honestly enjoyed this leisurely journey. According to the plan, it was possible to reach Ludria by sea. The young man sighed with relief, recalling the recent troubles on land. The imagination vividly painted the panic of the townspeople when the sacred tree suddenly stirred. If people found out that it was his doing, there would be no shortage of problems. So he simply pulled down his hat and disappeared unnoticed. However, the old man and the girl definitely figured everything out and are probably still laughing at him. The elf smiled sincerely at the cloudless sky. The idyll was suddenly shattered by the panicked cry of the lookout about the approach of an enemy ship. The elf quickly jumped onto the deck. The sailors reported to the captain that the warship Skramu had already targeted their cargo. Captain Swin calmly explained, "They are going to Mintal, and the neighbors from Skram are constantly fighting for control over these waters. Attacking traders and stealing enemy supplies was considered normal practice here." Suddenly, the young man noticed a shimmering silhouette in the air. A small bright spirit was carefully swirling over the waves. The elf suddenly turned and warned the captain about an ambush of 2 more ships ahead. Esvin blinked in astonishment, and then he remembered that before him was a child of the forest. The elf confidently pointed his hand to the south. The captain objected. Changing course would deprive them of the tailwind, and the enemies would catch up immediately. The risk seemed too great, but the young man just smiled slyly. He stretched his hands towards the ocean, commanding the wind to change direction. The vessel sharply turned onto a southern course. The sailors joyfully shouted. The wind had indeed turned and filled the sails. The elf spread his arms in gratitude, thanking the invisible spirits for salvation. The young man gazed thoughtfully out of the cabin window. Captain Swin knocked on the cabin door and asked for a moment of their time. Esvin sincerely thanked the elf for the amazing rescue from the pursuers, but he immediately sighed. Their new route posed another serious threat. The farther from the mainland, the greater the risk of an attack by sea monsters. Therefore, the only safe option was to stop at Badamod Island. Esvin leaned over the map and gloomily began to talk about this place. The island was inhabited by 4,000 people, but they were not the ones in power. The true rulers of Badamot were local spirits who kidnapped children and raised them as their own warriors. Worse still, people blindly worshipped them as gods. The locals considered the kidnapping of a child the highest blessing. The elf shuddered at such savagery. He felt that this was not the end. The spirits gifted the inhabitants a special nectar that induced a heavy addiction and euphoria. Once a careless sailor stole a drop of this potion and was immediately caught. When the team tried to rescue him, he refused to leave the island. The man died in captivity with a terrifying smile on his face. A heavy silence hung in the cabin. The elf asked unhappily if they really had to stick around there for a few days. Svin confirmed, without information about the local monsters, they will not survive. But the islanders won't give anything for free, you'll have to negotiate. The captain planned to sort through the cargo and find something to trade. He strongly advised the elf not to leave the ship for his own safety, and the young man silently agreed. The lantern swayed quietly under the ceiling. Left alone, the elf peered again into the dark sea. He knew that spirits unite in a common consciousness for the sake of immortality. But I doubted that their connection worked at any distances. They usually create backups of their minds and are therefore almost invulnerable. It is precisely thanks to these copies that spirits as a species remained virtually immortal. The elf squinted. However, Badamod was cut off from the mainland by an insurmountable ocean. Flying there is too far. Local spirits simply could not maintain contact with the main swarm and update their copies. The young man closed his eyes, putting the puzzle together. Ultimately, he got tired of thinking about other people's problems. It was time to go to bed. Probably, a group of spirits once got stuck on this island with no hope of returning. Their life in symbiosis with humans seemed strange, but it worked. The next day, the ship approached Badamoda. The team began unloading the holds, carefully lowering heavy barrels onto the dock. The second night of the stay in the port has arrived. The elf was sound asleep, wrapped in a blanket. The lookout on the mast lazily yawned. Captain Swin was calmly reading a book by the light of the lamp. Suddenly, quiet footsteps and the creaking of floorboards echoed down the corridor. A figure in a mask cautiously peered into the elf's cabin. But the bed turned out to be empty. The stranger froze in fear. At that moment, the elf pressed a cold blade to his neck. The figure raised their hands, pleading to put away the weapon. The young man silently demanded explanations. The uninvited guest respectfully bowed, calling him the Ancient. The elf lowered his blade, silently thanking the spirits for waking him in time. The elf coldly asked the uninvited guest what he wanted. The guest confessed in a trembling voice, "Their pack is slowly dying out without connection to the large swarm." The young man cut off that it was not his concern. But the guest fell to his knees, begging to share the fruits of life. The guest fell face down on the floor, and the young man recoiled in confusion. The elf sighed irritably. He understood the situation perfectly. The isolated population on the island was degenerating due to a small gene pool. The ocean became a prison for them. Due to their short lives, the spirits desperately needed a source of longevity. If they become extinct, people will suffer, which will complicate life for sailors. But at the same time, these creatures cruelly exploited local girls for their purposes. If the elf were sleeping, the thief would simply rob him. Their growing power brought only cruelty and threat to the islanders themselves. The young man became gloomy. The guest flinched under his heavy gaze. Finally, the elf took out a ripe peach and proposed a deal. The morning of the third day has come. Captain Swin stared in shock at the cargo-laden hold. The elf awkwardly admitted that he profitably exchanged one fruit at night. The islanders paid a huge pile of gold and supplies for him. The total value of the goods amounted to 50 large coins. But among the goods, there was not a single drop of dangerous nectar. The elf deliberately demanded only human things so that the spirits would understand the true value of their subjects. Now the balance of power on the island has temporarily leveled out. If the spirits gained absolute power, no ship would be able to dock here anymore. So let people and spirits continue their strange symbiosis. This was the best decision possible. The captain was interrogated with suspicion about the details of that night operation. The elf waved it off, suggesting that Svin take all the alcohol as compensation for the nerves. Soon the ship raised its sails and left Badamod forever. Now their path finally led straight to Mintal. Yezir cheerfully raised his mug, celebrating a successful voyage with the sailor. At night, the deck fell silent, and the crew slept mixed in with empty barrels. The elf eagerly sank his teeth into a piece of fatty meat. The sailor approached to check on his unusual passenger. He sincerely thanked Azira for the idea of stocking up on provisions before departure. The man respectfully called him the child of the forest, but he asked to be called simply Ezir. Gathering his courage, the sailor suggested that he stay in the crew forever. Not even as an ordinary sailor, but in any convenient position. He admitted that he loves the sea infinitely. Yezir smiled warmly. He replied that if he had stepped onto the ship as a sailor, he would never have stopped. He would swim for so long that there would be no familiar faces left on land. Their graves would have crumbled to dust before his return. The sailor sighed sadly and admitted that next to the elf, the sea becomes surprisingly calm. Yezir blinked in surprise. The man laughed and promised never to forget such a passenger. They clinked their mugs together. The ship quietly sliced through the night waves. Suddenly, Ezir woke up from the noise on the deck. He sleepily opened his eyes. Through his sleep, he asked the spirit that persistently called him to come out on deck. The elf quickly ran out of his cabin. Upon climbing the stairs, he asked about the reason for the commotion, and he immediately froze in astonishment. The entire surface of the ocean around the ship was glowing with millions of white flowers. The little spirits joyfully twirled nearby, boasting about their surprise, and Ezir laughed, sincerely thanking them for such a gift. But for some reason, the team was whispering in a panic. One of the sailors shouted that they needed to wake the captain immediately and get out of there. The captain ran up to the elf, not believing that he did not understand the threat. He explained that these are deep-sea flowers that usually bloom only in the south. And the worst part is that they are the favorite treats of giant sea monsters. The ghost turned pale, realizing that the spirits simply do not consider monsters dangerous. Suddenly, the sailor shouted, pointing at a huge shadow underwater. The creature approached at a frenzied speed. The captain, in despair, begged Azira to do the same as last time. The elf apologized and easily jumped over the edge. He landed right on the surface of the ocean and plunged into the waves. The sailors with slack jaws watched this scene. The horse ran on the water as if it were solid ground. The captain clutched his head, realizing that he would think about this for the rest of his life. In an instant, the elf was already standing on the head of the knocked-out sea serpent, sheepishly scratching his head. He calmly flew back to the ship. A month later, they safely docked at the port of Mintalu. While the crew was searching for a new ship, Azir went to explore the city. At the market, he noticed an elderly woman. She sold rolls of fabric with bright traditional patterns. The elf immediately recognized the handmade work of the inhabitants of the plains. He noted that the masters have recently had more work. The woman nodded and told that the disparate tribes had united into a large alliance. Azir felt dark clouds gathering over the continent. Images of 3 children he once knew surfaced in his memory. He sadly lowered his eyes. Then he tried to calm himself by telling that they had long since grown up. Although the alliance of the rulers of wind and flame could indeed scorch the entire world, Azir politely accepted the treat from the merchant, hiding his anxiety. In the evening, he organized a farewell dinner with his sea friends. In the morning, he waved to them from the deck of the new ship. His path lay further to the west. The ship bypassed the great marshes and headed towards Dalbagard. In a month and a half, a real city on water appeared before him. The boatman, rowing through the canals, was amazed by such a long route of the traveler. Yezir fondly recalled the local delicacies he had managed to try in the east. The boat gently docked at the stone steps. The carrier smiled, having done his job. But the elf was in no hurry to leave, stating outright that the boatman knows a lot. He tensed up instantly. A suspicion flashed in his eyes. Yezir calmly explained that he received advice from a friend. A friend claimed that the Dalbagard carriers are the best informants, as they constantly listen to the merchant's chatter. The man, relaxed and businesslike, asked what exactly interests the guest. The elf pondered, searching for the right words. He needed an accurate picture of what had happened in the world. He asked to be informed about all the geopolitical changes that occurred during his trip, especially in the central regions. The boatman rubbed his chin. He pulled out and unfolded a homemade map. New borders were marked on the paper. The kingdom of Ludria mobilized troops due to distrust of the newly formed Isekai'D. The man showed how Isekai'D unexpectedly seized half of the duchy of Karkum. Azir was surprised, as Karkum had always maintained good relations with their neighbors. Meanwhile, the Drought Empire struck the northern Zaira without warning. The boatman suggested that there was a secret agreement between the aggressors. The United League was bogged down in its own internal problems and could not intervene, and Ludria simply hid behind the walls of her fortresses. Yezir was carefully studying the map. He asked how the other half of Karkumu survived then. The boatman laughed, appreciating the boy's insight. He explained that the remnants of the duchy, pressed against the wall, sought protection from the Republic of Wilistrika. The wizard immediately understood. Wilistrika had made them her vassals, creating a buffer zone against the great powers. The elf clapped his hands and asked to summarize the current situation. The boatman bent the first finger. Isekai'D expanded the territories. The second finger, Wilistrika has swallowed 2 vassals, and Ludria found herself caught between them. Azir added that the United League is also in a panic, and plans to revive the empire of Azid. Now everything depended on whether the church in Ladrenia could become a mediator in this chaos. The carrier rolled up the scroll and handed it to the elf. Yezir sincerely thanked for such a comprehensive report. He threw the boatman just 1 copper coin. The man waved cheerfully to him as a farewell. Walking along the waterfront, the elf was glad that he had bought such valuable information for less than a mug of beer. This reminded him of the spies in Willestry, who also knew their business perfectly. The wizard saw through the transporter. He was only pretending to be a simpleton, but he was unlikely to report the naive elf to the authorities. In his room, he unfolded the map again. Rejecting the idea of sailing down the river, he decided to go on foot. He deliberately avoided this route on the way east to leave it for the return journey. Ezir wanted to see with his own eyes if the city of Jampamont still stood among the golden fields, which preserved the memory of his past. After a month and a half of traveling from Dalbagard, Ezir reached the endless wheat fields. He touched the ears of grain, regretting only that they were still green and not golden. However, a real shock awaited him ahead. The city had changed drastically. Half of the neighboring Karkum became a vassal of Villastrica, while the other half was seized by TZ Vidin. Jumpamon was located on the border of 2 empires, so a grim fortress loomed at the site of the old entrance. Yezir sadly lowered his eyes. He felt a bitter sting of regret for these lands. The guard at the gate quickly checked the pass and waved his hand indifferently. Yezir was surprised by such an easy check in the mighty fortress. Familiar streets had changed beyond recognition, but he confidently walked towards the old tavern. But instead of a small cottage, a luxurious 3-story building rose before him. He blinked in confusion. The sign is the same, but this place can no longer be called cozy. He mentally calculated the dates. It had been 60 years since his first visit. During this time, everything has turned upside down. Suddenly the lock clicked sharply. At the doorstep stood a girl, resembling young Nana like 2 drops of water. Her eyes widened in amazement. The horse was stunned. She suddenly spun on her heels. She shouted at the top of her lungs to her mom about a living elf on the doorstep. Ezir looked after her in confusion, suspecting direct family ties to Nana. A woman burst out of the corridor and irritably hissed at her daughter. She started to apologize, but immediately froze upon recognizing the guest. With tears in her eyes, the woman whispered that they had been waiting for this day for years. Over tea, the woman apologized once again for her daughter. The guest turned out to be exactly as her grandmother had described. It turned out that the hostess's name is Shuna. She is Nana's granddaughter, and the noisy Aina is her great-granddaughter. Ezir smiled warmly, having unraveled the secret of their similarity. Shuna explained that the grand reconstruction of the tavern had a very significant reason. Just as Ezir set off to the east, an elven caravan arrived in the city. They delivered his letter to Nana. At that moment, the entrance was held on a word of honor. Then the leader of the elves unexpectedly declared this tavern her official residence. The words of the elf quickly reached the king, and he ordered the inn to be placed under state protection. This step was cunningly genius. The elvish caravan has always served as the main bridge between the races. The choice of housing instantly turned into an act of high diplomacy on the part of the king. The state has allocated a guard for round-the-clock security of the entrance. The security problem has disappeared forever. The status of the elvish abode attracted crowds of wealthy clients who financed all the renovations. Yezir exhaled in shock. He appreciated Arena's perfectly bloodless strategy. She handled everything herself, for the safety of those who were dear to Ezir and Vin. Memories of friends warmly filled the heart. He shifted his gaze to Nana's happy descendants. A sincere smile blossomed on his face. Ezir asked in surprise how he was recognized. Did Nana really describe his appearance? Shuna laughed briefly. Before my eyes, the ghost of young Nana flashed by. Now he fully realized the extent of her concern. Shuna confessed that her grandmother constantly talked about 2 traveling friends. But even then, she kept the secret of his origin as a high elf. Shuna poured him some tea and suddenly asked about his favorite dishes. Yezir naively thought about the dinner menu. However, it turned out that Nana left them a treasure before her death, turning the search into a riddle game. Hearing about the treasure, Aina jumped up in her chair. The mother awkwardly apologized for her restless daughter. Shuna quoted a riddle. The treasure awaits under the favorite dish of its old friends. The hint about food cornered Ezir. He and Vin always talked about everything. Putting the riddle aside for later, he asked for the keys to the room. He was allocated luxurious apartments on the 2nd floor. His gaze instantly fell on the table. There was a vase with fresh white flowers. The corners of his lips trembled. He wearily fell into the armchair, allowing the past to engulf him completely. The same flowers. Yazir heavily bowed his head. The darkness engulfed consciousness. Once doubts tore him apart from the inside. The pain of loss was eating away at the soul. After Kika's death, he was panic-stricken at the thought of burying new friends. However, in the last 10 years, he has seen too much to stay in one place. The fear of loss no longer paralyzed his will. A quiet knock pulled him out of his trance. Ina called him to dinner. The girl was almost crying. The treasure was never found. She insisted on searching his room, and Yazir easily nodded. While she was rummaging in the corners, she asked about the term of his lease. Yazir pondered over the war of the neighboring empires. Due to the threat of invasion, he decided to stay for a month and work with a hammer. He is a foreigner and had no right to interfere in the fate of this country. The only correct solution is to forge good weapons for people to defend themselves. Yazir put Aina on the wardrobe, but it was empty there. The desperate girl asked for his opinion. He advised to look for it closest to oneself, in the attic or under the floor. Aina instantly grasped the logic. This is the easiest way to keep the treasure safe from prying eyes. She disappointedly dismissed the idea of searching in the pastry shop. Although great-grandmother adored their pies, a furious Shuna unexpectedly appeared at the door. The mirror turned pale. She forgot to call the guest downstairs. Yazir placed his palm on her head and calmly lied about the conversations regarding Nana's grave. The girl gratefully lifted her tearful eyes. The mother instantly cooled down and asked to go downstairs. The mirror sobbed loudly, apologizing for this lie. He silently tousled her hair. Yazir firmly promised to help with the search on his day off. The noisy tavern hall smelled incredible. From the first spoonful of hot gratin, he closed his eyes in pleasure. The taste hit the receptors harder than anything he had eaten before. Aina quietly called him from behind the counter. The girl asked about the dish with hope. Yazir opened his eyes wide, fully feeling himself in the present moment. He smiled widely. The taste from the past had survived through the years and made him truly happy. A week has passed since Yazir stopped at this inn. Today the elf decided to take a break from blacksmithing. Someone knocked on the door. The mirror shone with a wide smile, firmly holding a luxurious bouquet in its hands. Yazir praised the girl for her cleverness, well aware that the daily doses of sweets had done their job. He jokingly asked what she would do if she got lost, to which Aina promised to scream at the top of her lungs. This restlessness painfully reminded him of young Nana on the day of their first meeting. "Here we go," the girl called out. They leisurely climbed the green slope. Ahead lay an old cemetery. Yazir quietly recited an ancient poem about the wind and the clouds that carry water. Aina eagerly picked up the familiar lines about the Rai reaching for the sky. From the hill, a panoramic view of Jumpimon opened up, which floated like a stone ship on a golden sea of wheat. The girl with a smile finished the poem about the endless cycle of life. Yazir smiled warmly, glad that the song of the old bard still lives among the people. She pointed to her great-grandfather's grave, next to which stood another tombstone. The elf stood silently still. The tall crystalline monument sparkled in the sun. He knelt down, placed the bouquet, and felt a strange pang at the thought that her long life had ended right here. In memory, the bright image of young Nana surfaced. "What was your life like?" Yazir thought to himself. Aina spoke uncertainly. She asked if he really was friends with her great-grandmother. Yazir nodded, recalling how they often walked together and talked about everything in the world. The girl tightly grabbed his hand and joyfully pulled him to eat cake. The elf laughed, remembering that Nana also adored fruit tarts. Suddenly, he was illuminated. He asked Aina if there was an apple tree growing near their yard. The girl nodded happily. However, she added that the apples there are sour and only suitable for mom's baking. Turning back, Yazir stood by the tree and warned that he was going to rummage a bit in the roots. He used earth magic, convincing the astonished Aina that trees are alive too. The ground rumbled dully. An old wooden chest slowly crawled onto the surface. The girl gasped in excitement. She naively assumed that if she baked more apple pies, there would be more elf customers. Aina burst into laughter at her business idea. Meanwhile, Yazir took an elegant pendant on a chain out of the box. He joyfully handed the ornament to the girl. The mirror blushed deeply. The elf explained that it was Nana who once hid this treasure. He did not want to leave a memory in the raw earth, preferring to pass it on to the next generation. The girl happily tried on the pendant and Yazir nodded in satisfaction. Nana would have wanted exactly this. 4 weeks of hard work in the forge have passed. Suddenly, a letter arrived from the royal palace with a job offer. Yazir sighed heavily in his room, fully understanding the hidden motives. He knew that his elven caravan constantly traveled through human lands. If he accepted a position in the palace, the local lords would undoubtedly try to take advantage of it. They would have expected more support from the elves due to his influence. The caravan possessed too valuable information about neighboring countries for politicians to leave it alone. Aesir understood their thirst for intelligence in such turbulent times, but he categorically did not intend to become a court pawn. The elf quickly drafted a short, polite refusal. The leaf flew straight into the fire. Aesir realized, if he agreed, the elves would go to great lengths to help him. He loved this city too much to become a spark for a new war. Watching the flames, Aesir decided it was time to move on. The next stop on the map was the city of Odin, where he once met Koshman. Gathering his things, he silently thanked the room for its hospitality. He glanced around the room. As a farewell, Aina gave him her brightest smile. The elf smiled warmly in response. These two, like Nana, would forever remain in his heart. He left Jimpemun with a light step, walking past the apple orchards. The road stretched through the forest, but soon the sky broke with a heavy downpour, driving him into the city of Falka. Soaked to the skin, he learned that due to the rain, the monsters in the lake had gone mad and the boats were not running. The local hostess apologized. All the rooms are occupied by stranded traders. Aesir did not get discouraged and decided to simply wait out the bad weather in the tavern with some delicious food. Stepping over the threshold of the tavern, he was stunned. Inside the apple, there was nowhere to fall from the noisy crowd. The owner shrugged. In such weather, people have nothing left to do but drink and eat. The elf sighed resignedly, recalling the warning about the blocked establishments. He gloomily lowered his head. Just then the innkeeper squinted slyly. He offered Aesir a free dinner with a tip if he helped deliver the orders. The elf instantly came to life, wiped his hair and put on an apron. Working as a waiter suddenly reminded him of the past. Karina and Sue emerged in my memory, who once fluttered between the tables in the same way. Aesir recalled that Sue was an entirely ordinary girl except for being overly straightforward, and she immediately indignantly assured that she was fine. Then he was struck by the incredible grace and lightness of the girl's movements. He attributed this to her specific training as a spy. Aesir politely bowed to his new colleagues, confident that his combat skills would definitely come in handy here. Rolling up his sleeves, he resolutely plunged into the fight for free food. The work shift flew by unnoticed, and now he was contentedly sitting at a generously laid table while the host praised him in amazement for his help. The innkeeper asked if the elf had experience as a waiter, and Aesir honestly admitted that it was his first job in life. The cook asked in surprise what he had been doing before. Aesir listed his real professions: blacksmith, swordsman, and wizard, and the tavern staff stared in shock at such a resume. The innkeeper immediately hired him to deal with the drunken rowdies. As a sign of sealing the deal, he placed another huge portion of meat in front of Aesir. The elf blinked in surprise, and the master jokingly suggested that he should also learn to be a cook. The room erupted in laughter, and Aesir just asked if he would continue to be fed so well. Later, stretching contentedly in the designated room, he listened to the sound of rain outside the window. The journey started with a slight delay, but he was not upset at all. A delicious lunch awaited ahead. The rain was drumming on the glass. As soon as the rain stops, he will get into the boat to Odin. The city of magic was already waiting for him. Drawing his sword, Aesir pondered the fate of his former student. Koshman was one of his 3 masters, and at the same time a protege. The elf plunged into memories, wondering what life this recluse had lived and what legacy he had left behind. Aesir walked the streets of Odin, pondering the towering spires that pierced the sky. Here lived the most powerful wizards, demonstrating their power through the grandeur of architecture. For him, these towers meant only one thing: knowledge, strength, and boundless pride. The elf was heading to an old friend to say goodbye for the last time. Once, Koshman received a wizard's license and became a true master of magical instruments. He probably hasn't left his small forge workshop for years. Aesir froze in the middle of the street. Instead of the familiar building, a vacant lot overgrown with thick grass spread out before him. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. He knew that his friend had left a long time ago, but he did not expect this. Now we will have to look for an inn. The elf hoped until the last moment to stop at Koshman's workshop. But the old man was no longer among the living. The mind has long accepted this, but the heart refused to believe. He still nurtured the illusion that he would turn the corner and meet him. The next morning, Aesir went to the city administration of Odin. He hoped to inquire about the other students of Koshman, as he himself was still listed in the registers as a wizard. Suddenly a thought flashed through my mind. Who actually got that workshop? He sat down at the table, waiting for his turn. Before your eyes, envision the image of a cozy two-story house. The loud voice of the clerk called number 18. Aesir joyfully got up, but his answer stunned her. A stern woman in glasses emotionlessly asked him to leave. All information about Koshman Fidla turned out to be strictly classified. Even the names of his students were a state secret. Aesir's eyes widened when he read the note she had slipped him. Military secret, danger, run. He instantly crumpled the paper in his fist. Briefly thanking, the elf quickly headed for the exit. Finally, he glanced over his shoulder. An unmasked anxiety was frozen on the woman's face. Returning to the room, Aesir quickly assessed the situation. Koshman was his teacher of magic, a student in blacksmithing and a close friend. The military was the first to understand the true value of his magical tools. They were so afraid of a leak of information that the elf had to leave the city immediately. Someone might have overheard the conversation at the administration, and it doesn't matter whether that woman reported it or not. He tightly pulled the knot on his bag. There were not many options left. Either he will be captured and forced to forge weapons, or he will simply be eliminated. The situation was complicated by the war. Sweden invaded the lands of the United League. That woman risked her life to warn him. Aesir smiled warmly, recalling how he was helped during his first visit here. He decided to go straight west, pretending as if he suspected nothing. The checkpoint was closed, and a safe detour would take too much time. But he was never stopped by any borders. The elf's face became serious again. He would really like to take the fire sword of Koshman. However, the army was definitely keeping him under reliable lock, and it would be foolish to stick one's neck out now. Aesir sighed heavily, dismissing the thought. He went out beyond the city gates, hoping that the tale would follow him. The road ran through desolate fields. Aesir calmly walked towards the border. In fact, he was eagerly waiting for the pursuers to make their move. The military intelligence knew that he was a high elf with incredible strength, but they had no idea about his spirits and blacksmithing skills. Against such a threat, they had to send the best of the best. Perhaps elite wizards or special agents with powerful artifacts. The fight with them would allow to learn more about Koshman's latest inventions. Suddenly, the air was sharply pierced by a whistle. Aesir barely managed to react to the arrow. A powerful explosion shook the ground right behind him. The elf peered out from behind the debris, struck by the force of the blow. On the roof of the house stood two figures in dark cloaks. They instantly merged with the night sky. Aesir's eyes narrowed. These were cloaks of distorted perception. He surged forward, realizing that two magical instruments could not operate simultaneously without a conflict of formulas. The elf burst out laughing, genuinely admiring the skill of his late friend. The night sky was dotted with stars. Silence reigned in the forest. Aesir contentedly sorted through the loot, while 4 agents lay tied up on the ground. 3 electric blades softly glowed in the darkness. He curiously twirled 2 tiny shields in his hands. Finally, the elf raised the exquisite bow. A long conversation with Koshman about magical shooting weapons surfaced in my memory. Then the guy considered it too dangerous due to the risk of tension instability. But the idea of Aesir directing magic while drawing the bowstring really intrigued him. The elf smiled widely. His master, student, and partner truly brought their idea to life. Aesir kindly advised the bound agents to return home, taking all their equipment with them. The wooded mountains stretched far to the horizon. He successfully crossed the border of Sweden, but avoided human settlements. Too many trophies had accumulated that needed to be hidden somewhere, and a further plan considered. Moreover, he crossed the border illegally and was unaware of the local customs regarding elves. The United League has always spread terrible rumors about this country. Aesir decided to figure out for himself where the truth is and where propaganda is. Isekai'D clearly threatened neighboring states, but he did not intend to destroy the country without substantial evidence. Throwing a heavy bag over his shoulder, he set off into the thicket. The journey to the east clearly made him more restrained in using his own strength. Suddenly, a small bright spirit whirled in front of his face. He pointed the way to the hidden barrier of illusions. Aesir blinked in surprise. The spirit led him straight to the elven settlement he had dreamed of so much. Here one could safely rest and gather information. The locals definitely knew what was really happening in Isekai'D, and if caravans passed through the village, that would be absolutely perfect. Aesir asked the wind to warn the inhabitants about his visit. This was his first trip to a foreign elven village. He hoped to bribe them with his hermetic peaches. The barrier gently let him inside. Behind him, a small settlement opened up without a single sacred tree. Aesir immediately recognized many faces, they were elves freed from slavery in Ludria. They were forcibly expelled from their native lands, but now their faces were shining with sincere, happy smiles. Suddenly, a girl he once held in his arms ran up to him. Aesir grabbed his head, trying to reconcile their true age with their childlike appearance. The residents joyfully buzzed, welcoming their savior. The girl proudly led the guest to the room, while the children joyfully swirled around. The children eagerly rushed to carry his things, and Aesir smiled gratefully. He generously offered them his fruits, understanding that the affection of the little ones would calm the adults. After dropping the heavy bag in the room, the elf decided to scout the village tomorrow. First, he laid out the trophies in front of him to examine them thoroughly. Aesir eagerly took to the swords to study the legacy of Koshman in every detail. Aesir assessed his creation, an electric blade and a blinding shield designed solely for disorienting the enemy. He thoughtfully traced his finger over the magical runes. The elf's gaze became clouded, thoughts drifted into the past. Previously, they and Koshman invested all their knowledge and skill in weapons. He was proud of those masterpieces forged side by side with the great master. And these new blades were just mediocre stampings. The elf wearily fell face down on the table. Human life is too short for the eternal pursuit of dreams. Koshman also saw that his current students lacked the true spark of a creator. Aesir promised himself that one day he would return the fiery blade, which was the embodiment of his teacher's ideals. He removed the wooden lid from the large jug. Having scooped up some water, the elf recalled the three main rumors that were currently circulating in the village. The first is that zombies began to appear in the forests of the former lands of Karkum. Usually, the living dead arise extremely rarely, as this requires a completely intact corpse filled with mana. Due to the local tradition of burying people without their entrails, the mana simply has nowhere to accumulate, and the bodies left in the wild are quickly consumed by animals. The only exception is mass death from war or epidemic, when there is no one to bury the dead. So these zombies clearly rose after the brutal attacks by the Isekai'D army. The second piece of news is that the trading elven caravan hasn't visited these lands for several years. Aesir took an apple, suspecting that Isekai'D had closed the border or that the elves were simply afraid to go there. He bit off a piece with a crunch. The elf's eyes narrowed with heavy thoughts. A few months ago, the soldiers of Isekai'D brazenly invaded right into the forest. They came on behalf of the capital, demanding that the forest people join their war. Moreover, an entire armed squad showed up just to deliver a single letter. Aesir chewed discontentedly, irritated by such barbarism. Of course, the elves ignored the demand because the humans audaciously bypassed the official communication channels through the caravan. He fell onto the bed with a thud. Why did people even need to involve elves in their disputes? Aesir rolled onto his back, wondering where Isekai'D was aiming. The United League or Ludria. If the elves remain silent, humans may simply burn the forest for intimidation. Sitting with my hands folded was unbearable. A wild thought flashed through my mind, to level Isekai'D into the ground. He sat up sharply, telling himself not to panic and to think clearly. The elf exhaled loudly. It is necessary to lay everything out clearly, what he must do and what he really wants. The heart thumped loudly in the chest. Blood pulsed in the temples. The tension was building with every second. The darkness before my eyes thickened. Only the dull thud of my own heart remained. A few weeks later, Aesir was already standing on the hill, looking at the colossal walls of the capital of Isekai'D. He knelt down and pressed his palm against the grass. A shadow of understanding flashed across his face. This was already the third time he had turned to the forces of nature, and now he clearly knew his capabilities. This happened for the first time in eastern Ludria, and for the second time at the border of Fodla. The High Elves possessed a power too destructive to be trifled with. If he starts to act only because he is allowed to do everything, it will quickly turn into a walking disaster capable of destroying the world. His relatives were right when they decided to hide from the world deep in the forests. For one action of the High Elf could instantly suppress any conflict on the continent. But he had no intention of abandoning the people dear to him. The life of a recluse was not for him. Aesir focused and addressed the spirits of the earth. He asked them to raise the mountains around 3 of the 4 city gates. The earth trembled. A deafening rumble rolled through the valley. Giant rocks rose straight up from the ground, firmly blocking the capital. Aesir joyfully clenched his fist. The terrain changed almost without earthquakes. The magical control was perfect. Now people will understand that they can be trapped in absolute siege at any moment. Leaving only one exit was a tactical move. a cornered enemy fights the hardest. Sometimes a simple warning is enough to resolve a problem without bloodshed. He didn't even remember where he knew these military tricks from, this life or a past one. Enough time has passed for the seasons to change one another. A familiar elf with a joyful smile told that Isekai'D has finally sent an ambassador to them. People politely apologized for past rudeness and promised to allow caravans to pass again. The mountain blockade worked perfectly. The envoys were almost in tears from fear of the new passes. Isekai'D approached the girl who was calmly weaving a flower crown. He gently woke her with the joyful news: the caravan is finally returning. She jumped up, hurrying to meet her own. The elf smiled and nodded after her. He remained sitting alone in the sunlit glade. The appearance of the caravan meant it was time to say goodbye to this forest. The plan was simple: meet with Irina, exchange news, and then visit Kika's grave in Ludria. If Irina receives a response, it will be possible to head west to Venezia, or go to the deep forests to search for the sleeping phoenix. And he still hasn't fulfilled the promise to take Irina to the white lake above the clouds. Isekai'D understood the elders. Their policy of non-interference allowed the world to follow its own path. But at one time he escaped precisely from this ideal forest boredom. So it would be extremely awkward to go back now and ask them for a favor. A huge caravan was already unfolding to meet him, with Irina as the leader. Isekai'D wanted to discuss the recent events with her, although he was afraid of distracting her from her work. This woman did so much for him that he desperately wanted to repay her. Suddenly, a familiar pair of elves joyfully jumped up to him. Isekai'D immediately asked where to find Irina, as the matter could not be delayed. They indicated the direction and promised to wait to discuss all the news later. The elf quickly ran to the tents. Before him appeared Irina herself, as confident and calm as ever. She smiled warmly, glad that Isekai'D had returned from his travels safe and sound. Irina immediately got down to business, recalling his urgent conversation with the elder. They secluded themselves in a spacious house for negotiations. Isekai'D noticed how much the caravan had grown, now numbering over 20 people. Irina poured tea, acknowledging that more and more elves were interested in the outside world. But the situation outside the forest was getting worse, and most of her relatives did not know how to fight at all. Isekai'D looked at his interlocutor with difficulty. A tense, bitter silence hung in the room. Irina firmly took the pen. She looked up and stated that his antics with the mountains had opened up the perfect opportunity for them. The elves were finally ready to show their teeth and defend their interests. It was only necessary to convince the forest elders that the war on the continent directly threatened their peace. To do this, it will be necessary to visit all the elven settlements around Isekai'D and convey the truth to them. Irina looked at him with a warm smile, ready for a long struggle, and all of Isekai'D's anxiety melted away at her plan. He joyfully clapped his hands, admiring her leadership grip. Now the initiative was entirely in their hands. Isekai'D sat at the table in a quiet cabin, scratching out the lines of another letter with a pen. Irina leaned against the doorframe, reminding him that he had not yet received a response to any of the messages. The elf calmly explained that he deliberately does not provide a return address so that the papers do not fall into the hands of enemies. With a light smile, he added that he was still not as much of a freak as his father. Half a year has passed. The capital of the kingdom of Isekai'D appeared before the travelers. Irina set off to the city on business, leaving the caravan with Isekai'D. He gladly agreed, recalling how they united the forest elves and dealt with the undead along the way. Sitting among the envelopes, the boy calmly chewed an apple and contemplated how he had inconspicuously leveled the mountains with the ground for the sake of camouflage. Open negotiations would only reveal his supernatural power to the officials, so diplomacy had to be discarded in favor of the companion. Now it will take decades for the generation of officials to change, and he will be able to travel freely again. Time had to erase the memory of his abilities. It was only left to wait. Isekai'D's gaze became heavier. When that time comes, all the people he knows will have long since passed away. The boy turned to the window, quietly acknowledging that it was terribly sad. On the floor lay a stack of letters from Vin, which he was trying to arrange chronologically. In one of the messages, a comrade wrote that he is currently passing through the Polkansky tract. Isekai'D read with a warm smile. This path has always been a no-man's land beyond the law. There gathered criminals, outcasts, and terrifying monsters. But the people in those lands turned out to be much more treacherous than the monsters and did not shy away from anything. Before this journey, Win had never killed anyone, and his friend understood how difficult this step was for him. Suddenly, the elf realized, the lands to the west of the Forest Sea are still far from the western continent. The Pulha forest lay right in the center of the continent, squeezed between two large regions. The boy read the fine print, realizing the chaos that had swept Vin away. In the east, they believed in a god of fertility and the equality of all living beings, while the west professed a strict superiority of people over other races. These radically different worldviews inevitably clashed states in bloody holy wars. The mixing of cultures turned the central lands into a continuous whirlpool of conflicts. He tried to stay away from human kingdoms, but it was here that his letters began to go missing. In the text, he mentioned Asir's lessons about the diversity of people in different regions. However, reality shocked. The inhabitants of opposite ends of the continent seemed like completely different beings. The carriage slowly rolled down the road past the religious fanatics of the West. They regarded elves and other races solely as slaves. The prisoners in the cages looked on with empty eyes. They were clearly kept under the influence of a drug. Asir clenched his teeth painfully. He recognized the same intoxicants that were used to poison slaves in Ludria. Their routes led straight to the west. He sighed heavily, realizing that the Western missionaries had already managed to gain the support of the local nobility. In one of the letters, Wynne described how he stumbled upon bandits who had cornered a beastman. The young man could not walk past and intervened against the attackers, saving the girl from being beaten to death. She turned out to be the daughter of the chief of the Ickle tribe, which gratefully welcomed the savior. The tribe wore masks and fiercely fought against human armies, justifying their beastly nickname. The tribe had no knowledge of blacksmithing. They could neither forge iron nor produce weapons with armor. Vin's skills in blacksmithing quickly became indispensable to them due to the constantly broken weapons in battles. At the end of the message, the friend asked not to worry and promised to meet again for a sparring session someday. Asir silently stared at the paper. Now Wynne has become a full-fledged enemy of the state for Western people. The letter lacked details. The friend was openly afraid of interception. Vin's skills, honed by the dwarves, made him an invaluable craftsman in times of war. Asir looked out of the van, thinking that the request to not worry didn't apply here. But the friend is alive, and this alone brought immense relief. The mention of the duel elicited a quiet laugh. Wynne has really matured. Evening has come, and thoughts have once again turned to the past. Asir looked at his bloodied shoes and thought, if his mighty father had come here, the war would have ended instantly. Thick drops of blood slowly dripped onto the wooden floor. The exhausted elf with blood smeared across his face barely held back from begging his father for help. He helplessly slid down the wall, forbidding himself to do so. It was not his father's battle. A warm childhood memory flashed by and disappeared. He is no longer a child in need of rescue. Asir huddled in the corner, recalling the early days of his independent journey. On the tracks, the bandits left no choice. He quickly got used to killing for his own survival. To save the girl he met in the west, he had to cut down an entire squad, leaving behind mountains of corpses. Only now everything has started to come together into a coherent picture. In the east, people, elves and dwarves coexisted peacefully and regarded him with incredible warmth. He wiped the blood from his lips. This kindness existed only because his father specifically chose such safe places or created them himself. The father always paved a safe and warm path for him. Tears of despair and deep gratitude rolled down Asir's cheeks. He raised his dirty hand, firmly resolved to build the same safe world on his own. The darkness has engulfed the memories. A majestic cathedral with sharp spires rose above the capital. The caravan slowly passed through the massive stone gates. After successful negotiations in Sweden, they moved on to Ludria. Diplomacy worked. The authorities were forced to promise not to involve the elves in their wars. A lot has been accomplished, but this was just the beginning. In one of the vans, Asir was barely standing on his feet from the terrible nausea during the ride. Due to his condition, the team decided to set up camp urgently. The boy helplessly rolled over the edge, gasping for air. While the elves were setting up the campsite, Irina was planning her further route through the neighboring states. Asir awkwardly admitted that all this politics is too complicated for him. Irina reciprocated. She nearly fainted at the mere memory of his encounter with the true dragon. They laughed warmly, finally realizing how far they were from each other's feats. The girl decisively concluded that everyone should work on what they do best. While they were hauling wood past them, Asir thought that she was truly more concerned about his condition than the mythical monsters. A conversation surfaced in memory when his stories about celestial titans ignited a spirit of adventure in Irene. The thought of giants above the clouds beckoned her with the unknown. She barely blushed, quietly thanking him for everything he had done for her. Asir blinked in surprise and immediately sincerely apologized for all the troubles caused. Irina wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, acknowledging that she had indeed demanded a lot from him. He responded with the brightest smile. The girl squinted, dreamily imagining the distant world of giants. She was absolutely sure that the elf would definitely meet one of them. Asir jumped up when his companion seriously suggested preparing a gift for the Titan so as not to come off as rude. A cunning spark gleamed in her eyes. She joked that such a gift would be too heavy for both of them. The boy snorted with laughter. Irina burst into a bright laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Asir simply smiled. Even Titans cannot unsettle his companion. The clouds dispersed the visions of the past. The caravan continued westward, crossing the border of Zvidin and reaching the capital of Eastern Ludria. A huge castle loomed on the horizon. Here the paths of Asir and the delegation diverged. He said goodbye warmly, promising to rush at the first call, even though he knew they would manage on their own. It was time to move on. The boy slowly climbed the high stone stairs. A happy smile of return shone on the face. Two students who were sweeping the yard stood frozen in surprise with brooms in their hands. The younger one cautiously warned that today's training is closed to spectators. However, the senior student suddenly turned pale and widened his eyes. He shouted fiercely at the young man, ordering him to be quiet. The old man forcibly made the boy bow, begging the guest not to pay attention to the child's foolishness and to come inside. Asir squinted, recognizing in this man little Milo, who once constantly banged a hammer. The guess was confirmed. The former blacksmith's apprentice chuckled with emotion, glad that he was remembered. Milo promised to immediately inform everyone about the arrival and invited them to make themselves at home. As he walked through the territory, the elf saw familiar faces that had aged significantly but greeted him with deep respect. He sweetly stretched, shedding the burden of a long journey from his shoulders. Asir stopped in front of the family crypt, fully realizing that not a single day of the journey had been in vain, and now he was home. The grave of Kikai has not changed at all, unlike him. Once it was her farewell letter that made him wipe away his tears and take a step into the unknown. Since then he saw endless shores and shared tea with the rulers of distant lands. The world revealed to him many of its secrets. He saw the dragon with his own eyes. In holding my breath, I watched the magic of the priestess. This journey was not an escape from grief or an attempt to forget the loss. She forged a warrior from him, capable of facing future storms without any fear. He tightened his grip on the pendant around his neck. Kneeling before the shrine, the boy quietly said that he had so much to tell her. He decided to tell Kisi his entire story from the very beginning, and then take a little rest, pass on wisdom to the dojo, and head to the next goal. To the deep forest where he was born, to the homeland of the High Elves. Esir sat by the grave, while Tauki and his companion quietly recalled how just yesterday they were children. Tauki admitted that he was infinitely happy to see him again before his death, and nearby they added how good it was that the elf returned alive and unharmed. The elf nervously laughed, waving away their exaggerations. Shizuki merely grinned smugly in response to the elf's request to leave him alone. Old Shizuki seriously stated that he must pay tribute to Ki's first student and the reviver of the Yasogurayo style. The woman nearby cheerfully added that he is also the chief blacksmith of their school. Shizuki laughed and promised to stop teasing the guest, as it was time to move on to introductions. First, he introduced Tauki's children, Ryuyuri and Ehu, who stared in shock at the young elf upon learning that he was older than their grandfather. Next came the turn of Sauha's children, the eldest son Kairi, the youngest Kyuru, and the daughter Xiaohe. Esir smiled warmly at the big family. Esir acknowledged that there were too many names and admired how their family had grown. Shizuki strictly examined the youth, reminding them that until now they had only known Esira from stories. "This man replaced my father," he said firmly. Esir suddenly flinched in surprise. Ryu and Eika's jaws just dropped. The elf awkwardly tried to explain that there was no blood relation between them and that he knew Shizuki's real father. But the old man just leaned closer, hiding a broad smile. He loudly challenged the grandchildren. If they have something to say, let them come out against Esir and test his strength themselves. Finally, Shizuki stated that he himself plans to challenge him to a duel. Esir mentally agreed that such a direct approach was better than the awkward silence. Kairi's gaze was hard to pierce into the guest. The young man was silent, but his eyes burned with defiance. Esir immediately noticed this mood and joyfully stated that the first volunteer was already present. He calmly agreed to the sparring, acknowledging that they did not know him at all. The elf bowed respectfully, ready to accept a fight from anyone at any time. But first, he wanted to share a story with them. The story was about a distant eastern land and the Fuso tree. It was there that the swordsmith founded the Yasoguryu style, giving her life in battle against the fearsome Oni. Later, this technique changed. Essir took up the brush drawing sketches. He assumed one thing. The descendants switched to straight blades following the Chikudo. Therefore, he decided to explain to them in detail the construction of a real katana. Tauki listened thoughtfully. Shizuki acknowledged that you won't understand a weapon until you wield it, and Sauha curiously added that she would like to try such a blade. Tauki smiled, assuming that someone might prefer curved katanas over the usual straight swords. Essir blinked in surprise. Suddenly, a loud voice of Shizuki rang out. Essir joyfully ran up to Sauha near the forge, waving the scroll. The woman did not understand what the letter was about. The elf reminded about yesterday's tour of the workshop. He realized that a katana could not be forged with local equipment, so he wrote to his master asking for help. Kairi shuddered, shocked that Asira even had a teacher. And when the elf casually clarified that his mentor was the king of the dwarves, Sauha lost the power of speech. The local forges of the central continent were completely unsuitable for their purpose. So he offered the dwarves a trade. He would teach them to work with iron sand and forge katanas. Everything is simple. A katana is something that dwarves still cannot make, and such bait will work unfailingly. Essir smiled contentedly at his own plan. He estimated that the materials would arrive in a year, and in the meantime, he offered to teach Sauha the theory. The woman laughed, acknowledging that such a grand idea was entirely in his style. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. For people, gnomes were legendary masters, but he simply asked a friend for a favor. Sauha sternly reminded him that he should prepare for the duel with his grandfather. Kairi tensed up and took a step forward. Mother immediately scolded him for his disrespect towards the guest. The young man grimly denied that he and Shizuki had honed their skills for years, and Essir calmly agreed with this. The elf understood that for Kairi, he was now just a stranger who had intruded into their family. He saw in the boy the same pride of the older child that Sauha once had, and he knew that lectures would only make things worse. Therefore, Essir addressed him directly, explaining that it is important to synchronize the mind and body before the fight. His gaze gleamed with predatory confidence. He had been preparing for this duel for decades. Kairi stomped her foot angrily, barely holding back her rage. Essir only smiled warmly, appreciating the young man's fighting spirit. Suddenly, Kairi turned sharply and walked away, leaving the elf blinking in confusion. Watching him leave, Essir realized that understanding would not come immediately. He wanted to show Kairi who he really is. But for this, one must first understand the young man himself. Later in the dojo, Essir faced Shizuki with a training sword in front of the whole family. He recalled his countless years of training, but he honestly admitted Shizuki put significantly more effort into mastering the sword. With a loud shout, Shizuki sprang to his feet. The squad quickly regrouped, fending off the initial assault. He jumped high, avoiding the old man's low sweep. Shizuki barely managed to block a lightning-fast series of strikes from above. Both landed, parting at the perfect distance. Kairi watched this with wide-open eyes. Essir wiped his sweat, admitting that he barely dodged, while the children gasped in awe at his speed. The elf knew that he had survived only thanks to the enhanced perception after training with Xuan Yu. Absolute concentration. Assessing the opponent's resilience, Essir clearly realized the gap in their skills. But a wide smile blossomed on his face. He knew that he would ultimately lose. But since Shizuki called him father, Essir decided to play that role to the end and charged into the attack. The wooden blades clashed in a frenzied whirlwind of strikes. The drug groaned softly, bending under the crushing pressure of the old man. The spectators watched the fight in fascination, trying to decipher the guest's technique. When Kairi was struck and asked about his stance, Sauha proudly replied, "This is the true Yasoguryu." Essir changed his grip, demonstrating the primal style entrusted to him by their great-grandmother. A loud bang and someone's sword flew to the side. The children held their breath. Breathing heavily, Shizuki pressed the blade to the neck of the defeated Essira. Exhausted, Essir collapsed onto the floor, and Shizuki noted that this fight reminded him of sparring sessions with his own mother. The old man laughed loudly, thanking the guest for the tough fight, and acknowledged that he had preserved the perfect form of Yasogiryu. The children joyfully rushed to congratulate their grandfather on his victory. Shijuki happily received praise from his grandchildren. Sauha and Tauki also enthusiastically acknowledged that the master was no less impressive. Esir smiled quietly, looking at them and acutely feeling his own weakness. The world around dissolved in a white glow. Before him stood the ghostly silhouette of Kikai, a landmark that was still so far away. It was disappointing, but at the same time it made him truly happy. The vision has faded. In the following days, Esir helped with household chores, gradually getting closer to new people. Until I discovered one troubled child in the Shijuki family. He saw little Eika fearlessly jump from the roof right onto his head. He miraculously managed to catch her just above the ground. He firmly grabbed the girl by her clothes. He turned around and safely lowered her onto the grass, dropping the broom. The elf sighed heavily, looking down at the little offender. He angrily scolded her for such recklessness. 10-year-old Eika blinked with big eyes, not understanding at all what the problem was. She laughed carefree. She jumped because she knew he would catch her. Later, Esir complained to Sauhai that the girl did not feel any danger at all. He suggested that the constant fights in the dojo blurred the line between play and real threat for her. But Sauha noted that Ki was also, in her own way, detached from reality, which shocked the elf. He realized that Ki's fearlessness stemmed from her boundless kindness. Sauha admitted that she is worried about her daughter but does not want to break her sincere heart. She hopefully asked if there was a way to simply warn the little one. The conversation was interrupted by Eika, who jumped onto Esira's back and started demanding stories about Jizo. They sat under the tree, and the elf decided to open her eyes to the real world and its dangers. Eika was inspired by the idea and boldly declared that she also wanted to fight for justice. Esir thought that with such ambitions, it was a direct path to becoming an adventurer. The elf sat down next to her and said that she would have to seriously take up sword training. He looked seriously at the girl and promised to teach her everything, because with her current level she couldn't defeat the villains. As long as he is here, he will take care of her. But looking up at the sky, he added that her future path would have to be discussed with her father and grandfather. The night conversation in the Yasogi family's house reached its climax. Shijuki directly asked how Esir sees the girl's future. If Eika stays here, she will definitely become an adventurer. The writer sighed. He had always been waiting for this. Shijuki raised his glass and warmly added that the elf had left his mark on each of them. These words made Ezra freeze. Before my eyes stood the smiling image of Kika. At times this invisible blood connection felt like a curse. But he, laughing at his own hopelessness, was still genuinely happy about it. Someone carefully filled his glass. Shijuki laughed, dismissing the naive thought that the girl would start a romance in the dojo. Then the tone of the conversation suddenly changed to serious. Since everyone regarded Ezra as a full-fledged member of the family, he was trusted to take an active role in raising the girl. Sauha entered the room with a cheerful greeting, carrying a tray of treats. A short cozy pause hung over the hot kettle. Suddenly, the interlocutor tensed up and admitted that he wanted to ask something else. Once he discussed this with his mother, but she categorically forbade bringing up the topic. Esir, will you become an advisor for all the schools of Yasogiryu? He looked away and added that the rest of the family had already given their consent. Esir quietly asked to be given time to think. In the night sky, the crescent moon shone brightly. Esir came to the family tomb and stopped in front of Kika's grave. He clearly understood. As soon as the generation that remembers him passes, the status of first student will ultimately lose its significance, and the position of advisor will forever tie him to the dojo. A large number of people will inevitably lead to future fierce disputes over inheritance. Then Ezra would become an absolute authority, capable of intervening in conflicts between different branches. A slight understanding smile appeared on his face. Now he knew for sure why Kika was against it. She just didn't want to burden him with such a heavy responsibility. She longed for her beloved elf to be completely free again. Esir sat down before the cold stone and whispered that he was ready to bear any burden for her. This woman saw his true self. Looking up at the sky, he laughed. She had known from the very beginning what his answer would be. The wind rustled in the black crowns of the trees. He will accept this burden with pride. A sunny day in the Ludria forest. Eika missed and the swift rabbit instantly disappeared into the bushes, angering the girl. The eagle began serious training, tracking prey, freshening carcasses, and safe survival in the wild. He handed her 2 mushrooms, checking if the student could choose the edible one. To one day protect the weak, she herself will have to become unbreakable. The homeland allowed her to choose her own path, and she rejected service to the country in favor of the freedom of an adventurer. Ezir recalled the legendary heroes of the past and explained, "To save people, absolute freedom of action is needed. And for this, impeccable combat equipment is necessary, and deep knowledge of the world, and steel nerves so as not to flinch in the most terrifying moment. This entire foundation needs to be built over the years, one brick at a time." By the campfire, Aka eagerly chewed on the meat of the caught rabbit. Ezir took a bite and slyly added that the local herbs would make the dish even better. The girls' eyes sparkled with joy. They loudly agreed to definitely find these spices during the next outing. A year has passed. In the night darkness, the sign of the city tavern swayed. In the spacious hall, Ezir sat with the dwarves, pondering the origin of the phrase "water of life." He carefully poured the strong distillate into heavy mugs. With a loud ringing, the company drank to their brothers. The gnomes from the same trading caravan brought the elf the promised iron sand. The bearded men laughed, glad that at least one elf was able to keep up with them in drinking. At the table, they quickly moved on to the geopolitics of the central continent. After negotiations with the elven caravan, the leadership of Isekai'D changed, and their military expansion came to a halt. Now the elven ambassador has set off to negotiate with the United League. Ezir breathed a sigh of relief. The war had finally moved from the bloody fields to the offices of politicians. The gnomes slyly exchanged glances, reminding each other of the inevitable territorial concessions and reparations. While Isekai'D was slowing down, the League gained space for its own maneuvers against drought. Ezir barely smiled at the corner of his lips. The big changes were just beginning. The gnome nearby noted that the trading landscape has already changed beyond recognition. However, the foundation remained unchanged. The caravan carries goods from the dwarves to the forests and human cities, meets people and conducts business. Demand increased so much that traders could barely stay on their feet from exhaustion. To double the volumes, they thought about involving the elves from the Mii forest in the trade, or launch a mass service for fast delivery by freight carts across the entire continent. The girls in the forest Mii have just actively started producing wine. Suddenly, the gnome frowned and sternly asked if Ezir had perhaps forgotten the main thing. The elf suddenly jumped up, waving his arms. He clearly remembered that they had come to discuss iron sand. In the bright forge, Ezir gathered the masters to explain the new stage of work. He joyfully declared that the gnome material would be perfect for forging a real katana. The senior master carefully studied the prepared drawings. After the basic briefing, everyone had to immediately approach the heated furnace. Among the blacksmiths, Ezir noticed the young Kairi, the only descendant of Sauha who was allowed to undertake this difficult work. The elf smiled warmly. The boy looked just as determined as his mother did 30 years ago. Ezra's smile became wider. Ezir suggested asking questions, recalling how infinitely suspicious Kairi was at the very beginning. The young man hesitantly asked about the properties of the specific iron sand. Ezir was sincerely pleased. The boy's attitude changed only after he saw the elf's insane speed in the sparring match. But Ezir knew that to make the student listen attentively to the lecture on alloys, he first needed to earn his respect at the anvil. The reflection was interrupted by the sharp voice of the master, who ordered Kairi to quickly take a notebook and write down every word. The page unfolded for notes. Kairi asked in surprise if their trial blade would really go to the land of the dwarves. The elf nodded. The late king of the dwarves had dreamed all his life of unraveling the mystery of the katana, and now his people would personally come to witness the process. Kairi was stunned into silence. For centuries, the blacksmiths of Yasoghi competed exclusively with the masters from the capital, and now they will have to challenge the dwarves themselves. In the whole world, the bearded people were considered the unattainable pinnacle of blacksmithing. Kairi swallowed hard. The young man acknowledged their skill, but immediately stubbornly raised his head. He clenched his fists. Ezir teaches them personally, and the technique itself belongs to the ancestral relatives of Yasoghi. A fierce excitement ignited in the boy's eyes. He was not going to give up without a fight. He shouted loudly that they were obliged to take this risk, and prove to the dwarves who the real master is here. Ezir looked at the student with pride. Kairi still lacked skills, but his fighting spirit was impressive. For forging the perfect blade, the most important thing has always been this burning passion. The blacksmiths quickly scattered to prepare their tools for work. Ezir thought if Yasugi were the only masters of the katana, they would forever hide this technique from the world. Kairi's stern gaze was fixed on the fire. In the darkness, a perfect blade flashed. But the inevitable clash with the dwarves changed the rules of the game. Intense competition will force both sides to elevate ancient techniques to an entirely new, unprecedented level. Satisfactorily pulling on the glove near the hot oven, Ezir smiled. It was going to be simply an incredible spectacle. Chapter 43, The Day of Isekai'D has come. The girl turned 13 and according to family tradition, she received permission to wield a sword. This katana was forged for her by Ezir himself. It has been 2 years since his return. All this time he was forging weapons and helping AC train. He saw her grow up and became a true family for her. Eika, in her joy, almost forgot about her manners, for which she received a stern reprimand from her mentor. Grabbing the blade, she joyfully ran outside to test it. The men were left alone. Although today was a holiday, a serious trial awaited Eiku ahead. To take real weapons in hand, Ezir listened carefully. It meant being ready to take the lives of beasts, monsters, and even people. Ezir agreed, although it was bitter for him to hear that swords are merely tools for killing. Once he was reproached for not using his sword for battle. Then he just wanted to wield the blade just like Kika. But Eikai's path was different. A weapon raised to protect the weak is still a weapon that kills. Meanwhile, deserters and mercenaries were advancing from the east, turning into bandits. Dangerous monsters have appeared in the forests near the elven settlement. Ezir assured that the elves have already dealt with the worst monsters. However, there are still those who were perfectly suited for the girl's trial. The conversation was interrupted by Shizuki with tea, and Ezir suddenly announced that he was going on a journey. He admitted that he does not want to stay here until Shizuki's death. In his long life, the elf has lost too many people. He was ready for this inevitable end. But her parents needed nearby when a child's life journey comes to an end. Ezir believed that Shizuki should leave surrounded by his own children and grandchildren, and that he had no place there. Shizuki asked if he was planning to visit Vin. Ezir talked about his route, first to visit the dwarves and then return to his native forest. He felt embarrassed, remembering how he once categorically refused to go back home. At one time, he went against the will of his guardians and simply ran away, experiencing his youthful rebellion. The men laughed heartily. Eika grew up completely differently without any rebellions, and this caused concern. What will happen if her strength is exhausted during the trial, and she simply breaks? That is why they actively extracted details about the upcoming exam from Asira. Ezir surrendered and decided to tell everything as it is. He explained that the girl would be hunting in the forest near the elf settlement. Her goal was to target large, tusked predators that operate in packs. The mentor became gloomy. The task seemed simple only in words, as tracking could take several days. AC will have to fight a group of predators when she is physically and morally exhausted. The conditions were frankly harsh. Shizuki assumed that Ezir would go with her, but he refused. He promised to secretly observe from a distance and intervene only in case of life-threatening danger. But if he has to intervene, the test will be failed. And if she notices the surveillance, she will automatically pass the exam, as this would mean she has surpassed human limits. In that case, she would have been in for an easy career as an elite spy. Ezir believed that everything would be fine. The wind lifted the cherry petals. Eiko reminded him too much of Kika, just as determined and stubborn. As soon as the girl got used to the new katana, the trial began. Eiko rushed into the forest, while Ezir persistently hid in the shadows behind. The leaves rustled softly. A real test of strength has begun. Earlier, Eika had already proven that she was capable of killing monsters. Now she had to show whether she was capable of conducting an entire hunt completely on her own. For Ezir, it also became torture. He desperately wanted to hint about the edible mushrooms nearby, but he had to remain silent. After spending the night under the open sky, the next day she found traces of weasels. She entered their territory, and Ezir silently begged her to move more quietly. But the predators noticed her first. Instead of the unusual bow for her, she grabbed a katana and pressed her back against the tree to avoid being surrounded. The first caress launched an attack. With one precise strike, Eika split the monster in half. Immediately, 2 more jumped on. The steel flickered. Her gaze remained cold and focused. Another swing of the blade took another life. But the fight did not go unnoticed. She was breathing heavily, holding onto her bloodied shoulder. While she was killing one predator, another managed to scratch her with its claws. Eika did not lose her vigilance and immediately began to bandage the wound, looking around. Ezir mentally triumphed. She acted perfectly. He painfully wanted to intervene and heal her with magic, but that would ruin the entire exam. He clenched his teeth, promising himself to just follow her all the way home. At night, Esir sat in the workshop, finishing the sheaths and handles. If there had been a short blade for the second hand during the battle in Isekai'D, she would not have received that wound. So he decided to give her an early gift for her 15th birthday. Meanwhile, Tauki was already gathering volunteers to fight against the bandits, but real confrontations were still far off. Taking a lantern, he prepared to leave the capital forever. The workshop was cleaned, the things were gathered, his path lay to the west. At first, he planned to visit Midzuck in Viskurt. Her condition was rapidly deteriorating, and Esir wanted to see her while she could still walk. This was his last chance to say goodbye. And after that, he had to go deep into the forest to check the rumors about the phoenix. Stepping outside, he suddenly froze. Eika stood before him, silently gazing into the darkness. The girl suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. She pulled him along, ignoring all the bewildered questions. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Eika took him to the cemetery and directly asked if he was planning to leave forever. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Esir tried to brush it off by asking where she got such thoughts from. Eika explained that all his completed tasks and the tidy workshop spoke for themselves. Esir sighed, realizing that his intentions had been too obvious. He admitted that he was used to saying goodbye to people, but usually it happened by their graves. Eika sadly lowered her eyes. She hesitantly called him and asked if he had ever loved her great-grandmother. Esir gently corrected her. He did not love once, he loves her still. The girl blushed, reminding that Kika had died before her birth. Esir placed his hand on his heart and on his sword, saying that it would always be with him. As long as he remembers her and possesses the style she left him, Ki is alive. Eika asked with pain who she and their whole family were to him then. He replied that he considers Shizuki his son. He still did not fully understand what it meant to be a grandfather, so he could not call her his granddaughter in the literal sense. For the long-lived elf, all of them from infants to the elderly were his precious children. He smiled warmly. They were all children that Ki gave to him. Eika calmed down a bit and asked him to write letters, no matter where he was. She firmly stated that she would regularly visit the dojo to check its messages. Esir gladly agreed to this condition. He promised to send messages, as Win did, so that no one would worry. He gently stroked her head, expressing hope for a new meeting. Throughout his life, he hoped too often for a reunion that was not meant to happen. Now their paths with Eika diverged. He extended his clenched fist, and the girl hit back with hers. They shook hands in farewell, just as he once did with his old friend Jidzo. Esir left the capital of Vorfil and headed to Viskurt. Stone statues rose alongside the road, to which travelers prayed for a safe journey. Suddenly the boy stopped. 3 figures stood before him, meant to embody the heroes of the White Lake. Esir looked disappointedly at the rough features, finding no resemblance to the friends he had known half a century ago. He was saddened that they would remain in the memory of descendants in such a form. The boy paused for a moment in thought, and here he was struck by an idea. He decided to become an apprentice to a stonemason to carve their true statues himself. But first, we need to meet Mizuka in Viskurt, and only then head to the dark forest. This way, he will be able to leave a memory of all those meetings that were so dear to him. Esir thought it would be wise to securely hide these future creations in a place he could always return to. At the school gates of Yasogi, he hesitated, not expecting a warm welcome for an advisor from outside. Instead, he was met by a joyful crowd of students with welcome signs. Mizuka, with a warm smile, explained that she told them about the founder of this dojo. In 230 years, the woman turned into a gray-haired grandmother, while the elf did not change at all. Mizuka recalled how her mother became famous as an adventurer and became a guild instructor. However, it was she, Mizuka, who built this school with her own sweat and blood. Now her stories significantly simplified Azira's work as an advisor. They were calmly sitting on the porch, looking at the yard. The woman anxiously asked if he really didn't need forging techniques. Yazir assured that everything was fine, and they recalled yesterday's conversation about style leaks. The school was adapted for new blades instead of katanas, but some masters demanded changes. The capital taught the dueling style, while Viskurt prepared fighters against monsters. Mizuka sadly acknowledged that the Yasogi school had already begun to split apart. Silence hung in the air. The old woman barely smiled. Esir joyfully clapped his hands. If a common source has given rise to 2 different styles, then their fusion can create something entirely new. He promised as an advisor to do everything possible to make this union happen. The woman laughed sincerely. Her laughter faded, and she hopefully asked Azira to see this matter through to the end. But she herself will not have time to see the result. Mizuka quietly called the elf by name. She asked to share the story of her long life, from adventures and starting a family to raising grandchildren. The page became a clean sheet on which she wrote her story. In her years, the old woman has seen many wonders, but the sacred tree of the elves which she encountered in her youth forever remained her most enchanting memory. Mizuka recalled with emotion that incredible feeling of awe towards the world. Mizuka dreamily confessed that if there were a next life, she would like to be born on the other side and spend a little more time with Vin. Yezir carefully picked up the old woman and instructed her not to overexert herself and to go rest. The sky was covered with light clouds. The boy left the castle with thoughts of those who move forward and bear the burden of loss. Mizuka and Shizuki grew older, and once Vin had to watch them grow up without him. Now Ezir, over whom time had no power, moved back to his past, to the dark forest. His path lay through the deadly sea of trees Polha. The boy avoided volcanic lands, man-eating swamps, and dangerous wastelands. He smiled as he recalled how his friends helped him pave this path. However, his native home remained the worst place of all, filled with monsters and poisons. Even the best adventurers of Viscourt disappeared without a trace in these woods. Suddenly, a gigantic cobra emerged from the bushes. The snake slithered right towards him. A sharp rustle of leaves sounded. Yezir cautiously peeked out from the ambush. He sighed, "It's impossible to light a fire here, and gathering food is out of the question." The elf tightly embraced the trunk of the tree to hide the warmth of his body from the snake's sensors. The deeper he went, the thicker the magical aura became. The boy sighed wearily, greeting the house. It felt like returning to the home he once escaped from. Yezir felt a strange discomfort, as if he hesitated to press the doorbell. He was nervous because he didn't know how he would be greeted, with anger, relief, or indifference. But he had to find the phoenix to reach the titans above the clouds. According to legends, flying on this bird was the only correct route. Otherwise, we would have had to break through by force, using spirits and magic. Small spirits swirled around, and the boy remained silent in confusion. The traveler quietly asked the wind to inform the forest of his arrival. Ahead lay the elven barrier that protected the dark forest. The air here was thick and filled with power, completely different from that in the outside world. Yezir was making his way through the thickets. The local eerie aura that once frightened him now seemed almost familiar. In the clearing, he was met by Salix, the elder with whom he had the least in common, but with whom he found it easiest to communicate. He stared at him in shock and exclaimed his childhood name, "Child of the Maple, what happened to your hair?" Yezir panikedly waved his hands, explaining that he had cut it off for convenience during travels. Salix calmed down and nodded thoughtfully. Ezir was surprised, as the usually unflappable elder was now openly showing concern. He directly asked the elf not to make such a shocked face over a regular hairstyle. Salix seriously replied that the elf's drastic change after returning from the outside world is a significant cause for concern. He added that earlier Azira had concealed his true nature, pretending to be sluggish and slow. The boy blushed and hid his face in his hands, admitting that he was just trying to act like a typical high elf. Salix noted that he had done the right thing by driving others away before his arrival, as Azira's energy would have been too intense for them. The boy finally understood why Salix was meeting him alone. The elder explained that their race has too much influence on the world, so it is dangerous for them to disperse. He extended his hand to the boy in a conciliatory manner. Salix shook his hand, assuring him that he did not blame him for the escape, as such precedents had already occurred. Yasir clutched his head at these mysterious hints. He asked where the other 4 elders were to greet them and present them with souvenirs. Salix calmly replied that he was now the oldest, while the others had scattered across the world like spirits. Izir was shocked and frozen, as he had thought all this time that they had set out to look for him. The boy nervously smiled, assuming that they would be disappointed in him because of his short hair, sword, and love for meat. Salix was silent. Then he quietly admitted that they had never explained anything to him, so these misunderstandings were to be expected. The deer froze, not understanding what exactly they were supposed to explain to him. He was almost jolted by this unbearable elvish habit of dropping mysterious hints without any specifics. Salix gently halted his outrage, reminding him that he had chosen to return himself. The elder suggested not to rush and to take time for a long conversation. He calmly sat on the stone, and he gestured for Azira to join. The boy nervously agreed, fully understanding that a short conversation with a high elf could stretch on for years. He came to terms with it, realizing that the eternal darkness was not at all as unchanging as he remembered. The conversation turned to the gifts brought by Aesir, hermetic peaches and seeds of the sacred tree. Salix bit into the juicy fruit and asked if the boy had returned for the immortal phoenix. The elder called him an amazing young man for leaving the deep forests and uncovering the secrets of his ancestors. He allowed Aesir to meet the mythical bird, although he could not guarantee the fulfillment of the wish. But before that, Salix wanted to clarify something. Aesir mentally scoffed at how quickly the elder's mood had changed. Salix and the other elders sincerely apologized for their past severity. They explained that at that time they simply had no other choice. Salix sighed heavily and called him by his true name. He directly asked if Aesir remembers his past life. The boy never talked about it. A cold sweat broke out on his face from the unexpected revelation. Salix calmly explained that the souls of higher elves are immortal, but the moment of realization is different for everyone. Some gain immortality with age, some are born with it, and others. In Aesir's eyes, an animalistic terror flared up. The elder gently patted him on the head, assuring him that there was nothing abnormal in these memories. Such children are born once in a millennium, and no one intends to make an outcast of him. Aesir nervously noted that it still sounds like a terrible rarity. Memories of the past usually irresistibly draw such elves into the outside world. The boy suddenly realized the elder's main fear. Due to the small population, they were afraid that he would become a walking disaster for other lands. That is why they tried so hard to instill their values in him. Salix apologized once again, admitting that their actions had the completely opposite effect. He recalled the words of those who returned. The outside world offers stimulation but carries no deeper meaning, as all connections there are doomed to die. Salix admitted that he himself does not know the outside world at all, but feels the same. But some higher elves never return. Someone dies, someone turns into a spirit, and someone simply finds another place to live. So Salix directly asked if Aesir plans to return to the deep forests for good. This spared others from the temptation to follow him. The elder looked at the shining spirits, sadly contemplating the transience of mortal life. Aesir smiled warmly, thanking for the confirmation that this was his true home. But he still had a lot of unfinished business in the big world. Salix accepted this choice without dispute. He promised to wait for the boy here until he himself turned into a spirit of the earth. Aesir nodded happily and set off on the road. Salix suddenly recalled his own childhood, recounting that he was conceived by elves who returned from the outside world. They raised him like ordinary mortal parents, so he understood the concept of family perfectly. The elder hoped that he had turned out to be a good grandfather. Aesir burst out laughing heartily. He assured Salix that he perfectly fits the image of a typical grandfather. The boy walked along the forest path. His step was light. A tear of relief rolled from her eye. He recalled his past self-confidence when childhood memories made him consider himself the smartest adult. Now he wondered how he appeared in the eyes of the old elves back then. His face flushed with paint from the realization that they saw in him only a small rebel. He quickened his pace, driving away shy thoughts. A glimmer of light was visible ahead. The boy stopped, sensing something familiar in the air. The floral scent hinted to him that it was Viola testing him with her breeze. He smiled warmly. Suddenly the wind picked up sharply. The stream of air hit my face painfully. Aesir shouted into the thicket that he was fine and they didn't need to worry. And he immediately became dejected, remembering the strict prohibition against communicating with others. The forest responded with silence. The closer he got to the center, the more powerful the invisible might that awaited him became. He approached the inner sanctuary, where entry was closed without the elder's permission. Aesir hesitantly took a step forward. He pushed aside the thick branches. Right in front of him, in a huge nest, lay a giant egg, and the boy stared at it in bewilderment. He expected difficult trials, not just a bird incubator. In despair, Aesir clutched his head. The egg definitely wouldn't be able to carry him through the clouds. But Salix's words about the possible fulfillment of a wish made him stop. He thoughtfully touched his chin. If there is hope, then it is possible to interact with the phoenix even in such a state. He carefully looked at the nest. An unbearable heat surrounded the egg. Aesir realized that the warmth and magical power came not from the phoenix, but from the very earth itself. He sat down by the brush. This energy reminded him of the chamber of the golden dragon, although it was weaker. Aesir froze and a shadow of suspicion flickered in his gaze. The boy frowned, not understanding what the elder's permissions had to do with it. He asked the little firefly spirit if it had been here before. The spirit flickered affirmatively. Aesir was surprised by such a confession. He asked what a cool elf this spirit was before its transformation. Memory kindly brought up old conversations about how the body of a high elf does not age. When the time comes, the soul simply leaves it and becomes the spirit of the earth. One of the elders once told that what happens to an empty shell, the burial place of the high elf, becomes the seed for a new forest. At that time, little Aesir considered it just arrogant tales. The mention of his own skepticism made him grimace. The golden dragon said the same. Their flesh gives the spark of life. Aesir opened his eyes, putting the puzzle together. Beneath this nest lay the body of a high elf which radiated life-giving energy, and the plan matured instantly. He decided to use this energy to accelerate the hatching of the phoenix. But as soon as he touched the magical flow, the earth began to greedily drain his own mana. Realizing that he would quickly dry out to death this way, Aesir pulled his hand back. He received a gifted mithril bracelet. Then he pulled out a small sharp shard from the bag. The boy was glad that he hadn't thrown away this leftover from creating magical tools. Striking the bracelet with a stone, he sparked a powerful spark, feeding energy to the egg. The process has started, and he optimistically assumed that he would manage it in a month or two. 3 long years have passed. All this time he sat by the nest, feeding on the brought fruits. He grew his hair and trained with a regular stick. Work turned into a routine where he constantly talked to himself. Aesir sighed sadly, acknowledging that a quiet life was not his style at all. His eyes filled with leaden fatigue. He decided to take a short break and stretch his legs. The boy sweetly stretched, complaining that without a blacksmith and meat he didn't feel alive, when suddenly a loud crack sounded. He turned sharply. The shell behind his back shattered into pieces. A huge, round, fluffy chick peeked out of the egg and chirped joyfully. Aesir watched in confusion as the feather ball clumsily stomped on the ground. He approached cautiously. The chick blinked with its large dark eye. Aesir laughed and joyfully greeted the newborn. The chick unexpectedly responded telepathically, asking to be called Hyro. The boy stared at him in shock, not expecting such a down-to-earth name from a mythical creature. He started rubbing Hyro's fluffy sides, admitting that flights would have to be postponed for now. The chick assured that it would grant a wish when it grew a little older. Aesir broke into a cold sweat at the realization that for immortals, a little could mean decades. However, he quickly reassured himself that there was still time. He decided to leave Hyro under Salix's supervision and return to the big world himself. Aesir happily nestled against the fluffy bird, knowing that he would now always have a home to return to with pride. On the title page of the chapter, only a serene mountain landscape was visible. The Aesir sighed with relief, finally emerging from the thicket onto the main road. He checked the map. A long journey to the southeast brought him straight to Jatika. The elf joyfully set off, planning to first find a human settlement. A memory surfaced before his eyes of how he said goodbye to Phoenix and his home, setting off on a new journey. His ultimate goal was Isekai'D, the country of the finest marble where he wanted to study carving. One could learn a craft anywhere, but he was looking for true masters of their trade. However, that country was too far away. After 3 years of fasting in the forests, the soul unbearably craved new experiences. The Aesir dreamily crossed his arms over his chest. He was only stopped by thoughts of the religious wars that constantly ravaged those lands. It is difficult to devote oneself to art where a culture of conflict prevails. 7 or 8 years ago, their neighbor, Isekai'D, was also engulfed in a bloody war. But the memories of those horrors gradually faded, so the elf did not refuse the journey to Isekai'D. He smiled as he imagined finding a funny and stubborn master with whom he would immediately get along. A long journey awaited ahead. He recalled how 69 years ago he had already passed through these lands when Hayatika was called Paloja. Then it was a barren, exhausted land. Finding at least a mug of plain water seemed like a real challenge. Now, thanks to the former aggressor Isekai'D, a major trade route ran through here. The reduction of wars brought prosperity to trade, although the true test for the ruler of Jatika was still ahead. The Aesir thought gloomily. The spirit near his shoulder fluttered anxiously, demanding attention. The elf awkwardly admitted that he was suffering from a difficult choice: meat or fish. He headed towards the oncoming cart, drooling at the thought of fresh sea fish. His culinary dreams were abruptly interrupted by 3 armed men. The bandits brazenly warned him not to make any unnecessary movements. The Aesir glanced at them coldly, wondering why these mercenaries were not afraid to attack an elf. He stepped forward and calmly suggested that after the war they simply ended up without jobs. The leader's hand nervously gripped the spear's handle. In the next moment, the Esser swiftly kicked one of the attackers away. The leader shouted, ordering to cripple the elf. The Esser sharply turned and raised his staff. He shouted angrily that those fools had ruined his dreams of a warm bed and dinner. With a smooth motion, he dodged the blade and struck back. The staff struck the attacker in the head with a dull crack. The leader turned pale, watching as his people were scattered like dolls. A powerful punch to the jaw instantly knocked him out. The last bandit helplessly fell onto the boards of his own cart. The Esser exhaled heavily. He glanced at the spirit and muttered that he was not tired at all from the fight. Elf was only annoyed by the wasted time. Now we will have to tie them up, drag them to the city, and hand them over to the guards. Goodbye, dinner. The spirit listened compassionately, in silence to his whimpering. The beaten robbers were already shaking in the cart, while the Esser quietly cursed the extra trouble. He confessed to the spirit that he could use magic and burn them in an instant, but he held back. It's all because his meetings with the Golden Dragon and the Phoenix changed something inside. Now the connection with the spirits pulsed much stronger than ever before. If he had succumbed to anger, there would have been nothing left of these robbers but a handful of ashes. It was already late at night when the cart finally reached the town on the track. The local guard was so pleased with the captured bandits that he paid for the elf's room at the inn himself. It was almost midnight when Esser finally stepped over the threshold of his room. The old hostess quietly knocked on the door, apologizing that only leftovers remained. But on the tray stood a bowl of hot soup and large pieces of bacon. The beast with animal greed sank its teeth into the flesh. He chewed quickly, happily squinting at each piece. The taste of rich fatty meat seemed to him a true feast of the gods. Dipping the rye bread in the broth, he recalled how last time he had walked through these lands to Villastrike for seafood. The next day, the buildings of the new city appeared before him. The socialist revolutionary thoughtfully twirled a spoon in his hand. He decided to make a small detour and visit Sarot in Villastri. Soon the road led him to a hill, from where there was a view of the sea and the port city. He recalled how often border settlements got lost in determining to whom they actually belonged. The guard at the entrance checked the documents and kindly asked if the elf had come to see the local wonders. The Esser looked at the ruins and wondered if there had been a civilization here before the true dragon burned everything to the ground. He recalled an old conversation with Salix about these very legends. Then he brought the phoenix to Hyro to leave the bird under reliable care. The memory transported him to a forest, where a giant fluffy bird sat before them. Hyro was trembling with excitement, admitting that emotions were overwhelming him. The Esser frowned at the noise while his companion continued to shout enthusiastically. Hyro pathetically declared that it is the phoenix that will save the high elves when the dragon comes to scorch the world. The Esser blinked in confusion at that moment. According to legend, the phoenix will take them above the clouds, lay an egg, and return to the earth, giving rise to new life. The elf simply nodded then, agreeing that it was amazing. But now he was pierced by cold. If the phoenix had hatched, it meant the condition for the end of the world had already been fulfilled. He tensed up, forcing himself to believe that this was just one of the possible interpretations. Having pushed away heavy thoughts, Esser approached the guard at the checkpoint. He handed his papers to the young man in glasses. To lighten the mood, the elf cheerfully threw in that he is, hypothetically, 233 years old. The guard was shocked and froze over the document. The young man asked with disbelief if it was true that the Esser had come here 70 years ago. He smiled crookedly, advising the elf not to be too surprised by the changes in the city. Intrigued, the Esser leaned closer and asked to hear more details. The boy invited him inside for a cup of tea. At the table, the guard reminded about the ancient conflict over port rights. The old docks were handed over to the merchants, and new ones were built for the fishermen. This division into commercial and fishing ports gave the city a strong impetus for growth. The young man laughed joyfully, saying that there are now twice as many places here with delicious fish. Saying goodbye, Esser walked through the streets and realized that his initial fears had been in vain. He peeked into the door of a familiar tavern. The sound of bells rang out, and the friendly hostess immediately offered him a free seat. She suddenly fell silent, gazing in surprise at the elven ears. The socialist revolutionary was momentarily taken aback by such a reaction. He quickly recovered and ordered drinks and 4 portions of the local delicacy. Looking around the hall, he caught himself thinking that the atmosphere had not changed at all until he saw the wall. In the old painting, he and his friends were depicted 70 years ago. The Esser smiled ironically. The drawing was frankly bad. He fondly remembered Karina, who would have painted better, and Driz, who would have immediately broken the brush. The elf sighed bitterly, regretting that he never got to eat with Karina by the stalls, as he had promised back then. But even just seeing this painting was a sufficient reward for the long journey. The hostess brought the first plate of tentacles, warning that the main dishes would have to wait. Later, the socialist revolutionary burped loudly as he stepped out onto the noisy street. The taste of the food has improved, as if the locals have refined his grandfather's old recipes. Suddenly he froze, lost in thought. A cart passed by with a huge dead shark, reminding him of the troubling rumors from the tavern. A new empire has emerged on the southern continent, ruthlessly absorbing its neighbors. And this empire refused to trade with their continent. Willistrica maintained its position among powerful states precisely due to its monopoly on southern goods. The Esser looked at the water, pondering what would happen to this country if the trade route were to be cut off. In the end, he smiled easily and threw politics out of his mind. The elf walked along the shoreline, deciding to simply enjoy the beauty of the sea. Ezir walked along the dusty road of the Duchy of Karkum, which had borne the brunt of the aggression from Isekai'D. The enemy then retreated out of fear of the elves, paying reparations to neighboring countries. But the stolen lands of Karkum have not been returned. Yezir declined the offer to ride in the cart. He had always felt nauseous in transport. He waved warmly to the coachman, who warned him about the dangers in these parts one last time. Suddenly, a commanding shout was heard to clear the way. An armed mounted patrol trudged heavily past the elf. After the war, the lands were filled with unemployed mercenaries and monsters. Yezir remembered the letter from Irina and thought that in time everything would be resolved. A quarter of a century ago, neighboring Poloja transformed into Jatika. All because they wanted access to the sea and with the support of Ludria declared war on Willestria. Poloja lost, becoming a vassal, and the large-scale conflict quickly subsided. This greatly frightened the neighboring rulers of Zainza and Haidala. Their tiny lands found themselves in a ring of huge states. In a panic, they decided to join forces and strike first. Ezir calmly chewed on a sandwich by the road, pondering how they had ignited a war for the sake of power. Suddenly, a forest spirit emerged. Yezir took another bite, understanding their desire to save their country, but he could never forgive them for the consequences. He leaned against the trunk of the tree. The elf quickly finished his lunch. After finishing his meal, he decided to visit a familiar place nearby. The face of Nana's little great-granddaughter instantly surfaced in memory. It has been a full 9 years. The girl must have matured significantly. For people, time is relentless. Children grow up, age, and eventually leave forever. The borders of states were also constantly redrawn. Ezir recalled the ancient words that from short human lives, only sentimentality remains. He walked through the city and mentally argued with this statement. The elf looked at his gloved hand. He had gained much more than just sorrow for the past. Yezir smiled warmly, tightly clenching his fist. His journey led him to the town of Jumpamon in the United League. He smiled joyfully. In front of him stood the familiar large driveway. Inside, he was greeted by the hostess, who had not changed at all over the years. She was genuinely happy for the elf, and he immediately praised the local cuisine. While chewing on the steak, Ezir asked about Aina. The hostess replied that her daughter is currently at the training ground. She poured him some wine, confident that Aina would be delighted with the guest. Yezir remembered how 9 years ago the little one constantly bothered him during training, so he showed her a few basic stances. He laughed at his mug. Who would have thought that the girl would take it so seriously? Suddenly, the hostess glanced at the door. Yezir was calmly drinking wine when Aina stepped over the threshold, and his mother joyfully announced his visit. The girl was stunned and began to scream in panic that Balek would soon come to have dinner with them. Izir choked on his drink while Aina begged her mother to stop laughing. She screamed that she urgently needed to change clothes and ran away. Yezir wearily exhaled. He fell helplessly face down on the counter. The door opened again. A young man appeared at the doorstep and greeted loudly. Upon seeing the elf, the boy instantly became embarrassed and apologized for the noise. The hostess warmly invited Balek inside. Ezir slyly squinted, so this is who Aina ran to get ready for. He stared intently at the boy without blinking. Aina's mother winked at him in response with satisfaction. The mistress smugly grunted, proudly clenching her fist. Izir surprisedly covered his mouth with his hand. He looked at the young man who modestly ordered steak and stew. A strong guy and also a city guard, the perfect choice. Ezir took a big sip of wine with pleasure, mentally praising the taste of Aina. Aina finally descended to the hall and called out to the elf. She smiled broadly in her best outfit. The girl approached closer, asking if he recognized her. The gaze melted into a warm smile. He joked that last time she was barely up to his waist. Aina looked kindly at her old teacher. Her mother gently nodded from the side. The girl introduced Balek to the elf who once took care of her grandmother. They sat down at the counter, and Aina excitedly shared how she continued training until she was 10 years old. The work at the inn was going well, they even hired assistants. That's why she had free time for the sword, although her mother initially thought it was nonsense. Local men happily watched her at the training ground. Later, all the boys in the area began to desperately compete for her attention. Aina and Balek blushed deeply at these words. Yezir laughed openly, unable to contain his joy for the girl. He returned to Balek, noting his keen curiosity. Aina, in a panic, tried to cover her mother's mouth with a plate. But she loudly revealed the main secret. The daughter constantly talked about the elf with the sword, whom she could not forget. Balek awkwardly coughed into his fist and suddenly turned to Ezir. He timidly but decisively asked for a sparring match. The gaze met his direct, honest look. The elf readily agreed, sensing in the boy a mix of competitive spirit and slight jealousy. A few days later, they met in a noisy playground. Ezir was standing on the sand after a light warm-up with Aina and Balek. Suddenly, the local instructors also lined up for the fight. The elf fought in the style of Yasogurayu and finished each match in just a few precise strikes. Aina was mesmerized as she watched his movements. Later, Aina and Balek sat down to rest on a bench by the wall. They were quietly discussing something, and the boy blushed again. The girl laughed cheerfully, clenching her fists. Ezir watched them from a distance and decided to stay here a little longer. Half a year had passed, and Ezir stood at the entrance of the inn with a bag, thanking the family for their long hospitality. He presented the couple with an unexpected gift, a pair of blades from the Golden Empire. The elf gently added that he would hardly be able to attend their wedding. At the word wedding, the faces of Aina and Balek lit up like poppies. They joyfully exclaimed words of gratitude in unison. Ezir waved goodbye, noting that reliable weapons are never unnecessary. He walked slowly down the street, while the newlyweds waved at him for a long time. A fresh eastern wind drove the clouds across the clear blue sky. Ezir smiled, ready to continue his journey to Sigleia. He left the village of Jumpemen and set off through Ladrenia to Sigli. As he approached the next village, he was joyfully called out to by the local children. The children eagerly pulled him along, promising to show him something special. It turned out that the whole community had gathered by the church for a wedding. He approached slowly. The elf's face was illuminated by a sincere smile. The celebration was double. Two couples were getting married at the same time. He congratulated the newlyweds, although he regretted not having hunted a single boar before the celebration. The villagers were bustling around, preparing treats with considerable devotion. People enjoyed delicious food. They drank ale from huge mugs. And time and again, they loudly praised the god of harvest for the generous gifts of the earth. The high elf silently sipped his drink, not sharing their religious fervor at all. He had nothing against the gods, but to people, they seemed unattainable and all-powerful. In fact, the creator first created the 5 original races, and only then entrusted power to the gods. For him, as a representative of the ancients, the gods were rather like foolish younger brothers. He felt a much stronger connection with ordinary mortals. He was sitting on the bench, enjoying the wonderful day. In my imagination, friends flashed by who would definitely ignite this crowd with their dances and songs. However, he did not possess such talents himself. Suddenly the wind changed, bringing heavy moisture. The sky was quickly covered with black storm clouds. The elf raised his gaze. He quietly asked the spirits of the wind to push the rain off until tomorrow. And he placed a finger to his lips, instructing the invisible helpers to keep it a secret. Let the peasants believe that this is the blessing of their god, not the whim of a random traveler. The next stop on the journey was Dalbohard, which he reached by a passing cart. His attention was drawn to the bags of select Jumpeman grain. The merchant joyfully spoke about the open borders and the real gold rush. The elf was surprised, as the United League was still at odds with the neighboring kingdom of Drought. The merchant just laughed. War was a usual affair for these lands. The elf smiled warmly. For him, 9 years of peace felt like a moment, although for people it was a significant chunk of life. The man explained that one must seize the moment and earn coins while the cannons are silent. Time gradually heals old wounds, but some conflicts only deepen over the years. The conversation was interrupted by the assistant, and the merchant commanded to harness the horses. The boy brought up 2 strong stallions. The elf gazed at the horse, suddenly remembering his old faithful steed Sare. A pang of anxiety pierced her chest, Is he still alive? Is he doing well? The cart moved forward. The elf waved goodbye to the merchants. He knew whose reliable hands he had left his horse in. Heavy thoughts quickly dissipated. He was walking again, while his mind eagerly sought new experiences. The journey provided plenty of time for reflection and observation. This calm solitude was priceless. It was for such moments that he loved to travel the world the most. Finally, he reached Marmalosa, a city famous for its finest marble. It was safe here, as the great marshes with their monsters lay far from here. On the luxurious streets, he immediately began to look for local sculptors. However, all the masters here turned out to be closely connected with the church and created exclusively statues of saints. The elf sighed resignedly. Such a career was completely unsuitable for him. He recalled the unsuccessful exam for the apprenticeship, where the examiner rigorously questioned him about the purpose of the training. He honestly admitted then that he couldn't care less about the gods and just wanted to immortalize the memory of his friends in stone. In response, he was called a heretic and an infidel. Of course, they were kicked out with a bang. There was only one sculptor left, unaffected by the church, but he was a local aristocrat. His thoughts were interrupted by the aroma of roasted nuts, and he bought himself a packet from a street vendor. The seller generously poured hot treats. Suddenly, the elf's gaze caught something ahead. He was chewing nuts and looking around. The city impressed with its impeccable cleanliness and perfectly even streets. The well-maintained park indicated that the ruler truly cares for his people. But what impressed him the most was the majestic stone statue of a wolf. He was so impressed by the skill of the performance that his jaw dropped. The old man on the bench laughed and said that it was the work of the count himself. Grandfather kindly asked if he was a tourist by any chance. The elf handed him a package of nuts, preparing to listen to local stories. At first, the old man told about Sigli herself. Although the elf came here for the sake of art, this country has always been known for its endless wars with monsters. The people and the nobility here valued brute strength and knightly valor above all else. But Count Marmelos was completely different. He personally managed his lands, immersing himself in paperwork, and he completely delegated military affairs to his subordinates. Moreover, he fundamentally did not carry a sword, considering weapons a sign of ignorance. Other aristocrats openly mocked him, calling him weak. The Graf didn't care about it. He adored art, carved sculptures himself, and lived like a true free artist. Since marble was considered a divine gift, its extraction was controlled by the church, but the count simply ignored their rules. The elf understood. If he wanted to obtain the stone, he needed access to the count. He did not want to communicate with the nobles at all. He looked closely at his grandfather, and I asked if they liked their ruler. The old man laughed heartily, stroking the cat on the statue. The answer was obvious. The elf returned to his room at the inn. The Graf intrigued him greatly, but how to attract the attention of such a weirdo? The old man recalled that their ruler collects rare works of art. So we need to create something that the audience simply won't be able to take their eyes off. Levis would definitely have captivated him with her paintings, and Hugh could easily enchant an aristocrat with his virtuoso lute playing. The elf burst out laughing as he was skilled in neither of those things. His only asset was blacksmithing. And here in him awakened a passion. He will forge a sword that even those who hate weapons will not refuse. Over the years of my travels from the central lands to the distant east, he met people, hermits and dwarfs, and everyone admired his skill, as his teacher was none other than the king of the dwarves himself. He leaned back on the bed with a firm intention to prove that he was worthy of the title of the best blacksmith's apprentice in the world. The job promised to be fun, especially if you add a bit of magic to the blade. And somewhere very far away, the king of the dwarfs suddenly sneezed loudly, blinking his eyes in surprise. Esir said goodbye to Master Kaimnade and Kika. The elf set off on a new journey. This time, the initiative for the meeting did not belong to him. He apologized to the local steward for his distraction and moved on. The summer servant politely nodded. They stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. Earlier, Esir would have just barged in and run into the guards, but now he acted more wisely. He officially handed over the forged short sword to the count through the Guild of Blacksmiths. The weapon was so impressive that the ruler himself proposed a meeting. The steward quietly knocked on the workshop door. They entered and saw the nobleman at work. He was intently chipping away at pieces of stone with a hammer and chisel. The servant announced the guest's arrival loudly. Esir was disheartened, not wanting to interrupt the process, but the butler stood his ground. The master made another precise shot. It seemed that he was not cutting the stone but carefully removing the outer layers, revealing the hidden shape. The elf watched in fascination. The count finally exhaled and put down the instrument. He turned to the guests in a work apron. Esir smiled warmly. The man immediately realized that he was in front of the creator of the Sword of the Falling Star. The guest was surprised by such a poetic name. The count explained that the glow of the blade reminded him of the flight of a real meteorite. Esir admitted that the bright light is only needed to disorient the enemy in battle. He was afraid that the magic had turned coarse, but the countess was struck by the beauty of the piece. The young man did not hesitate and directly asked to become his student. He recalled the statues of his fallen friends, which did not convey their essence at all. The elf wanted to immortalize the memory of his loved ones when he saw the statue of a proud yet warm wolf created by the count. He bowed low and asked to share his skill. The man silently looked at him. The ruler admitted that he understands these feelings, but due to his duties as a ruler, he has no free time at all. However, he called the elf's sword an undeniable masterpiece. No weapon had ever evoked such strong emotions in him before. Esir listened carefully. The estate owner unexpectedly proposed a deal. He promised to teach the elf sculpture if he forged another equally impressive thing for him. Esir instantly bowed in agreement. He even promised to behave more formally. Mios waved off the unnecessary formality. Esir introduced himself as a blacksmith, and the master extended his hand and introduced himself as Mios Marmelos, a sculptor and count. The elf firmly shook the master's calloused hand. Thus, Count Mios Marmelos became his new mentor. The ruler's schedule was indeed packed with affairs from morning until night. He resolved the conflicts of the vassals, controlled the marble trade, and traveled to the palace. He set aside lunchtime for carving only 4 days a week. The vassals supported this conquest because the reputation of an outstanding artist helped in politics. Esir wondered how such a busy man could possibly find time for lessons. A few days later, Mios began to explain his approach to the stone. He ordered the elf to just sit and watch. The count understood that the student already had experience as a craftsman, so basic lectures would not help here. The mentor promised to prepare a stone for the elf to try on his own as soon as he grasps the essence. First, the mentor took it upon himself to show the student the carving tools, but Esir decided to forge his own tools by himself. The training lasted only 4 days a week. Since the boy was not an official student, he had to live in a regular city inn. To pay for the room, he regularly took on blacksmith orders. Esir was torn between work and study, but he was grateful to the count for every minute of the lesson. 3 months have passed. The elf was walking through the city, pondering new techniques, when suddenly he was called out loudly. The path was blocked by an angry teenager. It was Kratos, the third son of the count, who dreamed of military glory. Kratos fiercely demanded explanations, and Esir was taken aback, feeling that everything could quickly go too far. The young man was boiling with rage, not even suspecting that he was threatening a being with infinite levels of power. Esir panicked, fearing he might accidentally breathe and kill the child. He couldn't just strike back and forever break his fighting spirit. Kratos angrily demanded to know why the stranger was ingratiating himself with his father. The elf was unexpectedly touched by such sincere sonly care. He smiled and called the teenager to come with him to the workshop. Esir suggested that he personally evaluate their classes. Kratos squinted suspiciously. Then the young man promised to show the most beautiful sword strike of his life. He brought the count's son to a huge boulder that Mios could not handle at all. The boy exclaimed that it is impossible to cut through solid rock with a sword. Esir just smiled slyly, and he simply pointed at the boulder. The giant stone had already been perfectly split in half. Another 6 months of joint training in the workshop have passed. The count noticed that the student was constantly whispering something over the breed and asked about the spirits of the stone. Esir replied that they are not tied to the block. He is just asking them about the weak points of the material. For him, it was more a transmission of images and thoughts than a conversation. Although the old spirits could speak in words, only naive youth flew around. Mios gloomily inquired how these creatures feel about people ruthlessly extracting stone from the earth. The elf listened and translated. The local spirit was completely indifferent. The count was surprised that nature does not condemn destruction. Esir explained that spirits perceive this as a normal cycle of life, although they hate excessive pollution. Mios wondered if this rule applies to the creation of art. The elf suddenly understood everything. The count had spent his whole life seeking justification from nature for his feelings of guilt. To comfort him a little, he hurriedly blurted out that the spirits really liked the statue of the wolf. Mios barely smiled and turned away towards the sculpture. What exactly flashed through the Count's mind at that moment, the elf could not say for sure. But looking at the work of the Count, he firmly knew that a part of this bright soul would forever remain in the finished stone. 10 months have passed since Ahir struck Professor Marmelos in Credos with a split boulder. The boy immediately began asking to be taken on as a student, but the elf refused, not wanting to burden his father. Credos did not guess. Then Ahir agreed to one duel during each visit to the workshop as payment for entry. The professor was just amused by this. Since then, these short sparrings have become their routine. The boy was happy with every lesson and was growing before our eyes. Ahir saw how the students' movements became heavier and more confident. Credos was involved in military service, although his father had previously dismissed such discussions. He was quickly approaching adulthood. Soon he was awaiting real large-scale battles. Nobles regularly set out on monster-clearing missions and sometimes did not return. For a noble family, it is more prestigious to send their own son into battle than a mercenary. Ahir put on his work apron. Marmelos greeted, fully understanding the inevitability of the choice between the duty of a nobleman and the feelings of a father. Their relationship with their son had just started to warm up. The elf calmly replied that the choice was still up to the young man. The work was calling. The rhythmic sound of hammers echoed in the workshop. Suddenly, Marmelos asked if the elf really learned blacksmithing from the dwarves. Ahir smiled as he patted the stone bust of his master. Then the professor asked to forge a set of armor. The elf was surprised and asked about the deadlines. Marmelos promised a generous separate payment. He tightly gripped the hammer, stating that the beauty of the armor does not matter at all. The main thing is that the armor saved his son's life. Ahir agreed without hesitation. Extra money would free up a lot of his time. And for the safety of Credos, he was willing to work with the most expensive materials. The fire in the forge flared up with new strength. The elf carefully checked each forge detail. Time flowed like autumn leaves. They continued to train in the workshop yard. It started to snow. A whole year has passed. Looking out the snowy window, they wondered what Kratos was doing now. Ahir recalled their 2 years of continuous sparring. The young man was dealt a fair share of blows, and his pride suffered more than one hit. But the professor knew that everything would be fine with his son. He was protected by handmade armor. Ahir was also confident in his creation. It was a scaled armor made from parts of monsters, capable of withstanding blows from spikes and claws. Each plate was long attached to the metal, requiring hellish labor. The bill for rare materials nearly gave the professor a heart attack, but the armor guaranteed absolute protection. The elf even suggested that Credos would soon become a local star. Soon, anxiety reigned over the lands of the Count. It all started with the discovery of a man's corpse. A week later, the body of a woman was found. The city guard intensified patrols, fearing a serial killer, but Ahir knew the truth. Both victims were spies of the Marmelos house. The elf had long noticed that they were watching him too. Thanks to the spirits of the wind, he easily overheard their conversations and uncovered their employer. The Count's vassals continued to eye the elf intruder suspiciously, who was trying to become a student. Someone removed 2 shadow agents of order in the same way. Ahir told Marmelos that it was an obvious threat, but he calmly sent the boy home through the snow. The deaths of loyal spies sowed panic, and the elf understood this perfectly. As a farewell, the professor asked him to be careful. Ahir promised to keep watch. The surprised elf was outraged that the professor didn't even come out to him. The guard dryly conveyed Marmelos's order. The training is over, Ahir must leave the city immediately. Such a sudden move caught the guy off guard. He silently accepted these terms. He just asked to convey hopes for a meeting when everything calms down. The snow crunched under the boots. The elf walked down the street, fully understanding the true motive of his teacher. The lonely traveler who visits the estate every week is too easy a target for the enemy. His disappearance was meant to divert the blow from the family and the professor's vassals. The person behind these murders was a scoundrel, and Ahir was not going to let this go unpunished. The night covered the capital. Someone forcefully threw a person to the ground. The old spy fell hard near the pedestal, hiding from the attack. Ahir calmly stepped out of the shadows and greeted a familiar face. With a smile, he suggested taking the initiative, seeing his allies' exhaustion. The elf immediately focused on the enemy. The air was sliced by a flying metal drone controlled remotely. The assassin used divine art and struck with invisible hands. Ahir pushed off the ground and swiftly lunged at the killer with the sword. The enemy swiftly drew the dagger. The metals clashed with a terrible clang. The elf hoped for the killer's weakness in close combat, but the broken necks of the victims spoke for themselves. The assassin turned out to be even more dangerous up close. Jaeger barely managed to block the barrage of blows. An invisible hand suddenly squeezed his throat. Combining protection against psychokinesis and fencing was impossible. The elf began to lose. He had been in a similar situation before and knew how it could end, so without hesitation, he called upon the spirits of the wind. A powerful tornado swept the killer off their feet. The body fell to the ground with a thud. The elf approached the defeated enemy, blaming the greedy archbishop for everything. He understood that not all clergymen have pure intentions. The main church is mired in a brutal struggle for power. The elections for a new pope were approaching, and every vote had a price. Valuable gifts were used for bribery, including divine marble. Professor Marmalose was just supplying this marble to the archbishop of one of the factions, and their competitor, Archbishop Bichat, sought to obtain this resource. Aegir overheard this in the professor's office and understood the motive for the murders. The assassin lay with numerous fractures, and the elf noted in surprise that an old acquaintance had also turned out to be a spy. Aegir smiled faintly. He left the defeated enemy to the senior lord and moved on. 3 months have passed, the sacred city of Ladrenia. The giant stone titan shattered the cathedral of Baichur into pieces with one blow. The residence of the archbishop has turned to sand, hiding his influence beneath it. Aegir watched this from the crowd, quietly noting that karma had caught up with the scoundrel. The future fate of the archbishop now depended solely on his past actions. For the elf, this matter was finally closed. He silently turned around and walked away. From under the hood peered his concentrated face, which concealed his thoughts. Creating such a golem turned out to be not easy. It was necessary to clearly convey the image to the earth spirits. Jaeger critically assessed the simplicity of the design of his creation. He imagined how Marmalose would scold him for wasting his talent on such primitive forms. The elf smiled and set off towards new adventures. The elf suddenly turned at the strange sound. 3 dirt-covered children burst into loud crying. The children got lost in the forest from terrible hunger, and now before them lay the carcass of a gigantic wolf. The elf gently stroked the boy's head and promised to safely take them home. The children pointed through tears to the east, towards the settlement of Panir. Soon the first clearings appeared from behind the trees. The settlers worked hard in the fields behind a modest fence. The men dropped their shovels, looking at the wandering elf in surprise. This was southern Sweden, war-devastated lands where refugees and former soldiers gathered. The elf sighed sadly, realizing how easy it is for children to get lost amid such harsh everyday life. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, preparing to pay their savior. They began to quietly discuss how much it might cost to kill the forest monster. The elf interrupted their calculations. He knew perfectly well, without children, these people would lose their future, so he wasn't going to take any money. Instead, he asked for a different reward. A year has passed. The same reward turned out to be the permission to live in the settlement. Above the door of his hut now hung a wooden sign with an anvil. The elf decided to settle here to wait out the noise of past adventures and practice his craft. The villagers were initially surprised by such a whim, but quickly got used to the new neighbor. Work was in full swing. A small pot for the neighbor, nails for the new shed. In the wild country, there was no need to forge weapons. Ordinary rural tools were sufficient. The elf joyfully handed the woman the repaired dishes. He liked this routine work by the forge. She reminded him of the times when he was just learning blacksmithing. Of the old acquaintances, only Irina and Oswald, the current king of the dwarves, remembered this. The elf smiled. Oswald would definitely be envious and would immediately rush to help with the repairs of the little things. In the afternoon, he set off into the forest with the same rescued children. It's time to review the survival rules. He strictly ordered not to step away even for a moment and to show him all the mushrooms found. And also carefully look for tracks and droppings. After the war, packs of dangerous red wolves still prowled the local thickets. The little ones swallowed nervously. The elf quickly encouraged them. Traces of a deer or boar mean a hearty dinner. The village was critically lacking in labor. There were no real hunters or carpenters here. He pointed out an edible mushroom to the boy. Therefore, obedient children had to take risks and go into the forest for food. They were returning home before sunset with full baskets. Settlers took on any work, from building houses to gathering herbs. Everyone learned on the go, laying the foundation for the future. And he silently watched their first steps. Having 238 years of life and a wealth of skills behind him, the elf was a true treasure here. While he was sorting through the healing herbs, the women were secretly whispering about his skills. The boys were already copying his stances during morning sword training. The settlement was gradually developing. The elf stretched by the large boulder, feeling that the tasks were only increasing. Nearby, a spirit flickered anxiously in the air. The elf calmed him down. He made it clear to the peasants from the beginning that he would leave here in a few years. He was genuinely happy to pass on his experience to others, just as he had been taught himself. It was gratitude to the people who welcomed him so warmly. He helped the man carry the heavy box. Soon he was already conducting full-fledged fencing lessons for the children in front of their parents. Another 6 months have passed. His apprentice blacksmith was confidently working by the forge. The elf stunned the boy with the news of the arrival of a junior apprentice. The neighboring village sent a carpenter to them in exchange for training their person in blacksmithing. The student panicked, but the elf laughed and advised him to treat it as his first teaching experience. I had to calm the guy down. The newcomer won't arrive anytime soon. Meanwhile, the young students were already preparing for their first sparring sessions with wooden swords. The elf sighed with relief. Soon he would have more free time. The student volunteered to clean the forge himself. The roofs of the new houses gleamed brightly in the sun. The girls joyfully called out to the elf as they passed by the yard. They treated him to fresh bread. He leaned against the wall, contemplating the upcoming schedule. The balance between work and rest allowed him to truly enjoy life. Having finished his bread, the elf headed towards his unfinished sculpture. He raised the chisel above the stone. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the silence. The elf glanced at the butterfly spirit. The sound was coming from somewhere else entirely. The bag on the shelf was vibrating. Inside lay a fragment of the golden dragon's shell. Memories brought him back to Hiro's birthday. Then he used the scales as a lining for the clothes, but something remained at the bottom. The elf twirled a heavy gray piece in his hands. The memory hit him in the head. He had been feeding the little dragon with these shards. Laughing, he recalled the gluttony of that little one. The elf raised the shell to the bracelet on his wrist. A magical stream flowed from the bracelet straight into the stone. It has been a full 5 years since their farewell. Suddenly, the shell slipped from my fingers. With a loud clap, something new appeared right in front of his nose. A fluffy bird-like creature awkwardly flapped its wings. She proudly chirped, reminding the elf that before him stood an ancient being capable of wonders. He recoiled, realizing that the creator allows these beings almost everything. Against the backdrop of such beings, his race seemed frankly weak. Spirits govern nature itself. High elves are merely spirits in vulnerable mortal bodies that bleed and die. Titans possess incredible physical strength. Phoenixes endlessly are reborn from ashes. And dragons generally create vassal clones over vast distances. But the elf smiled widely. He was not envious of them at all. He gently stroked the chick. His mortal body was perfectly suited for travel, delicious food, and conversations with people. Interrupting his thoughts, he asked the winged guest about the reason for the visit. The chick shyly turned away, releasing bubbles of magic. It comfortably settled on his arm and quietly snored. The elf sighed resignedly, contemplating this feathered misunderstanding. That night, I couldn't work on the sculpture. He filled a bowl with water, preparing a hot bath for the guest. Observing the funny little bird, the elf decided to carve a life-sized figure of Jiro. The idea of placing it somewhere on the outskirts of the village warmed the soul pleasantly. The next morning, only a warm piece of shell lay nearby. The elf smiled gently, hoping for a new meeting. And while he carefully wrapped the shard in a clean cloth, he promised never to lose it again.